in case you confused it with nowhere in Mexico. Typing subtitles. These guys argue about how to kill Hannibal, well, basically so that a movie can happen. Kickback will kill this idiot. I know he's dumb, but he's fired a gun before for sure. Now it's let the dogs kill him, because, yeah, still need him for this movie.
Next time, amigo, plan ahead.
This is a cute reference to Hannibal's I love it when a plan comes together saying, meaning he's got a plan already. A plan that called for the captors to try and shoot him with his own gun instead of theirs, and then decide to wait and let the dogs kill him. Dogs keep running into a looping time warp that has found itself in this warehouse somewhere in Mexico. And they left his gun that didn't work right next to him? Stupidest captors ever. Movie makes the dogs run into the shadows because whatever Hannibal does to get out of this without shooting them is almost certainly bullshit. Liam Neeson isn't killing anyone in this scene, not even a dog. And of course they also let the captive keep his GPS device. I mean, it was so obvious the dogs were going to take care of him, why bother searching him, right? Movie gives fewer fucks about its plot details than you do. You can outrun the cops in Mexico in a car like this, but you definitely cannot hide. This asshole's name, translated in English, is guy who helps the movie rip off Indiana Jones.
I like this whole Santa Fe motif you got going here, Tuco.
Tuco? New Mexico? Is this a discount Breaking Bad? Because I might actually award points if it is. Convenient re-stolen van is convenient.
You jacking me? What is this, opposite day?
Opposite day.
You should have told a stranger? I don't even know you, fool!
BA helpfully defines stranger for us so we can follow along. You just shot me, but what the hell? You have the same tattoo as me, so it's all water under the bridge, man.
I know where you are, sir.
What are the odds that these two Army Rangers would bump into each other in the middle of bump Mexico?
I don't subscribe to coincidence, Corporal.
But screenwriters do.
Now I need your help to save another.
And I'm hoping you can just gloss over that whole I just shot you thing.
You actually believe that you got me?
Bad guy continues monologuing even after his captive says this so that Hannibal and BA have time to get here. We already sin the convenient timing of BA and Hannibal meeting in the desert and the convenientness of the bad guy monologuing instead of killing Face. But how the f did Face know that all these other conveniences were going to conspire to keep him alive? You could literally close your eyes and have just as much clues to what's going on as if you were watching this shit. Face would be excellent at cinema sins.
Thank you. Heck.
Caracas. It's all good.
Wait, these guys are all meeting for the first time? Hollywood gives us yet another origin story we didn't ask for or need. I guess the bad guys know exactly where the fledgling A-team went after their daring escape?
I'm a real soldier. I'm a ranger, baby.
Well, isn't somewhere in Mexico a geographical oddity? It has more disgraced Army Rangers per capita than anywhere in the world. Director has a writing credit, so you know this shit's gonna rule, just like when M. Night Shyamalan does it.
We got a hot temperature of 6!
I see Bad Aim Academy graduated their senior class today. Movie destroys literally my favorite thing about the TV show 16 minutes in. I'm no helicopter scientist, but I feel confident saying bullshit.
He's only got heat seekers left!
Even if you somehow know the Mexican helicopter's payload, you f***ing counted the missiles he fired at you while your chopper was upside down? Face definitely doesn't have the strength to one-arm BA back into the helicopter. They should have lost 2 Army Rangers right there, but I imagine they would have found 2 more at a truck stop later. Movie rips off the stalled vehicle that is falling, starts just in time to avoid a crash cliche from literally everything.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Wait, was that a 20-minute movie? Oh, thank God. Damn it! Any one of those 80 missions were probably more entertaining than the one we're about to watch. Also, yeah, but how many failures? I refuse to believe this ragtag group of stubborn soldiers managed to successfully complete 80 missions without also f***ing up just as many missions. Also, BA said he was dishonorably discharged. Did they just give that guy a clean slate and welcome him back like the prodigal son? Because I'm here to tell you, the military does not do prodigal sons. They don't do welcome backs.
Face, you want napalmed or nuke?
Murdoch, burn the hell out of him.
Everyone knows only assholes order steak well done.
Yeah.
Oh, good. These two characters have some sort of romantic history. Anytime these two talk about their relationship, I'm just gonna skip it. Is that cool?
Now, the only mint outside of the U.S. capable of printing our money belong to the Shah of Iran.
Movie's just gonna casually drop that shit and just move on like it's nothing.
There's some rumors about some top secret plates.
Oh, I get it. We didn't see the other 80 missions because they didn't involve a romantic subplot crashing into an illegal military operation clashing with a legal military operation.
If you're gonna make a play for these plates, I'm waving you off right now.
Well, isn't it convenient that the A-team is being simultaneously recruited and prohibited for the same mission? I mean, did Jessica Biel and Lynch coordinate their polar opposite requests to be simultaneous?
You never came back.
Skip!
He's wearing body armor in the HQ, and that should tell you everything you need to know about the CIA.
That they read the news, and that sometimes even U.S. soldiers on base go batshit crazy and shoot people. Oh, you meant the easy joke that they're paranoid. Sorry, I was taking you literally there for a second. Remember, people, you are not in reality. You are not even in movie reality. You are in coincidence land, an alternate dimension where any crazy convenient plot development not only can happen, but does happen.
I'm 10 times the man I was when you met.
Liam Neeson isn't killing anyone in this scene.
I figured you Black Forest guys...
Oh, I get it. They're like Blackwater. There's no way they're evil.
We'll make in a week what you guys make in a year.
Rival team is in it for the money, not the science.
I ain't stepping foot in any type of aircraft.
Are you ever gonna let me live that down?
Nope.
So in the last 8 years, Murdoch has never piloted this crew again since that initial scene we saw. BA hasn't had to be in an aircraft all that time. Is the movie daring me to hate it?
Let's go, fool!
Nobody on a populated army base notices this door or this engine getting pulled off the truck.
Hit the media tent and see what's lying around.
Tons of media credentials, I'm sure. Braveheart reference is so hilarious that the movie inserts a laugh break.
Where is Hannibal Smith?
Do captains generally get away with talking to generals like this, Captain?
Base. Your point of entry is under the hotel. Packed with foreign press and private security.
Okay, so the whole reason to get a press pass was to enter this hotel so that Face could get to this sewer grate. But why can't he just go to the sewer grate without going through all that? Later, BA joins the action further down the road with a stolen motorcycle. He doesn't need to sneak past anybody, so all that nonsense with getting the press passes was pretty worthless. Let me put it this way, Jerry Rice dropped some passes in his career, and catching passes is not a hard job compared to this. These guys can account for everything, in Baghdad, on a secret mission, and there's no variables, and never a mistake. You want a motorcycle to blow up a truck without accounting for speed or changing course or any other human elements? You got it! Hey, let's just leave this thing full of money wide open and sitting unguarded.
Contact rear!
See what happens when you leave this shit unattended? Highly trained A-team that can do an impossible mission suddenly can't aim so bad guys can get away. Also, Liam Neeson isn't killing anyone in this scene because his aim is horrible. Also, the movie steals the ragtag military unit gets betrayed by higher-ups during a dangerous op thing from the losers. Although, you could argue the Losers is kind of an A-team ripoff already, but since we don't care much for source material, discount the Losers. One sin.
Why hasn't Black Forest been brought to trial?
Because they're run by Chick Daney.
This court is rendering guilty verdicts for each member of this Alpha Unit, or A-Team.
Roll credits. Also, this movie just took 41 minutes to give us the same setup the TV show gave us in 60 seconds of introduction narration.
You're all hereby stripped of formal rank and dishonorably discharged.
Mr. Baracus, you are dishonorably discharged again. Somehow.
Absolute disgrace!
Control your men!
You just stripped them all of rank, dude. He's not a colonel anymore, and these are not his men. F***ing dumbass judge, in case you confused it with prison.
You of all people must understand the value of a name. Now listen.
So wait, did they leave Visitation, go into this yard and say a couple things, then go straight back to Visitation to finish up this thought? This drug should last long enough to declare me dead and have me placed into a crematorium and allow me to wake up a split second before the burners consume me in a fiery death. Also, movie whips out the mysterious drug you can take that makes you appear dead when you're really just in a deep sleep from, well, if we're being honest, from f***ing Shakespeare, but also from a shit ton of movies. The director either saw Mission Impossible and or Clear and Present Danger, slammed his fist on the table and said, we have to have the exact same actor to play the CIA director in this movie. Movie completely glosses over how the unknown persons managed to drag the tanning booth out of the prison into this spot. But hey, this is the same movie that suggests Face had a f***ing Dave and Buster's in his cell a few moments ago, so I guess it's par for the course. Come on, how are they certain he would pay attention to the f***ing license plates? Also, why aren't any of the guards paying attention if it's so obvious?
Don't do it!
The guard waits until BA is all the way in the back of the bus before saying anything to him.
How did you know that once that door was extracted that it would take his weight?
Remember the gag we did in
Venezuela. But that was a midget.
Characters describe a more interesting plot than the movie they're currently in. Ham and red-eye gravy is a sin at $3.99 or any other price.
I can't kill anybody.
Damn, now BA literally pities the fools instead of killing them. Okay, I'm fucking done. I'm walking out of here for a bit. I might retire. I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna have to go down an undocumented amount of vodka to believe what I just saw. Also, BA is driving this Hummer, right? And he took a vow of non-violence, right? So how could he be sure there was no one he could run over when he ran through this wall?
Stop right there! Ram it! Hey! I said hold!
And for the remainder of this scene, absolutely no one will try and stop these guys. Military presence is not required at military outposts. How has Jessica Biel not caught up with them yet? How do they have time for this bullshit? Thankfully for Biel, there's only one plane taking off from this airbase right now, so she can easily identify which plane has the fugitives in it. This military SUV went to the Prometheus school of running away from things. Phew! Now that you're up in the air, who could possibly get in another plane and stop you? Damn, she'd be good at cinema sins too. And she's hot. Human being in a falling tank is better at shooting drones than drones are at shooting human being. Also, after this explosion, Face and the rest of the A-team are dead. This is where the movie jumped the tank. Or dropped the tank. NATO. Jump the tank NATO. Whatever. This is where the movie got so stupid that even the early scenes were laughing at it. Hold on here, people. Wait, just, you, over there, you go call Neil deGrasse Tyson right now. I need to understand the physics of what's being displayed here because my inner nerd says this shit is impossible to achieve, let alone survive. It's too bad this phone number's fake because I have many questions and comments. And if we kill this innocent German, who gives a fuck? He's German.
Sweat like a whore in church.
Sweating like a whore in church, cliche.
Hello, handsome. Wait, I've seen this person before.
No shit. You were basically following that asshole around 6 months ago. The movie made a big deal about it. Like, you kind of knew he was a bad guy.
With whom am I speaking?
This is Lieutenant Sosa. Is this Agent Lynch?
The movie's gone to great lengths to show that not only do lots of CIA agents go by the name Agent Lynch as an alias, but also that this particular Agent Lynch is basically a ghost. So how the f did she manage to pick up a phone and call him based on a satellite picture of his face that reminded her of his name?
If you facilitated Smith's escape and are currently aiding and abetting him. Ooh, buddy.
Oh, buddy.
I'm going to have to go out of my way to disappoint you.
Movie lets characters speak for it in direct address to audience. Also, Jessica Biel said this exact same thing to me once, though I thought the request I had made was well within the bounds of reason.
Our surveillance has him and an unknown Arab making regular trips from the train station to the bank.
Obviously, General Morrison is confused for an unknown Arab. Honestly, did the military even check the remains of that Humvee explosion at all? I mean, even if they didn't realize this is Morrison, they should at least be able to realize it's a white dude in an Arab costume.
Oh, come on, you want to go there?
Skip! In Germany, apparently you can climb out of cars with automatic weapons brandished, and no one thinks it's weird.
Murdoch, here comes the arrow.
Murdoch is on standby in a helicopter flying around Frankfurt, but apparently the city doesn't give a shit about rogue helicopters. This movie is 62% cartoon bullshit like this. They want revenge on Pike. They even discussed killing him, but no, we're just here for the plates right now. We'll revenge this dude later for some reason. This guy is supposedly a top covert operative, but he aims like a novice. I'm a bad guy with everything to lose, but let's drop the gun and fist fight this dude because machismo. What the f is going on?
You know who this is?
We all do.
Kelsey Grammer?
We all do.
Hannibal just now put this all together?
I saw your tomb at Arlington.
Yeah, about that. How did you manage to attend the funeral after being arrested?
Boss, could you do that to us? What Morrison did.
This is an absolute total bullshit question from left field. And good thing, too, because it eventually leads to Hannibal figuring out Dr. House style that a drone is headed their way.
It looks exactly like Call of Duty, doesn't it? All right.
Yeah, except Call of Duty will tell you that you got the kill. You actually have to verify that on your own in the real world.
Get an agency scrub team out there and get me the goddamn plates back.
Are you sure those plates weren't melted in the explosion? I mean, that was pretty stupid to do if the plates were anywhere inside that house.
Yes, we have weapons. No, you may not want us.
Is that how that works? Kids, don't try this at home, even with a badge. That's a tackling.
What do we do, boss?
I don't know, Murdoch.
I love it when a plan doesn't come together.
Where
LA Dawson, 48 hours, dawn.
Well, that's kind of specific, but still pretty damn vague. The LA docks aren't like a small operation or anything. You want to tell me which slip, maybe?
Any bullshit from your end? And that's it. Deal's off. Did we get him?
No.
Why did you f***ing hang up? You were the one that ended that call, stupid lady. Don't be mad at your underlings or even f***ing Hannibal. It's all on you, babe. And you are a f***ing babe, but still at fault here. Previously on the A-Team. So Face gave her a phone and said hold on to it, and that's the phone she's got sitting out on the table in front of her? Because it gets called all the time, or what?
Hello, beautiful.
Here's where the movie that delights in showing you the preparation and planning goes against type and hides a big secret from you solely because the finale demanded it.
Rabbi Binky Rabinowitz?
What passport did I give you?
Hilarious passport mix-up from the team that plans everything down to the letter. This movie does not give any f***s whatsoever about what should happen.
Uno on gas, Swahili.
Deal one.
What, did Murdoch have to call the Matrix and download Swahili into his brain? What the f*** took him so long? Movie unintentionally inspires entire Expendables franchise with a few B-roll shots of a plane flying.
Why so many of these damn things anyway?
Because overkill is underrated.
No, it's properly rated. Movies like this wear overkill like a badge. It's why we can never expect more from movies, even ones called the A-Team. Montage of shit you don't understand, preparing for the final heist or standoff cliche.
And you put them on display for the whole world to see. Any questions?
Yeah, about 1 million. At the ship no one discussed meeting at.
Contact! Tower house and bow! It's packing for rockets!
Well, there's no way you can see who's down here amongst the chaos, fireworks, exploding cars, and other shit, but sure, it's Peck and Baracus.
What is happening?
What is going on?
Man, would all the characters in this movie be good at cinema sins?
Thanks. What the hell was that? Why can this ship this small?
How the f*** do you have any clue where that rocket came from or who fired it? Dude fired one rocket at the hull and now the ship is just spontaneously spouting secondary explosions whenever the script feels like it. BA survives an unpredictable and catastrophic shipping container avalanche. Where does this dude keep getting extra rockets for this thing? He stole that from one of Lynch's soldiers after killing him. Did that guy have a stash of rockets next to him that Pike is now lugging around all over the place? Ah, what the hell, let's put another mystery explosion on that boat. 2-hour supposed action comedy movie somehow makes itself feel longer than Dr. Zhivago.
How you doing, handsome?
Just kill him already, you cunt.
Your Muay Thai is as bad as your Jiu-Jitsu, Lynch.
Then why did you get beat up the first time around?
Unless you have a piece of paper that looks exactly like...
Oh boy, I sure am glad this character I didn't care about got to shove those words back in his face. Murdoch, you scamp! Oh yeah, there are actually 4 members of the A-Team. We just haven't seen this one for the entire finale because the movie apparently thinks he's worthless. I'm kinda surprised there's not another explosion happening on that boat right f***ing now. Aw, fuck. They dragged poor John Hamm into this, didn't they?
I'm so sorry, Faith.
And skip! Instead of just ending, the movie decides to rip off the girl law enforcement officer helps her prisoner lover escape ending from out of sight.
They survive as soldiers of fortune.
The movie gives you the finger by first showing you a 2-hour protracted origin story, then using the end credits to show you how much more quickly they could have accomplished that feat.
But how do you protect the face? You don't mess with it, kid. This guy Murdoch is nuts.
Movie doesn't respect the original cast enough to give them cameos in anything other than pointless post-credit scenes.
Oh, nougat. Nougat!
An astute observation has led to laughter. We are laughing.
On the charge of conduct unbecoming a United States Marine, the members find the accused guilty as charged.
No more monkey business! No! More monkey business!
I want her phones, her computers, any support packages she operates. I want to know everything.
I want him dead. I want his family dead. I want his house burnt to the ground.
Trench?
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, sure is.
Why does that never happen to me?
Let me show you my plan for sending you home. Please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it.
I'll pick up the rest.
I see that it had a certain panache. That's what I'm good at. Not the work, the presentation.
Reading. Yeah, f*** you, France.
The Russian president ordered massive bombing strikes.
1995. Close enough to the Cold War that Hollywood could still get away with presenting Russia as an aggressive world military power worthy of concern. Hey, wait.
And appears to be turning into the worst standoff since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
So there's your 90-second, I guess, news broadcast? Was that live? I don't know. All I know is that he was kicked off the ship for impersonating a news broadcaster later. Movie about nuclear submarines takes its name from a college sports nickname because SEC bitches. Wait. Aragorn and Malcolm X together at a kid's birthday party? I think I just found my fan fiction niche.
Threaten nuclear attack.
Oh good, more news.
Should anyone, including the...
Either they lit the birthday candles and neglected to have the birthday girl blow them out, or they lit them before the magic show even began, which is way too f***ing early to be lighting birthday candles, or it's possible the prop guy lit them because he thought it'd make a cool but illogical shot. Michael Bay's Godfathers.
Yeah, horses, they're fascinating animals. Dumb as fence posts, but very intuitive. In that way, they're not too different from high school girls. They might not have a brain in their head, but they do know all the boys want to f*** them.
Who is f***ing the horse in this scenario? Because I feel like that's a line you've been dying to say, but you worried you never get a chance to say it, and then this thing about horses comes up, and you're like, time for my brilliant line about high school girls.
Jack Russell's smartest dogs alive.
But not that intuitive, and that way they're like those nerdy chicks in AP Calculus. They have brains in their heads, but no idea how much the boys want to f*** them. Also, I see someone's never owned a border collie.
I will kill 900,000 of the people who are responsible.
Think you've seen enough?
Of news broadcasts? Most definitely.
Here we go again, Commander.
Hunter just happens to get the XO job on a submarine where his best buddy is the weapons officer. And thank God, right? Movie probably saved a ton of money on rain machine rental by filming next door to the Shawshank Redemption set right when Darabont was filming Andy's Escape. Microphones hooked up in a downpour? That's a paddling.
And what is that name, Mr. Cobb?
Alabama, sir.
And what do we say? Go, Bama! Roll Tide!
I didn't know that being on a submarine called the Alabama meant also loving the state and being a fan of their football team. How many of these assholes have ever been to Alabama? Is the Navy still welding pieces of this submarine in place right before launch? Where are all the f***ing sparks coming from? Submarine clearly has 3 camouflage spires in this shot, but then later only has 1 in subsequent diving shots.
Bravo, Hunter. You knew to shut up and enjoy the view. Your stock just went up a couple of points.
30-year veteran Navy captain uses arbitrary scoring system for his new XOs.
If you want your own boat someday, the very worst thing you can do is worry about yourself or try to impress me.
Said the guy who just hyped up his scoring system for subordinate officers. Seriously, using a men's choir to accent the action? Movie wishes it could be The Hunt for Red October. Oh, awesome. They're in the deeps portion of the Pacific Ocean. And not only that, but there are a multiple amount of deeps that they are navigating here. Also, in case you confused it with the Pacific Ocean shallows, this submarine brought a VHS copy of Cliffhanger on board. I'm glad we're getting the Greenwich Mean Time for this. It puts me right in the action, and I don't need to think, wait, is that 0400 Eastern Time? Did I leave the oven on? I bet I left the oven on. Holy shit, is that Ryan Phillippe? Because f*** that guy. Also, doofus low-level sailor is allowed to keep an aquarium with dozens of pet fish on a submarine because Hollywood. Worst cooks ever kickstart a chain of events so that Hunter and Ramsey can have their first showdown. Also, Denny's. Hunter just happens to be right next to the firefighter suits when one alarm sounds, which would be a matter of convenience except for the fact that he doesn't even take one. The next time we see him, though, he's got all the gear. Also, why is it that the TSO yells "Fire in the galley!" over the intercom, but it takes an alarm to sound before Hunter's aware of the fire? No one except the new XO knows about the magic one-touch button that puts out kitchen fires.
If you got something to say to me, you say it in private.
What did Hunter say that was so bad in front of the other men? He quietly reminded the captain that the fire could flare back up. But he didn't say, hey, f***tard, why are you running a weapons drill right now?
By the way, it was Marichek's 300 pounds that killed him, not the fire.
How many heavy people are on this ship? We have a chief of the boat. He's a big dude. Earlier we saw Bobby, not exactly a paragon of fitness himself, making snide remarks about this guy, who couldn't even do 3 push-ups. Also, when you bring up one guy's weight in a movie and then some other guy dies because of his weight, that tends to be confusing. Protagonist takes out his frustration through boxing cliché.
Does it make any sense to you to start a drill in the middle of a fire?
No, it does not. In fact, I'm surprised the Navy doesn't have explicit regulations about this kind of thing. This is 1995. We are well into the litigious cover-your-ass era.
Navy's all he's got. Navy and that little rat dog is. That's why his wife left him.
Wow, clunky exposition and a riveting ironing scene. Bravo, movie. Bravo.
That he would launch his land-based nuclear weapons at the United States and at Japan.
Movie thinks that it can just sneak Ricky Schroeder past us without us noticing. I mean, even this guy's kind of big, you know? The Navy will apparently put 150 pounds on you before you can go on a mission.
Well, I said that the Kirby Silver Surfer was the only real Silver Surfer, and that the Mobius Silver Surfer was
It won't matter which Silver Surfer is best when you see the f***ing movies. Also, I suppose you don't need to credit Quentin Tarantino on the script touch-up if you're going to let him write dialogue that is so obviously Tarantino-ish. Nailed it. That is how you handle a problem right there. Of course, he never goes to talk to the other guy who was in the fight. That guy can shove whomever he wants and prefer the Mobius Silver Surfer without any reprimand. But what is the time? Boy, sure is a good thing we had that little Silver Surfer fight a minute ago, because now we're going to see his character in action, and I wouldn't have given a flying f*** about this guy if I hadn't seen that Silver Surfer thing a minute ago.
Set condition 1 SQ for strategic missile launch. Spin up.
What the f*** is Steve Zahn doing? They were told to man battle stations and everybody ran out of the room. Also, isn't he the same guy who gave orders during the weapons test? So when shit gets real, he becomes a slacker? Oh, look at Steve Zahn, pretending he's been doing his job the whole time. Sad Phillippe is sad.
Captain.
Yet again, manufactured tension between the two leads coming out of nowhere. Did Hunter say something completely out of line? This is the reason for Ramsey being a dick.
We got a limited radio transmission indicating an incoming EAM. We need to go shallow to reestablish communications.
What else is he supposed to say? And how else is he supposed to say it?
When our missile system is ready, Mr. Hunter, it is my intention to rise to launch depth, launch our birds, and then get the hell out of there.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. The whole reason why you didn't want to go up to the communications depth was because there was a Russian sub out there that could fire at you at any moment. That's why you dove to 831 feet. But wouldn't rising to launch depth put you in the same danger? Also, wouldn't rising to launch depth put you in the position to get the EAM? You began the mission at 150 feet, and when you started diving to avoid the Russian sub, you started getting a message, so you can apparently get communications at that depth.
We lost him, sir.
Well, keep looking. He's out there looking for us.
Not necessarily. I mean, shit. He turned toward you, fired 2 missiles at you, and you ramped up the speed and made about as much noise as a sub can make trying to get away. Does the other guy not have sonar? Did you go dead in the water after the explosion so that his sonar can't see you? You're telling me this dog was shut up in this bunk room with a lidless bowl of treats on the desk and didn't eat them all? Talk about threatening the suspension of disbelief.
Oh, we're in too close. Our weapons won't have time to arm.
Character unnecessarily wastes time explaining things to another character who should know better anyway, just so the audience can get some cheap submarine 101.
Just shoot the f***er. What's 1,000 yards for? Because it takes 1,000 yards for the torpedoes to arm. Jesus, who'd you to get on this ship?
My thoughts exactly. And they go double for that asshat on the bridge a second ago who was equally clueless about this fact.
Passing 1,600 feet.
None of these sailors is doing anything to help restore the ship to working condition. This is tragic and all, but someone tell me again why these 3 idiots down here didn't just come up. One of them even said,
"What the f*** are we doing here?"
It's not like they didn't know their efforts were at this point in vain. It's not like they didn't know the water level was rising and Ricky Schroeder was yelling for them.
Time maneuvering, turbine power restored!
And some ex-machina guy we didn't get to watch managed to fix the propulsion just 25 feet from hull crush depth. They should call this movie Convenience Tide.
I've been with the captain for years, and this asshole Hunter shows up.
Which brings up this question. Why haven't any of Ramsey's loyal followers ever been promoted to XO? They obviously have the experience, and they know what kind of man he is and get along with him. Maybe Ramsey wouldn't have such a hard time keeping his second-in-command if he could hire from within.
You know how many checks we go through to make sure a launch order is authentic?
Well, 2, right? You match the code on the paper to the code in the safe, and And you have the XO do the same thing. Really, it's one, if we're being honest, and it's just that one being repeated by a second person. So, one check.
You don't put on a condom unless you're gonna fuck.
Yeah, but when you're fueling your missiles, you want them to hit the target. When you're putting on a condom, you definitely don't want your missiles to hit the target. Also, maybe you're putting it on to demonstrate to someone else the proper condom application process. Or maybe you're a condom model. Huh? Ever think of that? Also, dude, the entire Cold War was nothing but a series of condom putting ons without fucking. Did someone just say something about fucking? Despite having no reason at all to turn on his friend or go against established naval policy, Wepps agrees to the mutiny because reasons. Yeah, better close that door. It's not like people can see or hear you on the other side.
So it's all about knowing, Mr.
Okay, so his name is Vossler. Isn't that the same name that was on the boxing marquee in Pulp Fiction? Vossler versus Martinez? Fucking Tarantino. You can't even script doctor without putting one of your buddies' names in it.
Well, I'm Captain Kirk, you're Scotty.
Well, yeah, I suppose you don't need to credit Quentin Tarantino on the script touch-up if you're going to let him write dialogue that is so obviously Tarantino-ish. So, Crimson Tide is the title. The plot is basically two powers alternating turns on the throne. So, all I really need to know is which one's Alabama and which one's Auburn.
Inform your men directly that the captain is in command. I have the con. An attempted mutiny has been put down.
Dude, what's the point of the special order for them to inform their men directly if you're just gonna hop on the intercom and tell everyone at once?
Mr. Zimmer is the new XO.
See? I mean, he's probably not as good as Hunter, but he's at least not gonna make the mistake of being black. Naval assholes are so sloppy they need 2 notes to remind them to clean. And this is the officer's mess, too. Also, it's your duty to clean, exclamation point. Coffee pot after you use it. That is definitely one sentence presented as 2. Good thing the captain told his mutiny dudes to clean out the weapons locker when they went for firearms. Oh, wait. Ramsey just happens to be walking underneath Hunter at this very moment so he can figure out they're going to missile control. Well, if the movie's trying to make it seem like either guy could be right, this part here kind of derails that in a huge way. Also, Hackman just went from kind of a hard-ass captain who is still not technically wrong to straight-up dickwad antagonist in the span of 3 seconds.
Initiate fire.
Submarine goes through the Death Star waiting period in order to get ready to fire.
Con, weapons. Russian missiles will have launch capability in 7 minutes.
Captain Radio, Vossler, sir, she's breathing again. We are really, really close.
You got 3 minutes.
Okay, so why was there a rush to launch the missiles then? If you're drawing a line at 4 total minutes until the potential Russian launch, seems like you could have had time to get a simple freaking message back when you had way more time earlier. Sure, there was a Russian sub around, but you were willing to go to launch depth, so what the fuck?
Speaking of horses, did you ever see those Lippinzahner stallions?
Well, yeah, I suppose you don't need to credit Quentin Tarantino on the script touch-up. Ah, f*** it.
The Lippinzahner stallions, most highly trained horses in the world, they're all white.
That's racist. Also, did I miss some racial subtext? They took that subtext right to the text without a bit of warning, didn't they?
And at birth, they're not white. They're black.
I guess this means something somehow. Either black is better or white is better. I can't decide.
Doherty, Westergaard, Zimmer, get that EAM.
Does it require 3 people to go get a message? Oh, screw you. We know the message is to terminate the launch. You know what would have been amazing? If it didn't terminate the launch. See, it's possible for Hunter to still be right, but still have to launch the missiles. But the movie has to be black and white, right? You see, being right was not what this was about. But I always felt like this was the douchier move. It's like a broadcast of how above it Hunter is that he's right. This guy's job.
I'm prepared to make my recommendations to Subpac.
Without my testimony, sir?
If he is lying, this will be the first I've heard of it.
Okay. But who cares whether he doesn't lie or not? There's something called bias that generally gets in the way of the truth sometimes, whether you think you're telling 100% of the truth or not.
You were both right, and you were also both wrong.
Honestly, they stacked the deck so high against Ramsey's being right, this statement doesn't seem that truthful. It seems like Hunter was pretty much 100% right, and Ramsey did everything he could to avoid being right in every situation. Also, cop-out ending suggests you should forget that the captain put a gun to an innocent sailor's head and also punched his XO in the face several times.
Be given his next command at the earliest possible convenience.
Movie unintentionally inspires the antagonist gives the protagonist a good recommendation at the end surprise from The Devil Wears Prada. More reading. Scary reading.
Passing 1,500 feet. At 1850, it's all over.
Your background is impressive, George, but how does it apply to what we do here at Kruger Industrial Smoothing?
Little ducks, there's trouble in Russia. So they called us. And we're going over there, bringing the most lethal killing machine.
Tonight, we skate with them. Tonight, we stay with them. And we shut them down because we can.
I grew up around here. My grandfather took me to fish off that island right over there.
There is one question you haven't asked me yet.
You can't break me because you didn't make me. You understand? Huh?
Set condition 1 SQ for strategic. 1-5 and 20-24.
Before we begin, Captain, I'd like to know exactly what happened to Putin. He didn't sleep on his tea, did he?
I don't think I like your tone, Slavin.
What the hell's my tone got to do with it?
We can still go back. All we have to say is
no going back.
Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did!
May I have your attention? I'm confused. All I hear from you, you spineless cowards, is how poor you are. How you can't afford my taxes, my protection. And yet somehow, you've all managed to find the money to hire a professional gunfighter to kill me.
New logo, same epilepsy. Also 30 seconds of logo. Establishing shots of Washington, D.C. are not complete without at least one monument and one jogger.
On your left.
Also, does Cap need to run laps to stay in shape? Isn't it that concoction of superhero steroids that keeps him powerful even after 60 years of being in a coma? I guess he could have gotten bored, but damn, go fight crime or something.
Don't you say it. Left.
The running in the movie started on some bridge crossing the Potomac. How did Steve run the exact same course that Sam was running to lap him 3 times in 3 different locations? They weren't running around the reflecting pool the whole time, that's for damn sure.
Internet, so helpful.
Except for BuzzFeed. This is a funny list of things that Steve needs to catch up on, but who just randomly told him, check out Steve Jobs of Apple Inc.? What you learn may surprise you. Man, so glad they included the latitude and longitude, or else I would have been lost. Is he a superhero or is he born? Because in this opening sequence, it's tough to tell the difference. Warning, ride may cause vomiting. Sure, everything up to this point has been covert, done with a maximum amount of sensitivity. So it was about time Cap threw his shield through the wheelhouse so that the bad guy could be alerted to his presence. Badass or no, one measly kick is enough to keep Cap from nabbing this guy. Sure would have been great if he had his shield with him right now. Basic playground taunting is enough to enter Cap into this let's fight without weapons cliche. Also, how the f*** does Cap have time to learn French when he still hasn't even seen Star Trek? What the f*** is going on? Is Cap not a super soldier with super strength? Cap went toe-to-toe with f***ing Iron Man in the Avengers, so why are regular human dudes suddenly a match for him? Yeah, but what are its coordinates? Oh.
Last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye.
You trusted the safety of Earth to the Avengers you assembled to save New York, even at the point of blowing up a US plane that was gonna bomb New York. So you trust people all the time, ass.
Every week some punk would say, what's in the bag?
What would he do?
I don't know, Cap. Maybe if you'd let him finish the story, he'd tell you.
Stark?
He had a few suggestions once he got an up-close look at our old turbines.
Marvel continues to think merely mentioning the other Avengers in these standalone movies will be all the audience needs to stop wondering why the other Avengers aren't actually helping out in this movie's crisis.
The satellites can read a terrorist's DNA before he steps outside his spider hole.
Even if I'm willing to give you that magic satellite, that also means you somehow have a database with the DNA of every person in the world matched to an identity. And that's not acceptable in any way at all. We've now seen enough movies with Chris Evans in them to start saying Chris Evans is on a motorcycle cliche. Steve goes to learn about himself before learning about Steve Jobs and Apple. Only one little boy recognizes Cap at his own exhibit.
Best friends since childhood. Bucky Barnes and Stephen Rogers were inseparable.
Why the f*** would this childhood best friend and fellow soldier merit his own wing in the Captain America Museum? I know the movie wants to suddenly make Bucky super important, but that doesn't mean the world would have.
The best that we can do is to start over.
Cap just happens to visit his would-have-been girlfriend right before her imminent death. Would we think less of this movie if they didn't have holograms talking to Nick Fury? Is this our future? I hope not. Holograms look awful in every movie, unless they're used for trickery in Thor: The Dark World. Then they just don't make sense.
A breach like this raises serious questions.
Marvel poaches a secondary villain from the best DC movie ever. Even at 193 years old, Robert Redford can still act any of the rest of this movie's stars under the table.
But you gotta get Iron Man to stop by my niece's birthday party.
Iron Man 4, niece's birthday party. No wonder Downey didn't want to do it.
Look who it is. The Running Man.
Arnold Schwarzenegger must have that Benjamin Button condition then.
This is help.
Geez, holograms on the car windshield too? That's not only useless, but what I call distracted driving.
Recommend anesthetic Injection.
And also remind you that this high-tech state-of-the-art vehicle is a Chevy. These shady military goons brought in a battering ram instead of, say, I don't know, explosives to destroy this car. I'd like to see these guys shoot out the tires for once. Who knows, maybe they skimped on automatic tire inflation technology and you can kill Nick Fury instead of whatever this is. Why was he even bothering to drive this god car in the first place? Shady government goons take shooting lessons from the projections in Inception. Winter Soldier dude just happens to be waiting for Nick on this random street. Also, he's not only doing his best Joker from Dark Knight imitation, but also waiting all these needless minutes while his underling assassins flail around before stepping in to do the job himself. That seems like a perfectly handy weapon the other bad guys could have used earlier. He brought his lightsaber? That thing cut an escape tunnel through first his unkillable vehicle, and second through the street and into the ground in like 5 seconds. Plus it was able to displace a giant pile of rubble that carving such a tunnel would create. Also, I suppose the Winter Soldier didn't just go ahead and climb down into the tunnel and chase after an extremely injured man with no weapons. He said, I guess my work is done here, and bounced. Captain America is worldwide famous and has his own wing at the Smithsonian, but no fans or paparazzi are staking out his residence at all. It's probably because they respect his privacy, right? Is this the movie's end credits sequence?
That's up to you.
Bad guys finally find their aim when it's surprising to the audience.
Don't trust anyone.
I bet he means that asshole Walter Donovan from The Last Crusade. Also, other people you shouldn't trust. Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, or any of the other superheroes you would instantly call in this situation if you were a logical human being. Captain America is a dick to Office Spaces. Jump down, f***er! What the hell are you giving up for? How far could he possibly have gotten in the last 3 seconds? I mean, this is definitely an elaborate hoax, right? I can't imagine why Marvel would want to kill off Nick Fury, or Samuel L. Jackson saying, I don't want to do any more of these highly profitable movies. Steve pulls out his secret flash drive in full view because I guess he needs reminding that he has this flash drive in his pocket. Some of you may not be aware, but when a person dies, the hospital wheels them into a side room so that person's employees can silently mourn the carcass for a few minutes.
You need to take him.
Because he's definitely not dead. I mean, why else would Maria Hill be in this movie? Other than to take Nick Fury to his secret bunker where he can pop out and introduce us to the events of Avengers 2.
Strike, move it out.
Never before has the timing of a concession vending machine refill job been so perfect. Also, this is either the worst hiding place in the world for a flash drive, or it's a biting indictment on how few people buy Hubba Bubba. Bad guys decide to be annoying and make the elevator stop down every floor to collect reinforcements. Movie villains send regular humans to try and kill Cap in an elevator because the movie doesn't want to f***. It only wants some cheap foreplay.
He's headed for the garage. Lock down the bridge.
Steve manages to run into the garage, get his motorcycle, drive off, and still get to the bridge in time before they lock it down. I'm confused. I know he's super strong and the shield is basically indestructible, but how is the shield also a boomerang? Is the movie saying he's just so gifted with hand-eye coordination that he always throws it perfectly so it careens back to him? Too bad shield only has one of those hoverplane things.
If someone tweets about this guy, I want to know about it.
Tweeting.
Captain Rogers has information regarding the death of Director Fury. He refused to share it.
So we tried to kill him, rather than arrest him and interrogate him. How did she know to come back to the hospital and check the vending machine? Nick Fury wasn't there anymore, she left before Cap hid the flash drive, and she's not one of the bad guys. Paranoia only works when the shady action makes sense.
Most of the intelligence community doesn't believe he exists. The ones that do call him the Winter Soldier.
Roll credits.
I was escorting a nuclear engineer out of Iran. Somebody shot out my tires.
Definitely not any bad guys then.
The drive has a level 6 homing program, so as soon as we boot up, S.H.I.E.L.D. will know exactly where we are.
The question is, with such an important flash drive, why don't they have a homing beacon that works without booting up?
How much time will we have?
About 9 minutes from now.
9 minutes? For a level 6 homing program? Jesus, how slow is level 3? That is a huge-ass f***ing arbitrary window of time. How do we know they're evil, ladies and gentlemen? Because they're in black trucks riding single file and tailgating. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s only available agents to pursue #1 fugitive Steve Rogers are all the way back at headquarters. So I guess Natasha just calculated the drive time from headquarters to the mall to come up with that ridiculous 9-minute window.
Public displays of affection make people very uncomfortable.
Bad guys don't notice obvious incognito good guys because the power of other people's boners is stronger. Funhouse mirror Chris Evans. The coordinates are the same base where Cap was trained, but he's still only slightly cautious. Again, if he'd spent more free time catching up on movies instead of memorizing non-fiction bullshit, he'd know he's walking right into a trap.
There's Stark's father.
Howard.
Where the f*** is Roger Sterling, assholes? How are you just gonna recast younger Howard Stark and forget all about the badass you had playing the character earlier? Jesus, first they had to trace the drive's origin, then they had to spot the out-of-place fake munitions bunker, then they had to notice the small rush of air indicating a passageway. I'm beginning to think this villain that wants to be found doesn't actually want to be found. Even if her advanced cell phone has an app that can do this, it's still only indicating the 4 most often pressed numbers, not the order they're pressed in. So Natasha instantly pressing them in the correct order is a middle finger, and I'm just going to give you one right back.
Shall we play a game? It's from a movie that was really popular.
Steve's seen f***ing War Games before seeing Star Trek.
What we did not realize was that if you try to take that freedom, they resist.
You honestly believe that? Did you sit around in a room somewhere thinking, you know what I love? When people tell me what to do.
The new Hydra grew a beautiful parasite inside S.H.I.E.L.D.
Why is the evil Hydra science guy's brain computer giving up an exposition dump to the movie's heroes? Is it because the audience needs to be filled in on shit? Okay, let's lure Steve to this place so we can tell him everything about our plan before killing him. Brilliant!
That's impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D. would have stopped you.
Accidents will happen.
Is that what he's calling Nick Fury's death? Because no investigator would consider hot lead blasting through an apartment wall to be an accident. At least I hope not.
Project Insight requires insight. So I wrote an algorithm.
What kind of algorithm?
I don't know, Natasha. Maybe if you let the disembodied brain of Dr. Zola finish, he'd tell you. They survived this. Also, Pierce calculates this plan to ridiculous detail, except the idea that Cap might think quick enough to survive the missile attack.
Call in the asset.
Why not just call in the asset in the first fucking place? Also, why fire only one missile? That's Captain America, right? Maybe you should think about overkill in this case.
I'm going to go, Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Pierce's maid decides she'll yell through the wall right next door instead of walking 5 feet to see him face to face, because, man, would that ever be bad if she witnessed the Winter Soldier on the other side?
Sorry.
They already cost me Zola.
Actually, you cost you Zola. There was no need to blast the building he was in. You could have easily waited until they got outside for a surprise attack. You could have just gone ahead and used this dude in the first place.
Oh, Renata, I wish you would have knocked.
Villain kills innocent person unnecessarily because it's time for the audience to know he's evil cliché. Hey, I met you once while running, and then again at a recovery group meeting, so I automatically know where you live. I mean, did they even exchange full names? Man, it sure was nice that Steve ran the exact same route that Sam did that one random morning. Useful new friend is useful.
What'd you use, a stealth shoot?
No, these.
Top secret army wings, to which I, as a civilian, will instantly be granted access, or at the very least, my theft of them will be glossed over completely. Passing truck driver honks his horn because assholes who get thrown into traffic are a menace to society. Also, are they saying that the Winter Soldier can fly? Where the hell did he come from? Later we find out there's a Jeep full of bad guys, but that Jeep is way far back in the action. So he didn't come from the Jeep. The Winter Soldier could have taken out this car no problem, with that thing he used earlier to blow up Nick Fury's SUV. But now we have to know how badass he is with the number of unnecessary stunts he can pull off. There should be a tremendous traffic jam going the other way after that huge truck slammed into Sitwell just a second ago. Rubberneckers would be out in force. When your body careens and tumbles across asphalt like this, you get up with most of your skin gone. But in the movie, he only gets a few scratches, because Falcon. Now that the hanging on top of the car cliché bullshit didn't work, now it's time for a grenade launcher, something that could totally have done the job in the first place. Oh, good. You have more of these. I was beginning to worry you only had the one. Anyway, good timing. Okay, so Natasha is running underneath a 4-lane bridge. She's running. Running. More running. Still running. How fucking wide is this bridge, and how long does it take someone to run underneath it? Yeah, Cap, that fall must have made you groggy. We've seen you survive worse, no problem, but sure, you go ahead and take a rest now. You deserve it. Okay, so we know that Steve is in this bus, but the bad guys can't know that he's in the bus. Winter Soldier dude shot Captain America and he went flying over the bridge, but no one was around to confirm where he landed, and they spent the last couple of minutes trying to kill Natasha and Sam. Would this incredibly high-powered weapon be able to fire so many rounds at the bus without at least a few making it through and killing Cap? Because at the bottom of buses are that f***ing strong, why are they even bothering to try this? And why aren't more things made out of bus bottoms? Also, yet another weapon the bad guys pull out that could have ended this a whole lot earlier. Also, DC police might be bad, but this is the most negligent police force since the NOPD and X-Men Origins Wolverine. Steve jumps out of the bus, and what do you know, his shield is lying right there. Tardiness. Also, gotta give Sam something to do, right? Why not leave one guy on the bridge who has no business being up here so he can fight him? Bad guys keep shooting at Cap's shield as he walks towards them and uses said shield to deflect bullets and kill them all, instead of, shooting at his legs. Also, sure was convenient to the run length of this movie that the Winter Soldier decided to go after Natasha instead of killing Cap himself right here and now. Police response time? Just shy of a pizza delivery. Hey, remember when you were on top of the car a minute ago? Dropping one of these babies in it and simply jumping off the car would have been an easy thing to do to accomplish your mission. Do any of these people know what the way is to stay out of it? Man, they're shoehorning as many characters from the first movie as they can into this, aren't they? Next up, DNA strands of Hugo Weaving connected to an oak tree that talks. Also, surprise, except so not surprised that it makes you wonder why they even bothered to put this reveal so late in the film. Sam swoops in to save Cap because he totally knew where these guys were after being on top of the bridge the whole time. Ah, so Bucky escaped in the smoke of that explosion like a cheesy magician then? Gotcha. He's the Burt Winterstone soldier. Where the f*** have these assholes been the whole time? Hanging back? Yeah, I know he notices the chopper in a minute and tells them to put their guns down so they don't get on the news murdering Cap, but no one cared about the news during the whole Bucky thing. And no one knew about the chopper at this point when they're walking up telling him to get on his knees. So what the f***ing fuck?
Not here.
But maybe in the van on the way over to wherever you're going, right?
We need to get a doctor here.
Maria Hill waits until Sam asks for medical attention before finally revealing herself. Was she gonna wait until the car stopped to tell everyone, hey guys, friend here to help? Also, I see now, I guess the reason they didn't kill them and only took them prisoner was so that we could have this surprise Agent Hill rescue. Fine, okay, whatever. I know you guys all love this movie, and that's fine, but I hope you realize it makes about as much sense as a Terry Gilliam fever dream.
Who's this guy?
He's the future new Captain America. Duh. Well, at least his character is. They'll probably replace the actor with Don Cheadle.
3 holes, start digging.
I see these bad guys went to the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull school of putting the heroes in the rear vehicle so no one can see the escape. Also, why entrust anyone except yourself to watch these guys in the back of the van? That was bad intelligence. Very bad intelligence. Wait, was this magic van underneath the street in the tunnel they escaped from? Or did they escape through the bottom of the prison van and then run out the back without anyone noticing them and then find another van somewhere? Because either scenario is simple as shit. I promise this is the first time I've seen this movie. Unfortunately for this movie, I've seen lots of other movies.
They cut you open, your heart stopped.
Tetrodotoxin B.
Hey, that's the same bullshit toxin Liam Neeson used in The A-Team. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have that convenient use, but at least it sounds good, doesn't it? Evil Medical Lab is inside a bank safe deposit box vault because it looks cool.
Sergeant Barnes.
Bucky!
Yeah, about that. Remember in the first Captain America when they were on the train? Well, Dr. Zola was also on that train. And they caught him, not long after Bucky's fall, and they took him to an interrogation room where Tommy Lee Jones ate steak in front of him. He definitely wasn't there for Bucky's Winter Soldier surgery. And I'm calling bullshit on anyone else walking around looking for Winter Soldier candidates at that time. Bunch of superheroes come up with a Mission Impossible style plan involving swapping out guidance chips, instead of a plan where Cap infiltrates the carriers one at a time and punches their engines until they fall out of the sky. Also, seriously, the only reason Fury isn't calling Iron Man right now is because Robert Downey Jr. is too damn expensive. So thanks, Marvel, for giving us this massive cinematic universe that only makes sense during the Avengers films.
I'm with you to the end of the line, pal.
Irony. Also, what a great scene. It shows us the friendship that we already knew existed, and adds extra time to a movie that's over 2 hours. Superb.
He doesn't know you.
He will.
Because the power of friendship is stronger.
Oh, man. I am so fired.
I wish. Also, why did Cap need to steal this museum suit? When he escaped S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he had the suit on. And the next time we see him is in the hospital wearing civvies. So obviously he hid the current suit somewhere and should be able to get it back. Instead, movie has him steal one because f***ing Stan Lee.
We are in final launch sequence.
Well, of course you are. The heroes have to show up in time to stop it, so you couldn't have done this any earlier, that's for sure. Kate falls for this. I guess they consulted GoldenEye on how to build humongous shit underwater. Things! Gymnastics! Dodging! I was just about to give this movie some sin points back for having this surprise badass older lady destroying all these dudes. But then this Mission Impossible shit happens and, well, I'm suddenly thrust back into the Brain Dead Academy School of Arts. Also, once again, technology that could be extremely useful for both sides is used for one surprise attack for movie purposes. State-of-the-art next-generation helicarriers are hella bad at aiming. Well, even if one of those one-at-a-time dudes had fired their guns, this whole thing would be over. Bam. Evil wins. Hydra watched Star Wars, saw the completely unguarded glaring weakness in the Death Star, and said, hey, let's set up our own vulnerability to be similarly deserted. Couldn't they just throw a grenade in one of these things and do the exact same job quicker? Later, they're gonna blow these helicarriers out of the sky anyway, so why don't they just blow up the control panel? Why Bucky ditch the goggles and mouthguard part of his uniform? Is it because Steve knows his true identity now? Because Bucky doesn't know that. Remember how he was brainwashed again last night?
Disabling the encryption is an executive order. It takes 2 Alpha-level members.
Don't worry. Company's coming.
On cue, explanatory helicopter lands just outside right as she says this. What the f*** is going on? Fury has a separate security clearance for his f***ed up eyeball? How would it be connected in the system to his identity but not noticed by Pierce when he was wiping former Director Fury's security clearance? Oh, come on. You just evaded tons of anti-aircraft fire earlier. Now you're gonna get nabbed by something as clunky as a grappling hook? Winter Soldier says, F it, we'll let gravity decide this. No. There wasn't nearly enough time for that parachute to break your fall. I see this helicarrier was built with movie fights in mind.
Unless you want a 2-inch hole in your sternum, I put that gun down.
Why didn't you just do this before? Like, when this was happening? Sure, she punched you in the face, but how long would it have taken to get that handy remote and fry her ass?
That was armed the moment you pinned it on.
But why? Were you afraid that when the council members learned what you were doing with Insight, they'd blast their way out of S.H.I.E.L.D. and go tell the world about your plans? I really need some f***ed up way to make sure they don't do that. I know, badges that burn through sternums. God, I'm a genius. Discount Rocky 3, and the movie hasn't even ended yet. I see getting choked unconscious gave Bucky his aim back.
Fire when ready.
Man, I hope they do that thing where they're ready to fire, but it still takes them a while just to add tension.
Firing in 3.
Fire now.
But why? You have these ships locked now. They pose no danger. This is a hero sacrifices himself to save the world cliche, but the world is already safe. Jeez, Michael Bay thinks this sequence of explosions is excessive. I guess it's lucky none of these ships crashed in downtown Washington, right? Also, by the way, is anyone in Washington giving a shit about this? Just a minute ago we saw these things targeting everyone in the city, including the president, who was nice and cozy at the White House, apparently unconcerned about all the explosions he was hearing earlier. And none of the debris landed on or endangered anyone except bad guys. The final helicarrier somehow has a sense of poetic justice, deciding to crash directly into the bad guy headquarters. Geez, they're still fighting. Why hasn't anybody won yet? Why not? He had no idea where the helicopter was, and the helicopter had no idea where he was, and even though he lands headfirst into a helicopter door, he survives this. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll find that one-of-a-kind item before the next Avengers movie. Somehow.
Because I'm with you to the end of the line.
Well, here's one of our favorites. The old character repeats dialogue back at the person who said it to him, this time with extra subtext routine. It's a classic. Annoyance. Movie continues to think I haven't seen other movies before and pretends Steve isn't going to be saved at the last minute by Bucky. As you can see, the US military, DC police, firefighters, and so on have jumped all over this crisis in downtown Washington. It's a trick, Steve! It's 70 more years into the future. That guy you think is Sam is wearing one of those things Natasha wore a minute ago to pretend that he's Sam.
You're not gonna put any of us in a prison. You know why?
Probably because you're so gorgeous, dollface. Haha, Pulp Fiction reference. He'll probably strike down upon thee with great diehard with a vengeance and Nick Furious anger, am I right? Masturbatory fanboy evil weapon technology that half the audience will have to Google to learn about. Elizabeth Olsen isn't my girlfriend in this mid-credit sequence. End credit scene expects me to be surprised that Bucky is out there, but damn, we saw him drag Cap to the edge of the water and walk off into the sunset, so, I mean, yeah, totally. He's out there. Also, in the movie's second end credit sequence, Bucky goes to learn about himself before he even learns about Steve Jobs and Apple.
There is one more thing.
Top mercs led by this guy, ex-DGSE.
We are an unarmed freighter. We have 2 skiffs approaching with armed intruders.
Potential piracy situation.
Now! And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and pure anger.
ELN rebels took the embassy, and security got me out.
How come you didn't get caught? I went out for pizza. Then I went to Canada.
People, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? This is Jason Bourne. You are 9 hours behind the toughest target you have ever tracked.
System. Y-E-S. Yes. Shall we play a game?
Hello, Neo.
Who are you?
I am the architect. I created the Matrix. I've been waiting for you.
The battle station is heavily shielded and carries a firepower greater than half the Starfleet. Its defenses are designed around a direct, large-scale assault. A small, one-man fighter should be able to penetrate the outer defense.
Attention all SHIELD agents. This is Steve Rogers.
I may not be a master builder. I may not have a lot of experience fighting or leading or coming up with plans or having ideas in general.
Do you believe it now, Trinity?
I hate to start out on such a sophomoric note, but that is a literal butt crack. Easy Darwin reference is easy. Movie thinks a Breaking Bad reference will buy it some early subconscious goodwill. And you know what? Movie is right. I bought a ticket solely because Walter White was in this shit. And if you've seen this movie, you know why this is still a sin. It's a well-known Hollywood rule that you can't make a Godzilla movie without putting some generic old-timey war footage behind the opening credits. Discount InGen. Ken Watanabe is in this movie, but I'm not sure he's ever really into this movie. Character has a pocket watch that is super important to them, cliche.
Hey guys, you gotta see this.
You gotta see this, cliche. Movie combines aliens and Jurassic Park, forces us to realize that this is like the 33rd Godzilla movie ever made, and, well, god damn it.
This one looks broken. It's like something came out of it.
It's probably just the wind. Oh yeah, we are about to see some Godzilla. Oh, this room is an orgy of evidence that this kid plays with toys in a manner that will be aesthetically pleasing to a cinematic tracking shot. Movie lingers on a poster of primary villains as foreshadowing, but characters live in a world where creatures like this are documented fact. It's like a lingering shot of a poster depicting death and taxes.
Respect and honor with all of that.
That's racist. Alright, that's my man Bryan Cranston. He's the Sam Neill of this movie. He's going to guide us all the way through to the end because he's awesome. I sure hope the filmmakers don't pull the rug out from under me on this prediction.
So when we get there, don't even bother coming up. Just grab a team and go down to level 5.
Death sentence.
All right, let's make this quick.
That is exactly what Juliette Binoche says to me in my recurring dream.
Keep the doors open. My wife is still in there.
Ugh. Don't do the thing because the someone is still in there, cliche. Thankfully for her in the audience, the radiation that is fast approaching her is doing so in a visible cloud-based form. Extra layer of door security arrives super late so that Joe and Sandra can say goodbye. Heroic teacher is the first one out when it comes to the classroom evacuation and leaves an army of abandoned children in her wake. Elizabeth Olsen isn't my army wife in this scene. Ringing phone prevents Elizabeth Olsen from answering yes to the question, have you driven a Ford lately?
And son, you can't bury this in the past.
Wait, what? Not only is Ford completely reversing his position after a terrible speech and deciding to help his father, but dude, you are in the US military and you're about to go break the law in Japan. Think about your career. Character pulls his mask off because air is more likely than not to be breathable, cliche.
It's clean. I knew it.
Why didn't you do the take off the mask experiment a few days ago when you were in the quarantine zone? Did they stop you before you could enter and arrest you? Because then how the f did you manage to get in with ease in broad daylight this time? Mothra reference serves to remind you that Mothra will be playing the aptly named Sir not appearing in this film. Floppy disks stacked in full view of surrounding destruction managed to survive extremely likely weather warping and other calamities for 15 years. Last time they just arrested him. This time, let's drive him further into the quarantine zone to headquarters and let him see everything going on.
One of them says he used to work here, Doctor.
Why didn't he say that the last time he was arrested? Or if he did, why didn't you care then?
Found these discs and printouts in his bag. Not sure what to make of them.
Well, you see, in 1999, there were floppy disks that stored data instead of the flash drives and we use now. You need an older computer with a floppy disk drive to read them. Of course, you likely lived in 1999, so you probably know that.
That is not a transformer malfunction. That is an electromagnetic pulse.
I know Joe has been obsessed with this for years, but hasn't Dr. Serizawa also been studying this for at least 15 years and with way more information than Joe got to work with? How did he not figure that out?
It's done, feeding.
God, I certainly hope so. We're talking 15 years here.
We have to shut down.
Eerie. It's almost like we've been through this before. It's almost like the first 30 minutes of this movie didn't really matter. We don't know what the hell could hatch out of this thing, so the brilliant solution is a web of cables. Tangling. That's the solution. What could possibly go wrong? And what, no Jaegers? You had 15 years to build a Jaeger or plant a bomb under it. Instead, this team of scientists pissed the time away on Jaeger bombs. It takes 35 minutes for Godzilla to show up in a, hey, that is not even Godzilla. He's still locked in the police van? They just abandon prisoners in times of crisis? Man, I hope they do that thing where some monster-related action bullshit somehow opens the doors to let him out without killing him. Fucking run! Jesus, in the name of a cool shot, directors keep having the main character stand still in awe at the sight of things that would cause real people to be Fred Flintstoning the hell out of here. Ford falls backwards back into the police van, which is probably a good idea, since he's impossible to kill while inside it. I'm not sure why he's putting on the mask, but it sure is nice of the military police to have left it with him in the back of the van instead of confiscating it. There he is. He's a rock, man. I can't wait until the end of this movie and he's standing on top of one of these creatures' heads and proclaiming victory. This movie's gonna ride that Bryan Cranston train the whole way. I can feel it. Is he dead? Actually, yes he is, but the movie wants to wait to reveal that for some reason, robbing us of any actual cool emotional death moment, and instead replacing it with a zipping up the body bag shot as the reveal. Because I have no f***ing idea.
EMP disruption to create havoc with our radar and satellite feeds and reduce us, for the moment, to a strictly visual pursuit.
Well, isn't that convenient to the runtime of this movie? Okay, movie can handle another major character actor as long as Bryan Cranston is still there at the end. What a f***ing tragic waste of Bryan Cranston.
Him, an ancient alpha predator.
Who only kills for sport. This historical footage contains more Godzilla than the actual movie.
We call him Gojira.
Roll credits.
We're monitoring all known sites, but if we don't find it soon,
Then what?
I don't know, Ford, maybe if you let her finish, she'd tell you. This wife who was worried sick about her maybe-dead husband would not put her damn phone on vibrate. F*** you, movie. And I'd probably let this LG product placement go without a sin if it wasn't for that stupid-ass curved phone, in case you confused it with Honolulu, Afghanistan. Unsupervised bastard plot kid plots to bastard this movie with his lack of supervision. Movie about big lizards can't resist using a little lizard in an establishing shot cliche.
No more secrets.
C-Tech astronomy? It actually ends up taking 55 minutes, half the f***ing movie, before Godzilla himself even shows up. And when he finally does, you'll swear for a moment you're actually watching the 1998 Godzilla. Godzilla is polite enough to swim under the ship so that the main character doesn't die too soon, but f*** these other boats. Oh, f*** it, let's throw a dog in peril in here suddenly and randomly. People love that. Godzilla will now be the hero of this story after drowning countless Hawaiians and destroying this city. Muto waits until the lights come on to make any noises or take earth-shattering steps, because this Muto has an excellent sense of dramatic timing. Muto decides not to use its EMP when threatened this time. I mean, why bother? Movie instantly makes itself unavailable for in-flight viewing with Nightmare Airport explosion sequence. Also, main character and current main antagonist Muto and Godzilla all end up at the Hawaii airport at the same damn time, even though the Muto could fly and Ford took a ship and then a helicopter to get there. Domino explosions. Holy shit, even Liam Neeson just pissed himself. Remove 2 cents. Wait, did you just cut away from the action just as Godzilla showed up? The fuck? Movie cheaps out and puts all the good Godzilla action into a fake TV news broadcast instead of showing it to us regular style. This is what happens when you hire a guy famous for making a movie called Monsters that basically doesn't have any monsters in it, only people.
This boy's been separated from his parents.
This kid wanders away because Godzilla movie is more interested in generic civilian drama than actual Godzilla stuff. Also, movie suddenly turns into Minority Report. That's the weird twist they put in this Godzilla movie. So ended the saga of the bullshit kid no one ultimately cared about anyway. But thanks for adding 7 minutes of runtime, you little f***er.
Plot the speed and heading of these things.
Isn't that what you were just talking about?
Simulations uploaded, satellite tracking continues.
Was this line supposed to go before that shit? How the f*** would on-foot soldiers discover this destroyed vault at the exact time as the helicopter is circling the mountain? I'll tell you how, because the director had an idea for a cool shot. Okay, so this asshole needs nuclear fuel to survive and now needs to mate with the other Muto, so why Vegas? Why the hell does this creature need to destroy Vegas now? There's nothing for it here, and it could just go around, right? Is there an inherent need for the Muto to just destroy cities for no reason? The Muto has been around long enough to get on the local news, but word somehow didn't travel to this casino via Twitter, cell phone calls, police warnings, screaming assholes from the street, or anything that would normally happen in a situation like this. That's what you get for gambling, you bunch of degenerates. Believe it or not, on the whole, Vegas actually still made money on this day. Also, once again, movie delights in showing us the destruction, but almost none of the action that created it. Why does he swim so slowly that slow-ass aircraft carriers can keep up with him? Is Godzilla a slacker?
Current tracking models indicate that all 3 targets are converging here, San Francisco Bay.
Finally! Someone's gonna take care of the homeless problem in San Francisco. Also, the Mutos want to bang and they need nuclear energy to make a child. What the f*** is in San Francisco Bay that makes this possible? Or is it just the most romantic place to do this?
Yes, Doctor?
Gojira may be the answer, I believe. He's here to restore balance.
Dude, you didn't even know about electromagnetic pulses before Bryan Cranston came on the scene. Now you know with certainty what Godzilla's motives are?
August 6, 1945.
Hiroshima shaming.
It was my father's.
That means you were born by August 6, 1945 then, right? Because your dad can't have died before he provided the sperm portion of you. So that makes you, in this modern set movie, a minimum of 69 years old, which is bullshit. The other possibility is that the biggest tragedy that happened to his father was that his watch stopped.
This train and these weapons are headed to San Francisco!
Shouting military guy is a wealth of information for the movie's primary, I guess, hero. He's in the movie a lot, I suppose. Also, what amazing timing that was to get there just as the train stopped and then be able to get on that train back to San Francisco. All action movies must have a pretty girl, regardless of story importance. End of discussion. It's 2014. This TV and these VHS tapes are a sin.
I completely agree, sir.
Unnecessary agreement confirmation of mandatory orders.
I need to know the exact location of the Mutos ASAP.
How do you not know this information already? This f***ing thing is filled with radioactive waste, and you have satellites and radar and all sorts of shit. And it's huge.
We tried that before.
Megatons, not kilotons. Nothing can withstand that blast.
I really don't doubt the US military would still think modern bombs would kill these things, but aren't you a little wary that the bomb back then didn't even put a scratch on Godzilla? What the hell is this asshole doing? This is the problem with the needs nuclear waste to survive trait. She has no reason to stalk prey or hide or be a horror movie villain. She should just constantly be moving and looking for that sweet ass. Yeah, like you give a f*** about a train horn. Is it wrong that this makes me horny? We interrupt this Godzilla movie to bring you Stand By Me. You know, this whole idea about luring the Muto to the water by putting the nuclear weapons in the ocean definitely had one flaw. If the weapons are so irresistible, then obviously the Muto would be able to detect and derail the train carrying the weapons before it got to San Francisco. I don't know why they didn't just fly there and get them there faster. Here's your second look at Godzilla in this movie. Yep, he's still useless.
It's gonna outrun us, sir.
Godzilla lets the military tail him for half the Pacific Ocean before finally burning rubber. Unkillable character is unkillable. You gotta love that the Muto left one nuke relatively unharmed despite eating the entire train the nukes were on. Movie that went out of its way to have the protagonist have to protect a dumb kid puts the protagonist's own dumb kid on a bus so we don't have to worry about him the rest of the film.
There's still buses on that bridge.
The Golden Gate Bridge is in some sort of danger cliche. San Francisco still hasn't survived the birdemic. Honestly, I've seen this f***ing bridge destroyed in so many movies, I'd be surprised to go to San Francisco in real life and find it actually intact.
Lieutenant Brody is the only EOD tech to survive the train attack.
Irony.
The arrogance of man is thinking nature is in our control.
Okay, fine. If you want to preach about this and be the moral center of the movie, that's fine. Just know that you're the dumbass who spent 15 years studying this creature and thought a bunch of cables were going to contain the thing when it hatched, had no weapons ready to kill it, and basically f***ed the Bay Area in ways the Oakland Raiders haven't even dreamed of yet. Oh look, the pretty girl's in arbitrary peril. I am 100% the opposite of surprised. Did you just cut away from the action just as it was getting going again? Goddamn, you are the spitting image of my college ex. I tell you what, music commonly associated with 2001 is a bold choice. And the following skydiving scene is worth knocking a sin off for.
The snipers on the rooftop are moving into position.
But why? Are bullets suddenly effective? Was there not even one moment in the writing of this movie where someone stopped and said, hey, are we having the main character and the monsters conveniently show up in the same locations too many times? Yeah, I better cut over to the boring humans and see what they're up to. I sure didn't want to see the big monsters fighting after 98 fightless minutes of movie had passed. Which one of these assholes was carrying a f***ing ladder?
We have 27 mics!
How has only an hour passed since they started the countdown on the bomb? Lots has happened since then. We saw Elizabeth Olsen stay hot during the preamble to the creature fight. We saw the Mutos making babies. Blush. Ford asked about his wife and kid, and FEMA was an asshole like always. They planned the skydiving attempt. The moral center of the movie preached to us the same thing we learned from Jurassic Park from Jeff Goldblum. And then Elizabeth Olsen stayed hot just before the creatures fought each other. Then the skydiving happened, and then more fighting happened that we didn't get to see because the movie's editor hates us. If that's an hour, then CinemaSins aren't assholes. Hey, why didn't Godzilla use this earlier? Just like Pacific Rim's magic sword, seems like it could have been useful before now. I'm wondering if these army guys are serious with these guns, or is this just something planted in the movie to make it appear actiony? They f***ing stole this boat. This is just some boat on the harbor that they could carry the bomb to. Nobody programmed shit into this thing's autopilot. Yeah, no, this is the same issue with Jurassic Park's T-Rex and Cloverfield's Cloverfield. You can't just have Godzilla show up silently like he's a ninja or some shit. Also, good God, Godzilla is awesome. I hope future movies include him the next time, rather than giving us what amounts to 5 minutes of screen time. Godzilla and the protagonist both pass out at the same time. I mean, there are script parallels, and then there's this f***ing movie. Jesus, are they soulmates? Are they cosmically linked somehow? How did anyone know he was on the boat? He did that with no one around, and is the military really going to investigate a tour boat drifting into the water with all the other stuff they have to do? Wait, did Godzilla wake up, kill the Muto, then go back to the exact same place where he collapsed earlier? Well, on the bright side, San Francisco won't have to rebuild again until Star Trek Into Darkness happens. Movie expects me to get some kind of love boner over the reunion of two characters who had exactly 4 minutes of screen time together. Sort of? Not really. How come Godzilla's appearance out of the water in Hawaii caused a tsunami, but his entering into the water in San Francisco, just a little bit of boat wake? What's up with that?
And I have a right to know! I deserve answers!
We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
Best guess right now is about 40 miners went down with it.
Sure. I mean, they're like 3 years old.
Miners, not miners.
Spock!
Ship out of danger.
Yes.
Don't grieve, Admiral. The needs of the many outweigh
The needs of the few.
It's just, every time I let him in close, he always tries to drag me back, and I can't put our family through that.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Because you, all along, it was you. Calm down. You drove into traffic to keep me from that laundry.
Just take a breath, okay? Just listen to yourself. These wild accusations, they could destroy our family.
Damn.
And for what shit about family? And told you to keep your damn mouth shut. You stupid bitch.
I deserve answers!
You want answers?
I think I'm entitled.
You want answers!
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth!
My wife died here!
I didn't kill my wife!
I don't care!
He hid it. In one place he knew he could hide something, his ass. 5 long years he wore this watch. Up his ass. He died of dysentery.
This movie is called The Fault in Our Stars, so better start with a shot of a bunch of stars. Who can find fault with that?
I believe we have a choice in this world
Narration.
about how to tell sad stories. On the one hand, you can sugarcoat it, and nothing is too messed up that can't be fixed with an apology and a Peter Gabriel song.
Wait, that's one way to tell a sad story? Also, is the movie throwing shade at Say Anything? Because if so, f*** you, movie. The cheesy romantic comedies with easy resolutions you're trying to take a shot at were all the copycats that came out in the 30 years since Say Anything made romantic comedies awesome again. Okay? Get your shit together, guy who wrote this script.
Depression's not a side effect of cancer. It's a side effect of dying.
No, it's a side effect of having a mental health problem. But whatever, real truth movie, cute line. Also, you paid money to watch this movie character read a book. I wish I had that cliche. Also, Hazel circled another passage in this book, and the fake author has written 6 twos in a row. It's either a sin that I see 6 uses of the word two in a row, or that I will never be able to read this fake book to find out why there are 6 in a row. Damn you, Van Houten!
Support groups can be a great way for you to connect with people who are...
You might even see Tyler Durden there.
We are gathered here today, literally, in the heart of Jesus.
Movie thinks this cheesy Christian is some kind of new comedic territory we've never seen before.
I'll spare you the gory details of Patrick's ball cancer. Basically, they found it in his nuts.
Okay, so you told me it'd spare me the gory details, then you go right into the gory details. What's wrong with you, woman?
And so I went. Not because I wanted to, or because I thought it would help me.
Damn it, she's gonna narrate this whole f***ing movie, isn't she?
Sorry.
Wait, didn't we just see these assholes playing brother and sister in Divergent? If that's the case, ew. Also, did Hollywood only have like 6 young actors to choose from, and that's why we got these 2 again in this movie? And why we got Shailene Woodley and Miles Teller, who was also in Divergent for The Spectacular Now? Do young people want to act anymore? Is the entire talent pool getting diluted by the porn industry? Is Gus using the stare at the girl until she likes you technique? Because let me tell you from experience, that shit never works. I conducted many experiments in high school, and all I got was a diploma.
I have great friends like Augustus Waters.
Augustus Waters? This is a Mad Lib name. Pick one Caesar and one of the 4 major elements. Boom, that's your cancer friend name.
My fears?
Oblivion.
Oh, come on, the movie wasn't that bad. Good God, that's the second time we've seen this cliche. Also, new lovers are almost always faces. Of course she doesn't like him at first and thinks he's a cocky jerk. There wouldn't be a movie otherwise, would there?
I thought we were in a church basement, but apparently we were literally in the heart of Jesus.
Sorry, but the dictionary no longer finds fault with that particular use of literally. But you know what? Dictionary's wrong. I'd send the dictionary if I could, but I'll send the movie instead. Wait, what?
What's your name?
Hazel.
Hazel and Augustus? Modern morose love story takes its character names from times ranging from olden to ancient.
Enjoy looking at beautiful people.
Man, this guy does everything in the picking up chicks how not manual.
Really? That is disgusting. Ugh, you were doing really well, too.
He was?
There's always a Hamartia, isn't there?
Marsha.
It's a fatal flaw.
Okay, so do you generally expect people to know that word, or are you just an asshole? Also, movie unintentionally reminds me of the Brady Bunch. Hamartia, Hamartia, Hamartia.
They don't actually hurt you unless you light them.
This guy carries around a box of cigarettes in order to espouse a life philosophy. So it's that type of movie, is it?
Next thing I know, I found myself in an experimental trial.
And she went from talking to him in the car to narrating to the audience again just like that.
For sophistication.
How is someone this comically bad at driving, even if they got a pity license? Best layup award.
What's your story?
Damn, Butler t-shirt, Indiana University, and Colts gear? Not only is this guy from Indiana, he roots for everything from Indiana.
Hazel Grace? I love it when you talk medical to me.
So she went over to his house, they exchanged book suggestions, and then she left, I guess? We also probably missed a hilarious driving her back to her house scene where he ran over 5 cats. iPhone is a dick to expectations. Text reading. 17-year-old wearing a Pink Floyd t-shirt. I'm confused, Hollywood. Exactly what generation are you trying to appeal to with this movie?
Welcome to the sweet torture of reading an imperial fiction.
This asshole Gus calls his could-be girlfriend while his best friend is having a psychotic episode over the breakup with his girlfriend. That's killing 2 birds with 1 eye. I mean, being an asshole to 2 people with 1 phone call.
I've been wanting to call you for a few days now.
But I wanted to let you wait and figure out if I'd ever call again.
And I feel like ending your book in the middle of a sentence sort of violates the contract, don't you think?
It's just so truthful. You know, you just die in the middle of life.
These two might as well be discussing The Sopranos finale. No one who parents for a living takes notice of the violent and loud teen angst outbursts taking place in their basement. You know what makes conversations about books and movies great? Well, nothing really, but especially when someone is breaking stuff in the background for comedic effect.
That's the thing about pain. It demands to be felt.
So she went over to his house, they exchanged book opinions, and then she left, I guess? We probably also missed a hilarious driving her back to her house scene where he crashed into 5 McDonald's, interrupted by a hilarious Isaac kills a reindeer because he's sad scene.
I cannot stop thinking about this goddamn book.
It seems like the big Isaac has a psychotic episode over the loss of his girlfriend scene could have been saved for, I don't know, another movie perhaps. Mainly because the first interaction between Hazel and Gus after days and days of no contact was nearly worthless. And now here we are back to where we started 5 minutes ago. All this awesome shit in this room is an orgy of evidence that when you have teenage cancer, your parents spend out the ass to keep you as happy as possible. iPod meet cute. With hands.
Okay.
Are we really doing this?
Perhaps okay will be our always.
Because the people who did that are still happily together. Email reading.
How would you like to go on a picnic with me?
I know you gals love this flick, but I hope you realize the script is basically paint by numbers, spontaneous weird guy with a dash of cancer. Family that can't afford to send their daughter to Amsterdam has a f***ing 72-inch flat-screen TV in a house Tom Hanks would be comfortable in.
Probably why I'm still a virgin.
You are not still a virgin.
Right? Someone who doesn't give a f*** like him has been laid a few times, probably even accidentally.
And this is 18-year-old dudes with 1 leg.
Yeah, because there just aren't any girls out there who would possibly have sex with a 1-legged dude. I mean, have you seen Murder Ball? Those guys are quadriplegics and they're getting laid.
Sorry, the tomatoes are Mexican.
That's racist.
Thank you.
So they went on a picnic. He said they were going to Amsterdam and then they left, I guess? We probably also missed a hilarious driving her back to her house scene where he got laid 5 times.
Oh, it's so beautiful and a little insane.
Oh, it's super insane.
This movie thinks it's original, but how many times have we seen a girl fall in love with a guy, or vice versa, simply because that guy is wacky and does all sorts of unexpected or odd things that bemuse the girl, like insisting on always saying both her first and middle names? Answer, tons! More text reading. Symbols of lost childhood cliche.
What's the matter?
I don't know. Everything.
Oh, Hazel Grace would be excellent at CinemaSins.
All your efforts to keep me from you are gonna fail.
Funny, when I say that, it's a restraining order. This guy says it.
Gus, I'm a grenade.
You could always date Steve Rogers. I hear he has no problem falling on grenades.
I don't know. I feel like it's my responsibility to minimize the casualties.
It's not you, it's my cancer cliche. Craigslist. Folders named stuff contain pornography 95% of the time. I'm just saying. Haha, pedophilia jokes always kill.
Friends.
This movie probably wouldn't be 2 hours and 13 f***ing minutes long if some of this insisting on being friends for stupid reasons even though they love each other bullshit was trimmed. The fault in our cheesy on-screen text messaging treatment. Jesus, half this movie is rereading the book. Haha, Google+.
We're going to Amsterdam.
Words every teen wants to hear from their mother while naked in a towel. Party in Amsterdam, yo!
I love you so much.
This girl is crying at the prospect of meeting her favorite author. I need to write a book. Author of the book this film is based on, who is known for vlogging with his brother on YouTube, now finds himself on YouTube again, being mocked. By us. Good God, we're dicks.
Do you want to try it?
Ew, you're gonna put this nose in this little girl's nose.
Have you never been on a plane before?
Confident guy is afraid of flying cliche. American Airlines. If this movie is trying to suggest the exterior shot of the plane is an establishing one for the next sleeping passengers one, well then why the f*** is the plane flying at like 2,000 feet after having traveled over Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York? Movie turns to all the guys that got dragged to this movie and says, haha, f*** you. Falling in Love soundtrack song montage cliche. A movie that makes a big deal out of going to Amsterdam has no interest in showing you the real reasons for going to Amsterdam. Hey guys, have I mentioned before what an annoying character trait this is? Well, just in case I haven't. Up until now, this was all fun and games, but now I actually have a boner face. If I was a teen and I had terminal cancer and I was in Amsterdam for the first and last time, I would not be going on a boat tour. That's all I'm saying. Movie suddenly turns into the ending of Twilight.
Do you know what Dom Perignon said after he invented champagne? Come quickly, he said. I'm tasting the stars.
Yeah, but did he find fault with them? That's my question.
I mean, not like a heaven where you ride in a unicorn all day and live in a mansion made of clouds, but yes, I definitely believe in something.
Everyone believes in something, you idiot. And most people who believe in God do not include f***ing unicorns in their belief system. Generic dialogue is generic. If you admit that you can play the accordion, no one will hire you in a rock and roll band. But apparently street bands need 2 of you. Gus knocks out of spite before entering without permission. Movies are better with current popular hipster soundtrack songs, as opposed to any kind of original score. Loads of alcohol and empty drinking glasses everywhere are an orgy of evidence that we're about to see some serious alcoholism.
Thank you so much for writing back to us.
Yours are the first missives to which I've replied.
But why? You obviously get tons of letters and emails and shit. And this is probably not the first time someone wrote you saying, "I'm dying, please tell me the secrets to your book." So what gives?
Did you dress like her on purpose?
Since it's obviously the assistant that actually cared about these two and not Peter himself, it's amazing that the assistant didn't ask Hazel and Gus to come at a better time, or warn them about what an asshole this dude is, or anything other than running them into this freight train of dickheadedness.
We bought them dinner last night.
Was our pleasure.
Long-adored hero turns out to be asshole cliché.
I thought meeting you would help him. That he could see that his work has shaped real lives.
Apparently that was the only part of your plan. Sure, it made sense in your head, I guess, but often plans require preparation. You basically ambushed a writer who wanted to be left alone, and you lied to these kids about the man Peter is. This is like a double catfish.
Perhaps we can do some sightseeing?
We'll go with you anywhere, person who lied to us. Wow, who knew visiting the Anne Frank house was worth possibly dying for? I'm glad you two are finally kissing and all, but this is still the Anne Frank Museum. Not 100% appropriate, yo. Teen love is worth a slow clap. Also, all these people clap because I guess they know how long this took. They couldn't possibly just be horny teenagers. I mean, this chick carries around an oxygen tank. The journey to get to this kiss is implicit. So they went over to Anne Frank's house, they exchanged a kiss, and then they left the nice Van Houten secretary with no further explanation, I guess. We also probably missed a hilarious they get on the subway scene where inexplicably Gus has to drive the train and runs over Willem Dafoe. Not Peter Van Houten, but Willem Dafoe. Tragic. Cancer sex. Also PG-13. Also, why does her brother get to see those boobs and we don't? Oh, this isn't Divergent? You say I should know better? Who the f*** is talking to me right now? Okay, ladies, this sheet is a sin. We believe in equality here. I mean, we don't want to see this dude's junk, but we know a sin when we see one. We know it's his first time, but we're assuming it's her first time too, so I guess that was the best sex ever, right?
Lining my chest, my liver.
What was this asshole smiling about when he woke up this morning? When did he decide, oops, time to tell Hazel about my cancer coming back? This comes out of left field. It's a blindsiding that doesn't make any sense because the dude has been nothing but happy and unburdened the whole time he's been here, until magically, now.
I'm sorry. Should have told you.
Everyone in this movie dies.
Would it be absolutely ludicrous if we just made out right now?
You mean without reminders of the Holocaust? Cancer makes vandalism acceptable, and I'm okay with that. And I am not okay with that.
We also have 2 dozen eggs, so if I were you, I would go back inside.
Monica's mom says, okay, no need to call the police, I guess. Time to catch up on Catcher in the Rye. Holden Caulfield is such a scamp.
Hi. 911?
Hi, 911, question mark? How many misdial possibilities are there that you could be unsure of who you called? Don't they answer the phone, 911, what is your emergency? Jesus. You know, you're not in Amsterdam anymore. I mean, I know we all live the dream that we're still in Amsterdam once we get on that plane back to the States, but they can still arrest you for underage drinking in public, wheelchair or not. Gus told Hazel to meet him at the literal heart of Jesus, which the movie has defined as the church basement. So how did she know to come to the sanctuary? What kind of a twisted, sick, selfish son of a bitch would force the 2 people he loves most to go through this kind of shit? Gus is the devil! Man, what would she have done if she hadn't written the eulogy already? This asshole Gus called this pre-funeral by surprise. What if she slacked the slightest bit on writing this thing? She'd wing it, and he'd still love her, but deep down inside, Gus would have resented her until the day he died, which, you know, is tomorrow.
Some infinities are simply bigger than other infinities.
Ah, even when the villain of the movie isn't there to hear those words being thrown back at him, it's still annoying as fuck. I had something prepared, but now it's time to speak from the heart cliché.
Funerals, I decided, are not for the dead. They're for the living.
Character states the obvious as though it's some kind of insightful prose. Movie tries to beat Manos the Hands of Fate for longest driving scene ever.
No, he didn't write it. Gus wrote it. Apparently Gus wrote something down and then sent it to Van Houten.
What? Why would he do that? I mean, if he actually wanted the odds to be good, that she'd read it at least.
We all want to be remembered.
Previously on The Fault in Our Stars. Movie has the exact beginning and ending of the series Lost. Also, Hazel Grace died 3 weeks later, followed by the blind kid 2 days after who was hit by a car. John Green. Actually, hold on. I think it's Hank Green that's the sit. Definitely Hank Green. The one with the glasses.
I'll spare you the gory details of Patrick's ball cancer.
I may switch you to Zoloft.
You know what? Why I'm here in the first place is to sell you meth.
I'm just here. See this circle?
Time is a flat circle.
Gus, I'm a grenade.
What you don't understand is I catch a grenade for ya.
We're here with JC. Who wants to share their story with the group?
No one will have sex with me.
What's your name?
Hazel.
Hey, your mother's uglier than Hazel. Or, Hazel really puts your mother to shame.
Harold was deep in thought. For a few brief moments, from Bourne Boulevard to Euclid Avenue, all the calculations and all the rules and all the precision of Harold's life just faded away.
Hazel? Can you tell me a story?
Down the flat, we'll have a little field.
Feed the alfalfa for the rabbits.
Rabbits.
And I get to tend the rabbits.
Reading. Scrolling reading at that. Movie wants to be lazy but expects you to work. What kind of lives were these assholes living to be separately bitten by a bat and a wolf and then become leaders of two different races? Movie consulted James Cameron before choosing its fonts. Also, in case you confused it with 1202 BC, which we totally would have done.
My God. Brother, what have you done?
Discount Thor and Loki. Oh dear, here comes action, which in the underworld realm means I'm not going to understand anything due to rapid editing, murky and jerky cinematography, and characters that all pretty much look the same. Werewolves! Blindsiding! Stunt guys! Underworld 2, ancient battles you don't care about. Movie wastes time on a werewolf transformation just so random vampire guy can cut his head off. I don't think any of these people in the background are doing jack shit. And I swear 2 vampires are fighting each other somewhere in here.
Retreat to the woods! I will stay and fight!
And all the somethings were defeated by the something elses. Is this a werewolf or is this an orc? I am beginning to think it doesn't matter. Honestly, how does the director himself even understand what's going on here? It's like someone telling you a story like this. And then there was a werewolf and all these chains, and I think it was that guy's brother. Anyways, some things happened, I can't remember all of it, but damn, it was exciting.
He was not to be harmed!
How the f did you expect that to happen? The motherfucker is a werewolf. Do you have tranquilizers? Chloroform?
From you.
Couldn't you just have given us all that information in the scrolling red text? I mean, if you're gonna bother with scrolling text to set the stage, why do you also need a 9-minute opening action scene to set the stage? That's like having your cake and beating a dead horse with it too.
For 6 centuries, I was a loyal soldier of the vampire clan.
Previously on Underworld. Also, someone said, you remember in the first movie how it was hard to see a damn thing? Let's chop it all up and make it more out of focus.
Neither vampire nor lichen, but a hybrid.
Did you write this script for us or to remind yourself? So far, Underworld evolution is slower than actual evolution.
My only hope now is to awaken Marcus and expose the truth, before Craven tries to murder him while he's still in hibernation.
Honestly, we're already in I don't give a fuck territory. What is everyone fighting for again? To hold dominion over all this darkness, lack of humor, and nearly complete lack of sex? It's like having a war over my first girlfriend. Movie does not come with instructions on how to date Kate Beckinsale. In the vampire world, she's a wanted criminal, but sure, they still haven't removed her thumbprint or key code for high security areas.
Perfect.
What does it matter if the lights come on or not? Aren't you creatures of the night? Haven't you been spending hundreds of years in darkness exactly like this? The hell you need a flashlight for? Jump scare makes me jump sad.
Someone could have picked us up already.
Especially since you used the thumbprint to enter.
I'm going alone.
You can stay here at the safe house I just said we couldn't stay at for very long. Well, at least this isn't taking forever. What, is the floor made of drywall or something? Shooting is hard. First movie's villain? Total bitch.
Okay, so Celine said they needed to prevent Craven from killing Marcus. Looks like that job is done. Movie over, right? Someone just died, so birds must scatter cliche.
Michael, you're unique.
There's never been a hybrid before.
Yeah, why is that? In 800 years? Not one? This movie came out in 2006. Do you have any idea what kind of power they'd need for all this gear? Not to mention that it's all apparently operating on a wireless system on a boat in the ocean. Or what, vampires have their own satellites? This boat and its swanky Jack Bauer war room. Oh man, they dragged poor Tony and Emmy Award-winning Derek Jacobi into this, didn't they?
Show me what you have.
Yes, sir.
What I have, sir, is a Sony product placement opportunity disguised as a bit of exposition.
We need to go.
Doesn't Marcus need to drink the blood of Celine to figure out exactly what happened in this room? Dude just walks in and suddenly he's the guy from the dead zone. Okay, so how does this stupid thing work? Let me consult Craven's blood and matrix that shit into my brain, because I'm sure he has strong memories of typing in his blood. Next stop, drink the blood of Mavis Beacon so I can type even faster. Thankfully for Marcus, vampires somehow have a photographic memory of the people who they bite's lives. Even details those people themselves would surely have forgotten, or not bother to remember in the first place.
Hey, it's the Jeeper Creeper. See, this is why you don't leave lichen vampire hybrids in a safe house you know will be tracked. You learn this stuff in kindergarten. Meanwhile, maybe Celine could only barely make it to the mansion by dawn because she was planning on walking there. Marcus took a very specific route to the safe house that flew him directly over Celine. Regular food will make you sick. Don't you remember Celine saying that, or do you just not care? Or are you bound by a ridiculous screenplay full of bullshit? Dumbass. Coincidence News just happens to be on and just happens to report on Michael as he has werewolf spasms in the tavern. Next news story, food poisoning scare at whatever this tavern is called.
Hello!
Ah, I see this impossible boat command center is also somehow monitoring every phone call made in the world.
Get the f*** away from me!
How have they not started shooting yet? I mean, I know they'll have terrible aim and he's probably immune to bullets, but what are they waiting for? Mirror helps Michael to stay a good guy and not eat this police officer. This mirror is like the best friend who knows the real you is inside the monster somewhere. Discount Trinity. No, seriously, just roll with it. He missed. Trust us.
Here, take it.
No.
Michael, you'll die.
What the hell good is the first ever vampire-lichen hybrid if he can't take some bullets and keep moving? I'm starting to think Michael is the bull mastiff of this movie's genetic experimentation. They were going for brutal warrior, but ended up with wussy love bunny. Blood drinking is sexual for vampires, but not the audience cliche. 2 bird scatters in 30 minutes of movie? These assholes need to form a union. Convenient escape truck just happens to be moseying along a country road for vampires to steal it. Immortal boxing. Also, Michael, a brand new wolf-vampire hybrid, will now hold his own against Marcus, one of the 2 ancient vampires this series has told us is basically unstoppable. Okay, old truck driving down a lonely road with a flying demon creature attacking the guy and girl inside? Character design isn't the only thing this movie stole from Jeepers Creepers. Flying demon immortal vampire is so shaken up by the bump that he slumps on the road forever and lets these assholes get away. He didn't die? Inconceivable. Oh wait, he's a vampire. That's actually pretty conceivable. So why did Celine and Michael act like they did something positive? Why does the movie actually let them get away?
The sun not only burns vampires, but also the gloves they wear. Performance art. Concerned non-medical exam turned sexy cliche. Theirs was a forbidden romance. I mean, their kids would be 1/4 werewolf and 3/4 vampire. Man, they're gonna have some fucked up kids. My God, I'm taking 3 sins off here and not explaining why to any of the idiots in the audience. This is a rated R action film about vampires, but it goes all PG on the sexy scenes because, well, honestly, because the star is married to the director. In other words, reasons. We can't show you the sexiest bits of this scene because the director wanted to keep that shit for himself and for Diet Coke commercials. Yeah, you better cover up. You never know who's watching when you're in an abandoned warehouse in the middle of the country. Character suddenly recalls long dormant memories pertaining to the plot cliche.
I don't know, but I know someone that might.
Andreas Tanis.
Celine waits until she gets dressed and they're ready to go before telling Michael who the hell she meant by someone.
He was the official historian of the Covens.
Covens hire historians?
He was exiled over 300 years ago.
What makes you think we're gonna find him now?
I was the one who exiled him.
Exile means to ban someone from one's own home country. It does not mean that person is banned from going anywhere else. The second lichen is coming to the battle late because even werewolves attack one by one. You know, even if I have werewolves chained downstairs, I am not leaving an open stairway for them to access the rest of the house. You know, because of precautions and shit.
I knew it was you, Celine. The stench of Victor's blood still lingers in your veins.
Also, I saw you on the security monitor before you walked in.
You don't scare me, Celine.
Well, we're gonna have to work on that.
On cue, and consistent with the movie's convenience factor, Michael comes crashing through right after Celine says this. Also, where did Michael come from? How did he get from the wolf dungeon to a room with no exits and a boarded up window? We clearly saw Celine go up some nice steps earlier from basically the same place. And when he crashes through, it looks like there's fog from the outside coming in. What the f***ity fuck?
Marcus was after this. Why?
You threw it to him instead of just calmly showing it to him. Why? Also, why would you toss this to a bad guy? Good God, there are always flocks of birds ready to be disturbed whenever this guy goes anywhere. Also, what is the point of this fucking scene? He drank the horse's blood? Poor horses. Now we really know Marcus is evil. This scene serves as a post-it note to remind us Marcus is still out there.
And in return, Victor was to use his army turned immortal to help him.
To do what?
I don't know, Celine. If you let him finish, maybe he'll tell you.
Then captured William and locked him away.
Why let him live?
For the very same reason that Victor never conspired against Marcus. Fear.
This discussion will proceed to go back and forth talking about Marcus and William in such a manner that it's nearly impossible to keep track of. Right after Celine figures out that William was protected because Victor thought killing him would wipe out the Lycan slaves, Tanis says,
and so Marcus was protected at all costs.
Protecting Marcus has nothing to do with protecting William in this scenario, but the screenplay thinks it does.
It's William's prison, the prison your father was commissioned to build.
What? Why were regular humans commissioned to build a prison for a werewolf?
Why is Marcus looking for him now? After all this time?
That I cannot answer, but I do know. Someone.
The guy they went to see for answers knows nothing except the name of the next guy they can go to for answers. What is this, a Transformers sequel? These Vampire Bite downloads tell Marcus everything pertinent to his quest and shows it to him in the same camera angles as the movie itself.
You know the devastation William caused before he was captured. He cannot be set free.
I've got a Marcus, a Victor, a Craven, a Lucian, this Alexander Corvinus guy, and a fucking William. And they speak of all these fucking dicks with the same hushed awe to the point where I literally have no fucking clue what's going on. Marcus, who is somewhere high, somehow knew that he could poke his extendo wing through the window and stab something, anything, and knew that Michael was wearing the pendant. Also, after his wing finds purchase, he says, "F it, we'll let gravity decide what happens to Michael." Celine has an extremely valuable vantage point here and could easily empty her gun into Marcus now, but decides to jump down and be stupid instead. Random asshole just happens to have died on a deck near a spot where the helpless Celine can pick up a gun. What? An entire magazine of bullets from the automatic weapon didn't faze this asshole or stop him from trying to kill Celine, but now that a handgun is involved, he's incapacitated and has to go fly off and lick his wounds? How come vampire blood is medicine, but this guy who is half vampire needs vampire blood medicine to live? Doesn't he already have vampire blood in him? The movie may have answered this question, I'll be honest, but hell if I'm going back through this piece of shit again to find it. I have no clue why Marcus decided to go through the other part of the ship when there are now 2 gaping holes leading straight to the room Alexander is in.
Did he get the pendant?
Yes.
No, he didn't. He lost it. Right here. He gets shot and loses it and never recovers it. Also, this movie has just become super confusing again. Apparently there aren't 2 keys. One is a pendant that Alexander took from Victor's body. The second is a smaller pendant that we saw Lucian wearing in the first movie that Michael took. Tanis said there were 2 keys, but he didn't say you needed both. Corpse rubbing. 10 seconds of staring. Immortal explodes in a ship, but he's immortal, so explosions can kill immortals? I'm beginning to think that word has lost its meaning. MacGuffin item is MacGuffin. Underworld 2, Book of Secrets.
Head back around towards the river.
I don't know about you guys, but I remember the exact directions of everywhere I went when I was 6 years old. And much like Celine, I'd remember after hundreds and hundreds of years. And the original vampires were basically just Rube Goldberg fans.
Which way?
Oh, fuck you.
You were too late.
Well, you were too late when you left the docks, right? I mean, Marcus flew off and you knew where he was going, so this should be no surprise at all.
Impressive.
Impressive, cliche. Why are bullets so suddenly effective against this guy? Why hasn't this guy changed into a super powerful Jeepers Creepers form yet? Why am I still watching this movie? Random bullshit rocks stop the wall from closing all the way because if we made it this far, we'll accept anything. We have no idea what Michael's true strength and power is as the first hybrid. We have no idea what Celine's new true strength and power is after sucking old dude's blood. And we never really had a firm grasp on Marcus and William's true strength and power either, so this shit is all meaningless. These could have been used earlier like always, especially since you knew bullets weren't going to kill him anyway. Damn, how many dudes did they bring on this tiny helicopter? Spinning propellers serve to remind us that someone's going to get chopped up Raiders of the Lost Ark style. Ah, so that's what the old man's blood did. It turned her into Blade. Awesome. How will we get back home? F if I know. We're surrounded by water and mountains. Damn, we're going to have to do a lot of f***ing to figure this one out. And that was the end of the Underworld series.
An unknown chapter lies ahead.
Damn it.
All that is certain is that darkness is still ahead. But for now, for the first time, I look into the light with new hope.
Nothing is certain. Darkness is all I see. This makes me hopeful. It sounds like the screenwriter just wanted to end this thing on a positive note, even if it didn't make sense.
Imprisoned for all time. Far from you.
Huge thanks to our pal Matthew Santoro for guest narrating on this Sins video. Please check out his channel where he makes awesome list videos, including today's video, where he talks about the 10 most cursed movies of all time. And to Matt, thank you very much, buddy.
Interesting.
I regret nothing! Look, nobody's saying they don't appreciate what Jenny did.
Well, if all I had to do was cut a hole in a bag, I could have cut it better than this. What about you, Robert?
They taste like burning.
Creepers, creepers, where'd you get those creepers?
Have the key to William's cell.
And I'm the map.
I'm the map! I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map. Burn the bodies. Search the outbuilding.
Prune the hedges.
'80s.
It's one of those nostalgia places, but not done very well. Go in and order a Pepsi. Here's a 50. Then wait for a guy named Griff.
Right, Griff.
Right. Griff's gonna ask you about tonight. Are you in or out? Tell him you are out. Whatever he says, whatever happens, say no, you're not interested.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oswald was a fag.
Movie rips off the opening shot is space and a sudden large spaceship flying past the camera thing from, well, science fiction in general. But just because it's easier to pick one, Star Wars. Come on, guys, we made dinosaurs look realistic back in 1993 with Jurassic Park. How have we devolved so much after 21 years? The Arctic? You might as well just say someplace cold. Or Earth. Where the f did these come from? Remember the establishing shot? No icy dinosaurs to be found. Remember the shot just before this? Yeah, those are the same bulldozers and everything, with nothing but rocks, in case you thought Texas could be anywhere else. And just like the Arctic, it's so undescriptive as to be not worth pointing out in the first place. You might as well just say America. Guitar strumming will convert the wealthy one-time Marky Mark into a simple man character we can all relate to. I think it's pretty obvious that the billboard would actually read Chicago Strong. City name Strong is clearly the rallying cry format for tragedies based in American cities, right? Also, remember Chicago? Probably a good idea, but today I'm going to remember Peter Cetera. Also, who puts billboards in cornfields on deserted dirt f***ing country-ass roads?
The movies nowadays, that's the trouble. Sequels and remakes, bunch of crap.
You! You don't get to make this joke after building an entire career out of the shit this theater owner is bemoaning. That's like having your cake, eating it, and then saying, "F*** cake, I'm above it."
You know, folks used to come from miles around to see the dancing girls with the big cha-chas.
Swear to God, I am one diaper change away from poisoning his oatmeal.
In 1492, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. You see, I can make no sense too. So Prime basically got shot to hell after the last movie, and then I guess drove his ass all the way from Mexico City to this theater in Texas, and then just pooped out without anyone noticing?
2 more weeks, girls, till no more classes ever.
Yep, that's exactly how teenage girls talk to each other. Either her friends read the script and knew Bay wanted this long driveway shot, or else they're assholes for dropping her off so far from her actual house.
The Battle of Chicago.
Is that what the news is calling the alien invasion that happened in the middle of Chicago? Because that sounds just like a forgotten battle of the Civil War to me. Previously on Transformers.
A swift act of Congress put an end to all joint operations between the military and the Autobots.
Wasn't this already done before the invasion? The Autobots were all being sent off in a rocket, remember? So Congress, after everything that happened, decided to pass the exact same legislation they did just before the invasion? Also, these movies need to stop giving us stupid reasons why the Autobots aren't wanted or needed. Plus, it's going to add another 30 damn minutes to this movie to bring them back, another 5 minutes to this video expressing our disbelief.
The age of the Transformers is over.
Can't we just get to the robot fighting and forget about all this? Also, by my stars and garters, is that Kelsey Grammer? How Skype would actually work is you'd call the person first, then fail 3 times, then finally get them. It definitely doesn't happen with a few clicks of the keyboard. Also, f*** you movie and Skype for showing us a practically 4K HD viewing experience that is 100% not possible. Dead hot mom cliche. Family with money problems has amazing internet connection and daughter has all the boots.
What did you say?
Like a hot teenager.
You can find some kind of pedophilia joke in nearly every Michael Bay movie. We call him on excessive explosions or casual racism, but joking about a grown man f***ing a teenager, we look the other way.
I own this house. It's not for sale.
Does the bank actually try and sell your house by sending out a realtor before they foreclose? Because, no, they don't. Holy shit, that is the girl from The Last Airbender, and her acting hasn't improved one bit. Actually, it's gotten worse.
I promise you, one day, I'm going to build something that matters.
Character believes stupidly impossible thing that will no doubt turn out to be true. Just like the key dust bullshit Shia believed in so much. How do we know they're evil? They're in black SUVs and tailgating.
Got a heat sig.
A heat sig? What the f*** happened to your energon detectors?
Fire!
They're firing this very likely inaccurate weapon at the ship while they have troops on the boat and a helicopter in the air?
We're all in danger.
I lost a sister in Chicago.
People know that the Decepticons destroyed Chicago well before the Autobots showed up, right?
He's mine now.
Why do these powerful robots need the military to help them do a job they could easily do on their own?
You know where I was for my graduation?
Do you mean from medical school? Because a backwards baseball cap does not make you 18 all of a sudden. Shooting star? Wait, the f***? Why? Is this Spider-Man 3?
Want to hook this back to a working battery?
Yeah, because this alien technology totally works with regular-ass car batteries. The following line of dialogue is delivered without sarcasm.
I'm an inventor. This could be a game changer for me.
Wait. He said, help me with the pulley arm. Then the girl walked into the house. Then he was holding a missile that leapt up from his grasp on its own. And suddenly Optimus is alive? The f***ing fuck.
3 direct hits, a mortal wound. Then your men allowed him to escape.
Again, why do these assholes need the CIA's help, aside from information? Why do they need the military team to help them take down Autobots?
You all think you're the center of the universe. You have no idea.
And I guess the visit is over. So that's why they met out in the Arctic? To talk about a failed mission? Surely there was a better reason to drag Kelsey Grammer all the way out here than that.
I'm trying to, but I just got hit in the head with a 10-foot cannon.
Yeah, about that. How'd you survive that shit anyway? This footage of Team Dead Cemetery, or whatever the fuck, is clearly at dawn. But seconds later, we see HUD drive up to Marky Mark's farm at what is clearly midday.
My face is my worm.
The director said, let's have your character eat an apple, and then throw it before you're done. It'll make you look like even more of an asshole. Unnecessary slow motion.
Now, you got 10 seconds.
20 seconds later, CIA dude says...
7 seconds.
And 19 seconds after that...
You got 2 seconds.
Also, this Cemetery Wind team has technology that reads heat signatures. How the hell did they miss this huge heat signature in the barn? Super badass alien missile technology hits the house instead of the prime target.
Come on, hurry up, get in the car, let's go!
Prohibited boyfriend ex machina. I'd like to remind everyone that this bullshit weapon earlier hit its target no problem. Now that they're firing at Optimus, nothing works, even at point blank range. Why was the one Decepticon they were working with so far behind the humans in this one instance?
What? You're not her boyfriend!
His name's Shane and he drives, Dad!
And thank God, because this is a chase scene. Discount the Lost World Jurassic Park. Did a magic freeway show up in the middle of all this farmland? The fuck? Sure, let's just smash through the bingo place. No one could possibly get hurt doing that. Optimus and Lockdown decide to have a fight in the same random place where our human heroes just happen to be.
Cade!
Why does Optimus Prime always commit completely heart and soul to the first human that helps him a little bit? For all he knows, Cade is a total asshole. And honestly, he kind of is from what the movie's shown us so far.
Take out your guns and shoot them!
Hey, smoke monster guy, why did you wait until now to give this f***ing order? Come on, you knew about this little ramp on the 5th floor and you knew there was another ramp at the bottom? And you've done this stunt before? Well, I'm not buying it. But even if I did, it's no wonder this chick can't get a scholarship. She's f***ing dumb for trusting anyone to do this impossible stunt on a regular basis. Movie sits and ponders what a tragedy Lucas's death is so that you won't ponder why the bomb totally missed everyone else. Movie masturbates Lamborghini shortly after supposedly awful death scene.
Stay here till I'm sure we weren't followed. We are all targets now.
I had to transform into a robot to say that, just to transform back and drive away.
You got your ass kicked by a garage inventor from Texas.
Oh, and there was a little matter of, I don't know, Optimus Prime doing most of the damage? But sure, let's make Cade Yeager the ass kicker.
So why does he sound like a leprechaun?
That's racist.
Oh, we're not in Ireland. Lucky Charms were in Texas.
That's racist.
One driver, one navigator.
Her.
Just like Death Race 2000, this movie thinks drivers in the modern or future era need physical human being navigators in the car in order to race.
I just got picked up by Red Bull.
And we all just got dumped on by Red Bull.
I just called the cops on you because this is illegal. She's a minor. We're protected by the Romeo and Juliet laws.
Are you kidding? This whole movie is being derailed by statutory laws right now. They could have just made this girl 18 and Cade could have been just as angry as he is now, but no, we have to talk about goddamn statutory rape laws right now.
Statute 2705-3.
Actually, the statute clearly says 22.011 on the card you carry with you. So, anyone who carries around a card like this is some kind of rapist, right? This is my license to bang underage chicks right here. Hey you're too old to be f***ing that teenager. Oh, wait, never mind. He's got one of those little cards. Carry on, friends.
Romeo and Juliet, huh? You know how those two ended up?
Love.
Dead.
No wonder this girl can't get a damn scholarship.
All you had to do was report it, and now Lucas is dead.
Right. Totally Dad's fault about the evil government transformer assassin. I bet she blames him for her mom dying too, even though we all know who was to blame there. Also, how long does it take for Optimus Prime to figure out if they were followed?
Somebody somewhere gave that order. Gotta find some fingerprints.
You're f***ing going to f***ing do what? Thankfully, the place Optimus told the inventor to hide and wait is basically a backup inventor's workshop. This guy doesn't immediately swat the hell out of this drone after he sees it. Oh look, the f***up inventor can now control the KSI drone with an Atari controller. Good for him. Stupid cops. They're not at the ATM. They're at the second most obvious place. That ridge up there that you're not looking at.
That was insane! It was awesome, but it was insane, right?
Movie fillets itself.
I'll find your inner compass.
Oh good, more racial stereotypes. These are aliens from a different world, right?
They're picking us off one by one.
How? I mean, if they're able to do that, then how the f*** is this scene even happening? All 5 of you out in the open with a f***ing campfire? I don't think the kill squads are actually very good at finding you.
Well, for the record, Super Dad, I'm not hiding with you. I'm hiding out with that big guy.
It's either a sin that this actor is terrible and inconsistent with an Irish accent, or it's a sin that this Irish actor doesn't sound Irish 50% of the time. Regardless, it's annoying.
This drone I stole recorded footage of an Autobot raid. It's in pieces. Watch what happens here.
The footage changes like an old VHS tape?
Then they designed this drone.
Which they can't control or find. Chicago did not get built back in 5 years. That would have been nearly a generational thing with that much damage.
Chicago KSI headquarters is like a fortress. I'm gonna find a way into their top secret military wing. Find something to blackmail this company and the government.
Movie rips off the screenplay I wrote when I was 7. Movie introduces an entirely new character nearly an hour into the movie. Also, I see this movie's John Turturro or John Malkovich will be played by Stanley Tucci. Thanks for the laughs, dude.
What was that sound?
I don't know, but I'm sure movie's going to spend a lot of undue time on it. Also, it's probably the sound of everyone in the audience snoring at this point.
Transformium. That's what we're calling it.
Is this a dumber name than unobtainium? Probably not, but still dumb.
You like music?
Well, I'd probably say something about this Beats by Dre bullshit, but I'm honestly more concerned with how he's controlling the programmable matter with his mind and a flick of his hand. Because that's a more amazing scientific advancement than even discovering programmable matter.
Hey, found a whole bunch of boxes of clothes.
Just lying around next to a Goodwill. Nobody was using them.
You stole mouthwash?
I like to be fresh when I'm making out with your daughter.
Here's another Michael Bay film populated with people who do and say things normal people would never do or say. Movie set design 101. Don't give two shits about logic. Why would the design team and the production team be in the same room? Why is work being done here requiring some to wear safety suits but others to just wear street clothes? Do you care? Of course not. You just want a place to show us Galvatron.
I modeled Galvatron after Optimus Prime. Why does he keep looking like Megatron?
I don't know, but I bet it means that's Megatron.
Simple coding.
I'm not saying Stanley Tucci hasn't occasionally whored himself out for money in shitty movies, but even he has to be a little embarrassed about what's going on right here. YouTube's Kasim G gets a cameo in the Transformers sequel, but ends up right back on YouTube getting mocked by us. We're still assholes, but probably not for this.
Nobody puts baby in a box.
Did that alien robot just make a Dirty Dancing reference?
We can build them ourselves, and we can build them better.
You just had a tantrum about how you couldn't build them better. You couldn't even build them the same. Which one of these f***ing on-the-run desperate assholes took the time to light all the rosary candles throughout this church? Answer, none of them. Michael Bay lit them, because the shot is always master to logic or common sense.
You're so square. Who even says smooching?
Is this line supposed to be ironic? Because who says square anymore?
You talk to me like that?
I'm beginning to think Bumblebee doesn't even want to get his real voice box fixed.
Inspired by Bumblebee, but better in every way.
Movie will now waste time insulting Bumblebee so that he will go unnecessarily ballistic. Also, who did they make this Stinger commercial for?
B, you gotta calm down right now.
I'm perfectly calm, dude.
Movie hopes reference to The Big Lebowski will give it some street cred, but movie and franchise has gone on way too long for that to be a possibility. Why are they running a documentary about their new robot design in the very room where the robot is being designed? To motivate the scientists?
You came to me on this, remember? You retire from the CIA.
Clunky exposition is clunky.
You need to deliver the seed.
Caesar Flickerman just asked Fraser Crane for semen. I am officially giving up my fan-fiction career. High-tech government facility can't detect when strange drone activity is happening.
Same badge code scanned at 2 separate gates.
Instead of doing security things about it, we came to find the head of the entire company to ask what we should do. Kate escapes because this laboratory makes no f***ing sense. It's not a Transformers movie if Bumblebee isn't changing into the most recent stupid Chevy muscle car design.
There is a version of this conversation where you get to go back to your barn. You have no idea what you're involved with here.
Really? My reply to that comment requires the removal of my glasses. OreoBot. Also, I bet the overall bottom line production costs ended up being like $20 after the car, beer, and snack money came rolling in.
I broke the code. I own your whole genome.
Except I can't get my Optimus Prime clones to come out looking like anything except Megatron clones, but you get the gist.
We're done? What, we're not gonna kick a little bit of ass?
Character voice is my main complaint with this entire franchise.
It's never been tested in the field.
Invention that has never been tested in the field is going to go out into the field cliche. Were they not literally just in the heart of downtown Chicago? Because I've been to Chicago, and you can't drive from the heart of downtown in any direction and be in countryside this open within a few minutes. Ever hear of urban sprawl? I feel like I've seen this enough in the other Transformers movies that putting it in this one is excessive, pointless, boring, and stupid. Well, this sort of defeats the purpose of Transformers altogether, doesn't it? Cade and Shane knew to jump out of Optimus, but somehow didn't tell Tessa the plan. Also, how did Cade and Shane jump out the same door? Tessa was in the middle, so that means Cade climbed over his daughter to jump out of Optimus. Well, that chick is f***ing dead.
Tessa, run to the field!
Tessa runs into the field, and after a small sample size of results, decides that the road is still the safest place. Instead of, running into the cornfield across the street. When you don't have a good reason for a character to constantly be in peril, just make the giant robot fight follow her everywhere she goes. I promise no one in the audience will notice how ridiculous that is.
That's my asset. Pull Galvatron back.
Dude, you ordered the untested Galvatron to go out there when you have this awesome Terminator bot to use? Is Lockdown like a person who can't open a pickle jar, and someone loosens it, and that's when he can finally open the pickle jar?
Who sent you here? You think you were born? No. You were built. And your creators want you back.
Movie keeps villains' true motivations for hunting Prime a surprise for basically no reason. And again makes us wonder if these robots f*** to procreate or not. God damn it. No. I wonder if we made all the slow motion in this movie into regular speed, if the formerly 3-hour runtime wouldn't come closer to 75 minutes.
The deal's going down now.
Picking up the seed at the recon point.
So why is the recon point to make this deal in downtown Chicago? They could have just sent one of these helicopters out of the cornfields and prevent the general panic that the spaceship caused. Unfortunate accidental kidnapping leads to extremely fortunate and convenient eavesdropping.
A deal is done. 1 Prime for 1 seed.
How did this deal ever happen? Did this guy come to Earth hunting Prime as his last collectible knight, and instead of just finding and taking him, make an unnecessary bargain with a government entity? How did he know who to call on that anyway? Or did the humans send out a space message asking someone to come and sell them seed? These dickheads managed to not only drive here in record time and beat Chicago traffic, but managed to get to the exact spot where the ship landed with no issues.
Hey, come on!
I guess we know why now this took place in downtown Chicago, so that our heroes could get on the ship.
Hey, I'm not here to help you get your daughter. You're here to help me get my girlfriend.
This guy has one line, and he just changes the particulars every time he says it.
Engage dark matter drives.
How does Lockdown not know he's got a bunch of intruders on his ship?
Lockdown ship has booby traps.
But apparently nothing to hear loud yelling or any other kind of security feature. Ship continues to fly over Chicago as if it's a tour or something. Couldn't it have not flown over Chicago? Couldn't it have gone to, I don't know, space? Why would millennia-old robot aliens have a similar visual aesthetic take on knights and knightdom? On a ship the size of Texas, an idiot from Texas will now accidentally trigger an important thing.
I surrender!
Lucky-ass Sword fires photon torpedoes here. In the next scene, Sword will prepare them breakfast and figure out how to get Tessa her scholarship money. Now back to the tonguing the girl's leg scene.
The arms of this night ship detach. We can break free. It's a separate ship.
Well, of course it is. Detaching from the main ship is what good prisons do.
Don't look down!
Impossible and impractical advice.
You are not 18 years old yet, and you're gonna do what I say!
Oh good, only a few families will die from this, but thank God Tessa's okay. I'm not all that surprised ex machina. Did no one during the production step forward and say, real people would actually fall and die here? This is kind of impossible. Not even one of the extras or a grip? I'm going to pause the movie a moment, put an arrow here pointing at this building logo, and implore the film to read these letters aloud to itself. We interrupt this Transformers film to bring you a little Spider-Man. I honestly did not expect that, but it's still shitty and sinful. Are we really just destroying Chicago again in another Transformers movie?
Yeah, going wild!
That's great, kid. Don't get cocky. Drivers honking or oblivious to alien technology flying past them. See, I don't think human beings could survive this either. And definitely not this, but hey, Blue Cross Blue Shield on the scene, so maybe anything's possible. Also, Chicago went back to normal almost immediately after the big huge alien ship had everyone running and scared for their lives a minute ago. And the ship never left the skyline. Did the CIA somehow tell all of Chicago, don't worry about that alien ship? I know you're scared after aliens destroyed the city nearly 5 years ago, but go back to what you were doing. Nothing to see here. This is an orgy of evidence that Michael Bay is a whore who turns tricks for money.
You better have insurance.
Wah, wah.
Prepare for interstellar launch.
Dude, I have been preparing for the launch of that movie since the fucking cast was announced. I am pumped. Oh, you're not talking about the movie, are you?
Lockdown will be in deep space before he realizes I'm gone.
But why? Lockdown's lack of curiosity about all the shit that went down just a minute ago is a curious plot oversight even for this movie. And seriously, this ship doesn't know when its smaller ships are detaching from it? Worst alien ship ever. How the f*** is Optimus totally okay right now? He couldn't even move his arms after the lockdown attack, and then he was immediately hung upside down in a prison.
You CIA guys are really subtle.
Movie continually points out the stupidity of its characters and plot as if that makes it okay. Isn't this the same space lab that Optimus and the others destroyed 30 minutes ago? They cleaned that up in no time.
Within that man-made prototype I fought, I sensed the presence of Megatron.
Well, duh. Was it because he has Megatron's face, maybe?
They hooked me up to Megatron, and that mine wasn't as dead as they thought.
Thanks for waiting a super long time to share this crucial information, dickweed.
That's just Megatron reincarnated.
You knew this and you didn't warn them?
Little girl, you can go to a pretty dark place when you're on death row.
Just like the screenwriter went into a dark place where he couldn't see that he wrote this illogical nonsense.
Going after the seed.
Wait, the seed?
My sentiments exactly. Why not the Matrix of Leadership, or the Allspark, or the Pillars?
Our creators destroyed your world to make us.
According to dictionary.com, destroy is a verb, meaning to reduce an object to useless fragments, a useless form, or remains, as by rending, burning, or dissolving. Injure beyond repair or renewal, demolish, ruin, annihilate. Does that sound like what happened to Earth?
He wants to detonate that seed in the biggest city and kill millions.
Let's talk about Megatron's plan. It's dumb and requires way too many lucky things to happen for it to work. The end, in case you confused it with Beijing, Sweden.
Next month, we detonate safely in the Mongolian desert.
Does she not already know this shit? Also, he made a video or a PowerPoint presentation for every single step in his evil secret plan, didn't he? It's not a Transformers movie if we don't bed down for the night somewhere unconventional and have a heart-to-heart relationship conversation no one cares about.
Thought it'd always be enough to protect her, but it won't be. It'll never be. So somebody better be.
Wow, he turned around on this issue in a hurry. When did he get Tucci's personal phone number? And how has this phone he's using not been lost or destroyed 15 times in this movie already?
Hijack part of my ship. How did you let this happen?
Honestly, how did you let this happen? Your ship has awful security and no sensors or alarms. Those bastards could have played laser tag on your ship and you wouldn't have noticed.
Together we're going to end human warfare. We're about to build a fully automated U.S. Army.
Harold tells Joshua a bunch of stuff that is surely already understood between them and was kept secret from the audience for basically no reason.
Find Darcy and bring a car around downstairs, quietly.
Oh, f*** you.
Go find my seed.
Phrasing? Why do they even ever need to take a robot form? Or any solid form at all?
Detonate the seed in the largest city.
And then the rest of the movie takes place in Hong Kong, which is not only not the largest city in the world, but not even in the top 5 largest cities in China.
When I fixed you, it was for a reward. For money. And it was me making a mistake.
Yeah, but the alternative was either turning him in for a reward, a mistake, or turning him in out of the goodness of your heart, which would also have been a mistake. Let's not also forget all the mistakes that these dumbass Autobots make, too. Especially that asshole Bumblebee. That said, I don't know why Optimus Prime would be moved by this speech. In every movie, the mistake is stupidity, and there ain't no cure for that.
I'm asking you to look at all the junk and see the treasure. You gotta have faith, Prime, in who we can be.
4 Transformers movies this bloated and stupid, and they've made $3.7 billion worldwide. That's seeing the treasure in the junk. Well, that doesn't make me have faith in humanity. Also, Puny Human has to give the seeing the potential in humans pep talk to Optimus fucking Prime, the guy that invented the seeing the potential in humans pep talk. Also, this is really all any Transformers or Superman movie has to offer in the way of a moral. The director said, let's have you eat a donut in every scene. It'll make you look like even more of a fat fuck. Now we're in a damn Bourne movie. I seriously think Bay just tries to one-up other action films, and he's just using the Transformers series as a vehicle to that end.
Find my seed. It's here.
If you know it's here, then why do you need help finding it? You can obviously sense its presence.
Who the hell's aboard that?
Impossible.
Nope, not only possible, but about 95% probable.
Brothers, it's the Autobots. Shoot them down!
How do you know it's them? This is a piece of lockdown ship. You've been a sleeping truck most of this movie. Why did Cade make this trip? He's actually, and I can't believe I'm saying this, more useless than Sam Witwicky. He doesn't have any special artifacts or knowledge or skill at killing Decepticons. He could have stayed in the US and kept his family safe, but nope, he has to make the trip to China for some reason. Oh yeah, and that's another thing. Even the transforming is lazy now. If I wanted to see constant recreations of that stupid scene from The Covenant, I'd go to YouTube, find the official trailer, and skip to the 156 mark constantly. How is he missing? Why doesn't he still have his badass alien gun? And the humans in this movie are harder to kill than the Transformers. Garage Inventor holds his own versus a highly trained CIA guy.
It's time for reinforcements.
You had access to these reinforcements this entire time and you didn't use them already? Is it really that hard to map out an action scene so that I know where everyone is? Oh look, Optimus reached the level 4 boss. I hear he's tough to beat, but if you have enough mana, you can usually get through it. It only took 10 hours of Transformers movies for Grimlock to show up.
We're giving you freedom!
One punch is all it takes to break the will of this pussy Dinobot. You sure you want this thing in battle with you? Being so easy to defeat and all?
Got your fortune cooking?
That's definitely racist.
No! Impossible!
Reincarnation of Megatron somehow forgot the last 3 movies when his plans were foiled, usually due to horrible planning.
Attack!
Fire-breathing technique could also have roasted Bumblebee, but f*** it.
Get that seed safely to the hills.
Why don't you f***ing take it? Wouldn't that be safer, faster, smarter, a better idea in almost every way?
We gotta call the central government for help.
We also have to speak English for one of the 4 sentences in this scene for some reason. Wait, this ship had this magnet thing and Lockdown didn't want to use it to vacuum Optimus Prime up the million or so times he had the chance to capture the guy? Just in case you confused it with Beijing, Alberta, Canada. Pterodactylbot somehow misses the amazing pull of the magnet even as it flies directly into its path. Entire boats are flying up, but this small vehicle somehow finds a way to avoid getting sucked into the air.
It's sucking up metal and dropping it.
Is Lockdown sitting near the magnet and surveying all the junk that comes into the ship and saying, nope, not Optimus Prime. That's not Optimus Prime. That's definitely not Optimus Prime. Send it all back down. We'll do this as inefficiently as possible until the movie calls for me to do something else that's stupid.
Go to the magnet.
Oh, now the magnet works on the car. Kelsey Grammer shows up to a random spot in Hong Kong where he can make his presence felt in the plot again. Or does he? Optimus, up to his eyeballs in fighting Lockdown, manages to sneak a shot to kill Harold before he blows away Cade. Cade runs up to this wall to shoot Lockdown, and it turns into a completely different wall in the next shot. But that's not so disturbing. Who the f*** is this dude? Where did he come from? Is he the ghost from 3 Men and a Baby? Handy truck with tow cable is available at the site, and Shane and Tessa figure out a convoluted plan to use it in like 5 seconds after seeing it.
Yeah, have a robe on my ass!
You haven't done anything yet. Lockdown has missiles and shit, right? Why was he trying to do anything else to Cade right now? In fact, he could probably blow up the truck while he's at it. There's really no reason he has to lose this fight.
You see my face, your life is done!
Then do it already!
We shall meet again, Prime.
Can't wait to hear what bullshit artifact exists in the next movie that will bring these crazy kids back together.
For I am reborn.
The movie's main villain turns out to not actually be important to this story in any real way.
We don't have a home, Dad.
I might be able to help you with that.
Aren't you going to jail for, like, forever?
I shall take it where it can never be found.
That Parallax planet.
Will we ever see you again?
Only if they greenlight a 5th movie before this one hits theaters. Oh, wait. This motherfucker can fly! Just like the original cartoons, but not the first 3 movies of this franchise.
Leave planet Earth alone, 'cause I'm coming for you.
Do you mean that Transformers 5 might actually have the chance to be about robots fighting this time? Instead of some stupid human drama that gets in the way? Because I'll sign up for that, as long as it's not 15 hours long like this one.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
You think maybe something should never be invented?
Truck guys, as dependable as the trucks they drive.
It's been sucky around here lately, but we're gonna be fine, sweetie. You just gotta keep believing, okay?
Until you.
Go ahead, Brian. I am listening.
I'm an inventor. This could be a game changer for me.
Say hi to your mother for me, okay?
Listen, people, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? This is Jason Bourne.
How did they find the island?
You'll have to ask them when they get here.
I don't have to ask. You brought them here.
Welcome to Mindhead. Welcome to Mindhead.
Look, I want a lawyer.
I want a lawyer, man.
You can't scare me with this Gestapo crap. I know my rights.
I always knew you were tough, but tricking the probe by hiding under the bones of another super? Oh, man! I'm still geeking out about it. You got the touch! You got the power!
Must go faster.
Cause my daddy taught me good.
There are no good aliens or bad aliens, Jaeger.
It's just a bunch of guys.
I'll get you next time, Gadget.
But whenever you look to the stars, think of one of them as my soul.
By the way, I'm totally legit. I just got picked up by Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Whoa, I guess I owe Marvel an apology. The original king of seizure-inducing studio logos is New Line Cinema. Jesus, I need to sit down. Movie opens with some kind of picture-in-picture bullshit image size, and I don't like it. Credits font is 1 degree away from Comic Sans. Let's see, I can enter the dreams of children, and my first thought for a weapon is finger knives. Discount Jennifer Grey. Like, I legitimately thought this was Jennifer Grey for a second. Why is this hallway so f***ing wet? Was there a burst pipe or something? Yes, believe it or not, there was a time in this world when Johnny Depp needed introducing. Ah, goats! Wait, the f***? I'm not scared of f***ing goats. Movie unintentionally inspires the finale to Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
So what'd you dream?
Forget it, Tina. The point is that everyone has a bad dream once in a while.
No shit, Nancy. She asked what your dream was, not some condescending thing you tell a 4-year-old after a nightmare.
Right. I'll call you in the morning. Yeah, sure.
Glenn gets a sound effects tape from his friend to fool his mom into thinking he's staying at a place near the airport. But for hilarious comic relief, he somehow doesn't know that car crashes and women screaming are also on this tape.
And hearing those fingernails. Fingernails? That made me remember the dream I had last night.
Remember the one I wouldn't tell you a minute ago because I felt the need to tell you how bad dreams work?
I'm gonna punch out your ugly lights, whoever you are.
I think this movie is actually set in present-day 1980s, but threats still come at a 1950s style pace. Shrug and tackle cliche.
Oh, what's that?
Intense, huh?
Rod decides to bring a gardening tool to the party he crashes for pretty much zero reason other than foreshadowing.
So what's going on here? An orgy or something? Maybe a funeral, dickhead.
Without warning, movie suddenly turns into West Side Story. Tina allows Rod to put his rod inside of her. Also, teen pregnancy. That's the real nightmare, am I right?
You feel better now, right?
Jungle Man fixed Jane.
Tina was broken because she's a woman, I guess. Anyway, man penis solves all problems.
No more fights?
No more fights.
Man, I miss high school. When you still had some sort of belief that your thoughts weren't delusions. Jesus is a dick to high school girls. Fred Krueger really wants to murder these kids, but sometimes in the dream world, killers are limited by physical walls. Next time, use the window, Freddy. Spooky and iconic image from Nightmare on Elm Street franchise accidentally inspires spooky and iconic balloon men from car dealerships.
Watch this.
It's funny because it's true. Okay, so Rod isn't dreaming right now. This is real, which means in the real world, people can levitate to the ceiling. Also, these peacocks are hideous. Rod is wondering how his penis can fix this.
Especially a lunatic delinquent like Lane.
Rod is not a lunatic, Dad.
Yeah. Asshole people walking by somehow didn't notice the kidnapping maneuver that Rod just pulled in broad daylight. Geez, dude, if you knew this guy you think is a killer was gonna go after your daughter, what took you so long to go back there and save her?
You used me.
What the hell were you doing going to school today for anyway?
Dad cop scolds his daughter for going to school, when her going to school was the basis for his entire operation.
Who are you?
Yep, that pretty much explains it. I know Freddy likes to play around with his victims, but damn, he doesn't have much time. And he keeps waiting so long that he lets them get away lots of times. I'm sure maybe he's just a patient guy. He knows they have to sleep sometime and he'll get them eventually. But if I was bent on getting revenge through kids' dreams, I'd want to kill them as soon as possible. Especially if they've already escaped me twice. Motley Crue, Wet Nightmare.
Nancy, don't fall asleep in there. You could drown, you know.
Nancy's mom randomly knocks on the door to give this out-of-nowhere warning about sleep drowning, foiling Freddy once again. Probably not approved by the FDA. Also, name on the label is extremely handy in telling people exactly what the pills inside it do. I'm having horrible nightmares and my best friend just got murdered by someone in my dreams. Let's stay awake watching Evil Dead. Also, this is 1984, and it looks like she's only got UHF VHF TV with no cable. Which network is playing The Evil Dead at this hour? She even has a book to read. Who tries to stay awake reading books? Who builds something on their house that is basically a perfect ladder straight to their teenage daughter's room? Also, Glenn randomly comes at the perfect time to set up another scary scene.
God, I look 20 years old.
Haha, I guess this is some sort of in-joke, because she is 20 years old, but no, you don't. Come on, 20? When you're 17, is 20 considered old?
I've got a crazy favor to ask you.
If it doesn't involve sex, I don't care.
It's nothing hard or anything.
Too late. I'm guessing there's a scene that was cut or not filmed where Nancy saw Tina get zipped up in a body bag and that's why she keeps dreaming of it. The scary part is not that she's dead and visiting Nancy in her dreams. The scary part is that all of this is Rod's actual unborn baby, so we all dodged a bullet there. Ah, Fred. You were just inches away from killing her for the 4th time in this movie, and you went and made 2 big rookie mistakes. Dream garbage can slow Freddy down in a world where he creates the rules. Nancy dreams in film continuity errors. Window did not have a crack in it before, but does now so that it can be easily smashed. Hey, dreams are tough out there in the hood. Why would this dream set up booby-trap stairs, but once she got to the 2nd floor, allow her to run without a problem? Damn, Fred, you've only successfully killed 1 person in this movie so far. You might want to tone down the wisecracks and jump scares and get on with the killing a little faster next time. Also, how can Freddy slice people up in the dream world and the results show up in the real world, but other stuff he does, like smashing through doors and slashing pillows, totally doesn't carry over to the real world? Remember, he sliced Tina's nightgown earlier and it showed up in the real world, so it's not just the physical body that's affected.
Glenn, you bastard.
Nancy calls Glenn a bastard for failing his guard duties, but first of all, he didn't come to your room in the middle of the night to watch you sleep. Second, if you'd have promised him at least a boob flash for doing this job, he might have been more alert. Single pillow single pillow feather suggests that maybe the pillow did get sliced after all, but pillow is intact, so I'm confused. Rod sleeps in his leather jacket because those things are super comfortable when sleeping in jail. Also, this is spooky and all, but why does Freddy bother to hang the guy? Does he think that if he used his finger knives that these cops would crack the case and start doing sleep studies to catch him in the dream world? Furthermore, what is Rod dreaming about so that Freddy can do this to him? This killing is all too sneaky for what we've seen in this movie so far.
It's an unsolved murder, and I don't like unsolved murders.
Did the police really consider this case unsolved? I mean, yeah, we know there's a guy killing kids in dreams, but they don't. And it would be a pretty open and shut case without that knowledge because Rod is a knifey sort of guy with priors. Also, this murder is sneaky, but it's also the slowest murder since the horribly slow murder with extremely inefficient weapon. Why would Nike agree to this kind of product placement? Hey guys, I'm gonna get those shoes that asshole Rod wore during the violent hanging scene. Cool, huh? More than 3 people show up to Rod's funeral. Also, we didn't even get to see Tina's funeral. All we knew about Rod was that he was a dick, and he gets a whole funeral scene.
His life and his death attest to the scripture's warning that he who lives by the sword shall die by the sword.
Damn, that's some bullshit to be saying at a funeral. These people actually like Rod, for some reason, so dick move from the priest there. Rather than show you Freddy Krueger once again, failing at killing Nancy, movie has us watch Barbara Jean and the future voice of Roger Rabbit watching Nancy sleep.
I brought something out from my dream.
Man, now Freddy's allowing kids to steal his hat? What kind of psycho killer is this?
I don't know where you really found it or what you're trying to prove.
What I learned in the dream clinic.
Is your refrigerator running? Time to get a teenager to hold it back. Wanton destruction of delicious booze.
Somebody forgot to sign the search warrant in the right place, and Krueger was free just like that.
Oh, come on. Doesn't the signature itself constitute a more or less proper search warrant? Why not just say that someone forgot the search warrant? It would have been more believable than this signature in the wrong place technicality letting a child murderer loose.
Took gasoline, poured it all around the place, and made a trail of it out the door. Then lit the whole thing up and watched it burn.
What we didn't realize was the burning child murderers sent them into Dominion over the dream world, and it would take 15 years for him to return and kill their kids in their sleep. I knew we shouldn't have invited that coven of witches to tag along, but we were real liberal back then.
He's dead, honey, because Mommy killed him.
And dozens of other parents, but I'm brave enough to take credit. Glenn's room is an orgy of evidence that he's into nearly every damn thing there is to be into. Also, Nike socks.
Just give me some help nailing the guy when I bring him out.
Damn, girl. You won't even sleep with your boyfriend normal style, and you're proposing a threesome?
Are you crazy? Hit him with what?
You're the jock. You have a baseball bat or something.
I don't know, I haven't really thought this through, but what I do know is all jocks have baseball bats. That's for sure. Damn, you've got a bottle of Stay Awake here, another one in the background, and a huge pot of coffee on the TV. Movie encourages addictive lifestyles. A hidden coffee pot might be one of the first signs that you have a problem. Seriously, I could recut this whole movie into an after-school special if I needed to, and include the moms drinking. R-rated movie teases the out of us for no damn reason. Also, I guess when you're hunting psycho killers, better dress to impress. Glenn's creeping father doesn't approve of Nancy, but apparently is a big fan of the show she just put on in her bedroom.
I don't care what you say. I don't want that kid hanging around with her son anymore.
Anything you say, creeper alcoholic father who was just introduced to us 10 seconds ago. I would send this for the convenience that Nancy opens her door just as Nancy's mom happens to be pulling out yet another bottle of alcohol. But I get the feeling that 95% of Nancy's mom's time is spent finding secret alcohol stashes and exploiting them. Glenn's balls turn into a mini TV. Also, Glenn felt the need to label his headphones with his name. You know, just in case in 1984 he was wearing them at school, listening to his iPod and left them somewhere.
You've just got to be firm with these kids, that's all. Let's go. As a matter of fact...
Glenn's dad just wandered into this picture a minute ago and suddenly becomes the movie's plot lord.
Glenn?
So this guy can travel through the phone lines now? Are phone lines and the dream world connected somehow? She's definitely not dreaming. At least, I don't think she is. The stupid ending that makes us reconsider the entire last 20 minutes of this movie hasn't happened yet.
What if Glenn tries to call?
What are you, the narrator?
Well,
I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy.
Glenn's dad just went overboard.
my boyfriend?
Yep, his name is Glenn. But I too enjoy worrying about people by calling out their direct relationship to me. Oh no, my brother. Oh no, my boss. Oh no, my barbershop quartet. Jesus, finally. That blood from The Shining just can't find the right door, can it? Mom screaming her lungs out does not attract the attention of Glenn's dad, who was so important 5 minutes ago. How does Glenn's dad not know about the bloodbath upstairs? Was he outside drinking beer and looking in windows this whole time, without a clue in the world?
Just come here and break the door down in exactly 20 minutes.
Nancy knows exactly the length of time it will take her to go to sleep, fight Freddy Krueger, and bring him out into the real world. You know what that 80s synth music means, right? Time for a montage. I think it's safe to say for this scene alone, the entire Home Alone franchise is indebted to Nightmare on Elm Street. Also, apparently reading a book on booby traps makes you an expert on making booby traps. Also, Nancy told her dad to break down the door in 20 minutes. These tasks alone would take 20 minutes or more. Nancy's mom's pillows aren't piles of liquor bottles. Whoops, spoke too soon.
And now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep.
Lord's Prayer cliche.
I pray the Lord my soul to take.
Last 4 words of the Lord's Prayer inspire way worse Wes Craven movie 26 years later. Okay, let's see. In 20 minutes, Glenn died, the entire city went to Glenn's house, and Nancy strung up an entire book's worth of booby traps. It should be about 2 or 3 a.m. right now, but I'll just go with it. Did the composer of this film try to emulate the ending of the song Dreamweaver? Because if he did, that's awesome, and sinful all at once. Freddy is a big believer in 7th time's the charm. Now we know why it was so helpful that Glenn labeled his headphones. I don't know how you managed to dream and be alert to arrest a psycho killer, but I guess you can just teach yourself lucid dreaming after several pots of coffee and copious bottles of Stay Awake.
I'm crazy after all.
What the f*** were you waiting for, asshole? Freddy, who we have seen appear in one place and out of nowhere in the next, is contained by simple doors when the plot requires it. Noticeable crack in window to help people smash through it is noticeable again.
Maybe I better go tell the lieutenant.
Maybe. Define slow, because you're already there for me. Good God, if this is Nancy's mom's room, how did it not blow up as soon as Freddy ran inside? Door shuts for no damn reason other than to provide jump scares for assholes. You remember how you killed the 3 other people in this movie? You didn't say anything. You just did it.
I take back every bit of energy I gave you. You're nothing.
What? That f***ing worked? That seriously f***ing worked? Saying things. The power was inside you all along.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop drinking. I just don't feel like it anymore.
Dream is giving obvious clues to Nancy that this is a dream. Horror movie wants to have the gotcha ending, but it basically renders the previous scene and everything we sat through entirely moot. Why did Freddy disappear after Nancy told him to f*** off? If he had this kind of power, he should have succeeded a lot sooner than this. Man, this motherfucker is multitasking. Plus, we already saw her die once, but maybe that was just Nancy's dream. So, is this Nancy's mom's dream? Now I have no clue what happened in this movie.
I can't feel my legs. Kaiser.
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is real life.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
Your mother sucks cocks and hell carrots, you faithless slime.
Give me the key, Mother.
I'm the gatekeeper. Are you the keymaster?
Say, you know, I knew I should have made a left turn at Albuquerque.
Paradox.
They taste like burning. Glenn? Are you still watching?
Where's the rum gone?
You know, if these kids in this movie had eaten more healthy and energizing snacks, maybe they wouldn't be falling asleep all the time. Maybe snacks are Freddy Krueger's true enemy. Regardless, NatureBox wants you to try their 5 most popular snacks for free. Yes, free. Now, go to naturebox.com/cinemasins to get a free sampler box sent to your door. Free snacks 5.
Box Force 5.
I'm honestly not sure how you're still watching this video. But since you are, let me repeat the opportunity in front of you. You face stuffed with deliciousness because you watched a video and went to a website. It's that freaking easy. You're welcome, and probably also be decreasing your chances of falling asleep too much and facing off with Freddy Krueger by like 5% or something. Again, you're welcome. naturebox.com/cinemasins. Go now, and don't look back. "72 seconds of logos. WWE Studios. Because we didn't just want to call it Mirror. Also, we just didn't want to be confused as a prequel to Mirrors."
But as many times as I've had this dream, it's never been me before, holding the gun.
Now that you've had this one dream, we're ready to let you out into society again.
And it tells me that you haven't only overcome your delusion in your conscious mind, but in his subconscious mind as well.
Oh, it's going to be one of those movies, is it? Show us a dream of something that might have happened, have someone talking, and in mid-sentence switch to a completely different scene? Make the audience wonder where the hell they are for the entire movie? Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Doctor Who is that?
16,000. 16,000 on Skype.
Who the f is Skyping an auction? What an asshole. Family moves to a new house in a horror movie cliche. Damn, they got Amy Pond and Starbuck in this thing. They really went all out to try and get an audience to this movie through casting, but not so much the actual scares. Character looks at himself in a mirror and decides to do a thing cliche. Also, I guess this isn't the only mirror that's evil in this movie. Hi. Bye. Okay, great, they found a way to put some foreshadowing in the stream, which means the filmmakers have studied literary devices, and good for them. But did they read anything about cliches? Because this scene is made up of 100% cliches. Also, you could have a drinking game of how many times people get choked in this movie. No! 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 The horror movie score and the violent screaming is supposed to put me on edge, I guess. But much like her fiancé, I've been rudely awakened from a peaceful sleep.
Because I guess there were some complaints about people printing out their sales reports and finding some really graphic crime scene photos.
She printed out crime scene photos at her job over a network. This is a private family matter, right? She's been obsessed with this for years and would probably have printed them out long ago in the privacy of her own home, right? This scene is completely manufactured to show how this obsession is affecting her relationships and career, right?
You must be hungry.
This mirror eats people? They should have called this The Mirror That Eats People, and then changed the entire movie to fit that title. Because this mirror, for the entire movie, doesn't eat one person. It might eat a dog, but that doesn't change the fact that this mirror is hungry is a wasted idea. Also, that said, what the f*** is this "you must be hungry" line? Was that an idea that was in the original draft and never got cut out when they changed the movie to whatever this is? Also, I take issue with this movie's definition of oculus anyway. An oculus is not a mirror, it's an eye, or a circular opening in a dome. This mirror never functions as an eye, or a place where vampires send their outcasts to be burned by the sun, so I call bullshit on this title.
I hope this still hurts.
Even if I 100% believed in a demon illusion mirror ghost thing and was obsessed with killing it, I would not believe the crack in the physical mirror hurts it. Hi. Bye. I hear if you take the sheet off a potential demon really slow, it loses its power to hurt you. Ah, Socrates! This scene is like a roller coaster, only the car you're in constantly goes up and straight, and never down. Ah, George Washington!
You're all set.
This guy must have tiptoed in or snuck back in like an asshole. Remember when he left a couple minutes ago? Yep, those are average, everyday, normal steps, but they usually signal a person walking toward you and prevent jump scares like this.
You alright?
Dick.
Can you come by the house?
Sure. What's your address?
No, the house.
I guess that's okay with you then? Bye? Door closes before we can figure out the mystery of how the hell they got that huge mirror into a station wagon. Ghost mirror demons offer courtesy massage before killing your family. Only Apple products or a whole Apple store can properly document this paranormal activity.
This object is responsible for at least 45 deaths in the 4 centuries of its recorded existence.
Is that all? Also, it seems pretty unlikely that you were able to figure out who owned this mirror over the years and cross-reference it with a bunch of grisly murders, especially since there are gaps in the timeline, and no one except you has made the connection between the mirror and all the dying.
I know this is silly to ask, but could you try and call on the hour? It's about 7 past.
That's not a silly request at all. Woman I'm about to marry who has lots of demons she won't discuss with me.
In 1755, Philip Lasser was found at their grand fireplace.
Okay, so this goes on for a couple minutes. This is basically your typical horror movie go to the library or internet and research evil scene. Only the main character already did the research, and it's a lot longer. Alarm sounds because even the screenwriters knew how long this scene felt on the page. Also, considering Kaylee starts providing even more mirror history after this protein bar break, I can't help but think the script went 4 or 5 pages of mirror killings until Karen Gillan said, "Damn, can we break this up a little more? I need a protein bar break." And then a protein bar break was written into the script.
Tobin Cap, 1955.
Skip.
There's a huge difference between causation and correlation. Okay, then in 2001, Mom and Dad bought that new couch. Same year, Grandpa had a heart attack, Robbie Schultz got hit by a car, and our cat ran away.
First off, there's no way you remember what year your parents bought a damn couch, especially when you were 8 years old. Second, while this fits the causation does not imply correlation thing, what are the chances of 45 unusual murders happening around this mirror over 4 centuries and exchanging numerous hands? Slim? I'm gonna guess slim. The mirror only seems to have power when it's not covered, so why not smash it when it's covered? This is a simple issue that goes unnoticed and untried for the whole movie. Also, come on. If someone really wanted to hurt this mirror, there are about a million tricks you could do to destroy it without being directly responsible. So this "you can't destroy the mirror because it won't let you" is nonsense.
Only one person I know of was ever documented trying to break the mirror. Oliver Jeffries, 1971.
Funny how you skipped over this dude during your prologue a minute ago. Is it because you were saving it just for this occasion?
Where the mirror hung in the central lecture hall.
Apparently the mirror only affected one dude during the entire time it hung there.
According to his students, he stood there quietly for almost a minute before walking out of the hall and into traffic.
And made it all the way to a bridge before finally getting hit by a car.
The mirror goes right there.
Yeah, but you just told us that people tried to destroy the mirror before and some sort of evil persuasion prevented them from doing it. So how would you be able to put the mirror in the path of this anchor without the mirror preventing you from doing even that? especially now that you just showed the mirror how it works. Also, since this mirror specializes in the art of illusion, even with alarms and failsafes, you're going to start experiencing delusions and won't know what's real. So this can only end badly. Huh, that's weird. This mirror likes to f with people before it kills them. It's a strange motivation, but hey, you've got to make the thankless job of killing fun from time to time. Fingernail horror.
Hey guys, come into my office for a second. All right, well, what is this?
Okay, I don't get it. He saw one book on the floor a minute ago. Now there are about 15. Is that supposed to be scary? It's a who gives a shit kind of scary. If it's supposed to be the mirror creating conflict between the dad and his kids, it's about the silliest way to do it. I don't know whether the dad unknowingly added more books to the pile, or the mirror did it while he was gone and he just didn't notice, but this is the type of scene where the biggest sin is that no one could possibly give a f about it.
Oliver Jeffries, dead plants in the classroom. Tobin Cap, dead plants in the bedroom.
What record keeps track of the f***ing dead plants?
And I'm gonna need you to stay out of my office.
80% of Rory Cochrane's dialogue in this movie is telling the kids to stay out of the office.
Alice Carden's Australian Shepherd. Tobin Cap's Dalmatian, the pets were never found.
What did Tobin Cap have for breakfast this morning? Surely there's a document proving the consumption of bacon and eggs with a side of toast.
You're wrong. I saw Mom lock him in the office, and I sat outside that door all day, and nobody went in or out.
Have you ever heard of the fuzzy trace theory of human psychology?
Mom was always home.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm not.
Tim's rational explanation probably beats Demon Mirror Ghost for believability, but the alternative is that their dad was having an affair at the house while the kids were home?
You know the temperature in here has risen by 3 degrees?
2 people in a small space, lights burning, electrical equipment.
Tim is right, even though he's wrong. Why didn't the temperature rise based on those factors alone? That should have skewed the results a little bit. Dog has more sense than any human characters in this movie. Jesus, this took forever. It took 24 minutes from the time Kaylee started giving a history of the mirror for something to actually happen during this movie's present day. Ha! In this case, being right is not a good thing. This is the point where you just get the f*** out. If the mirror can make you position cameras without you knowing it, then it surely can make you do other things without knowing it. And all the alarms and fail-safes in the world aren't going to prevent your death.
I don't remember doing that.
Yeah, I know. It's time to get the hell out of there. You can't even be sure this is happening right now.
I'll talk to you in an hour. 50-50, that was you and him.
Instead of investigating it further by walking outside, getting as far away from the house as possible, and calling Michael, Kaylee decides to be okay with that possibly not being Michael, even though he's one of her failsafes. The details of how Kaylee wrested her mom's attention from the seductive pull of the mirror are important. Also, burnt toast shows that there's trouble in this family, but also shows there's even more trouble with a simple toaster setting.
You don't know when Daddy's coming home?
I don't know where he is.
Let me get this straight. The dad was seduced by a harlot in a mirror, but spent a lot of his time away from the house? Did he know the mirror was evil and gave it a good college try to not be in the house? Or was this part of the mirror's plan to support the cheating narrative?
She wasn't in the office. She was on the stairs. But I think she went back in the office. I think she lives there.
That's a really odd story with vague details you told me there, son. But no need to ask any more questions, I guess. This is either too obvious or too dumb for a cheating husband to leave around in his office. I'd be scared, but I'm still trying to figure out what's actually happening in this movie. The mirror can create delusions and possess people, and for some reason it takes a really long time f***ing with people before the killing starts. Countdown to choking in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Demon-possessed mother does everything in her power not to catch her kids. Demon-possessed mother does everything in her power not to break down the door. Countdown to choking in 5, 4, 3. Oh, that's not choking. Now that's choking. Leave it to a man to do the job right, I guess.
Yeah, I have an emergency with my wife.
Look, if the mirror's sphere of influence reaches this far into the house, then the kid should be possessed too, unless it has morals about children or something. Also, at this point, the mirror's plan becomes certifiably insane, even for a demon. Basically, the mirror is going to tell Alan to chain his wife in the bedroom and turn her into what amounts to a wild animal. Maybe that's scary. I don't know. What I do know is that demons are brainstorming ideas for screenplays, and they actually use people instead of pen and paper.
Tim.
Snap out of it!
Movie will now blur the line between past and present, making this more confusing.
We're gonna have to stay clear of that room.
In this movie, it's my absolute top priority as a father to ban you from certain rooms in this house. Next week on Oculus, the bathroom is off limits.
You are welcome to hang out in here and play video games.
Why aren't you a homicidal maniac? Why is your possessed form to be a weird dick to your kids, but the mom's possessed form is a choke-happy psychopath? What the hell are the rules?
Eat.
The director said, let's have your characters eat apples. It'll make them look even more like assholes.
Tim, snap out of it! Tim!
I guess she eventually snapped him out of it with the power of family. The movie doesn't explain. Alan is a dick to his demon-possessed wife. The director said, let's have your character eat a light bulb instead of an apple. It'll make you look like even more of an asshole. And it actually didn't happen. Now we're assholes.
Maybe we should stay together.
Yeah, and leave the house too. That's another good idea that I came up with just now. Yeah, this shit is freaky right here. This is the kind of thing that the movie could have used more of. Instead, it's a subliminal freaky face, and I have no clue if the kid actually saw this or not, or if the present is colliding with the past, or if it's just for the audience.
Huh?
Mother is super quiet because of obvious jump scare possibilities. Daughter has unhealthy obsession with broken plates on the ground, which leads to this jump scare. If you were startled by this, you have only yourself to blame.
You disobeyed me, so now you get grounded.
What kind of demon are you?
You and your snot-nosed little brother over there are not to step foot outside of this house.
Since you can't go anywhere in the house, either you'll have to take the form of a gas. Also, why didn't you just chain up your kids while you were at it?
She's, using her mother's illness to act out. And
Wait till she starts driving. This is nothing.
Haha, teens. Cries for help are just part of the mystery of their growing minds and bodies. Oh man, Kaylee did this at the worst possible moment, during her dad's daily fingernail removing time. That'll teach him. I mean, I have the power to do far worse, but this mindfuck is way more fun. This is Exhibit A in the compelling you can't win against a mirror that creates delusions case. Also, at this point, everything on the video is going to look like either you or your brother did these things on your own. How is this ever going to prove the mirror is behind this? Yeah, can he see you right now? I'm guessing not, but why put that thought in my head?
Fix the lights.
The longest seduction ever continues. Only 200 massages to go before he's really not human anymore.
I need police and an ambulance.
Why don't they ever walk further away from the house? Okay, so maybe they're still inside the house and the mirror is giving them the illusion that they're outside, but it seems like it would help them to try. Especially since they have no idea what's real as long as they're within shouting distance of the house.
Watch ourselves get...
We're gonna have to get really, really brave.
Tim throws Kaylee's words back at the main villain of the movie. Oh, wait, why the f*** would you go back in? Also, this type of shit happened in the past? There didn't seem to be any of this mind-bending alternate reality stuff going on when the mirror possessed their parents. Plate grievings. I'm gonna let you go for some reason. If anyone asks why, good behavior.
Kaylee?
Is he gone?
Movie plays the pronoun game, so I have to ask who the f*** he means. You mean your dad? The one that's dead? The f*** are you talking about? Mom can't ever quite run down the kid, can she? And thwarted by a door again. Are you telling me she has all the viciousness of a wild dog, but still has the motherly instinct not to break down doors around the house? The horror. Choking in 5, 4... Oh! Whatever. Who cares? Why don't the kids get possessed while trying to destroy the mirror? That's what happened to their mom. Kaylee's throat must be shaped like Bart Simpson's by now. The kids can hear this? Or are they imagining themselves as kids now? Or have they been the whole time? I wish I knew. This could have been badass if it had a center of reality we could hold on to. Instead, we're just sitting here guessing the whole time. And anything can happen, and it loses real suspense. Well, Kaylee's dead. But shouldn't the mirror be dead too? That's a heavy-ass anchor there. It should have gone through Kaylee and into the glass. All that strangling made her throat really strong.
No, it wasn't my fault! It was the mirror!
It was the mirror!
Hey man, if they didn't believe you when you were a kid, they're definitely not going to believe you as an adult. You might as well tell them O.J. Simpson did it.
Yeah, man, you didn't know that? This country is founded. It was founded by people who were the aliens, man. George Washington, man, he was in a cult. And the cult was in the aliens, man.
And it's not your fault.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Mom!
Mom! Mom! Mom! Mommy! 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 Mama! 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 Ma! 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 Mom! 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 Mommy! Mommy! Mama! Mama! Mama!
What? Go on without me. Just go. A good soldier never leaves a man behind.
Huh?
It's a trick. Get an axe.
Nothing turns this couple's crank more than singing Michael Row the Boat Ashore. The killer started the search for people to murder well before this couple decided to start making out in the attic of this barn. Remember, we saw creepy stalking while this couple sang a Negro spiritual to get in the mood. So was the killer walking around expecting to find a couple making out? Or did the killer luck out at the last second?
We weren't doing anything.
These horny teens know who this is, but they won't give us any clues because they somehow know this needs to be a surprise at the end of the movie. Ah! Death by pausing! Whoa! Didn't even see that glass there.
You're going to Camp Blood, ain't you?
What did this crazy local guy do in the 22 years that Camp Crystal Lake was closed down? Was he warning people about the danger of CFCs? It seems to be his only function in life. I'm concerned about what he did in the years where absolutely no one was going to the camp for any reason whatsoever. 5-1, this guy rides a bike. I can already see it. Yep, crazy bike riding asshole.
He tell you anything?
Local truck driver plays the pronoun game so that Annie has to ask who the hell he means.
Your boss, Steve Christie.
Let me get this straight. She's going to work at this camp for the summer and absolutely no one offered to give her a ride? Not even the other people she's going to work with? She couldn't even get one guy with a crush on her to drive her out to the site?
I mean about what happened.
No, there's something you're not telling me.
Jeez, you think?
Camp Crystal Lake is jinxed.
Come on, dude. A minute ago you were like super eager to help her out.
No sweat.
You got super angry about Crazy Ralph.
I tell you, he's causing problems enough for your boss with all that talk.
And now you warn her about the place when you're halfway there. You couldn't tell her this before she got in the truck with you?
Did Christie tell you about the 2 kids murdered in 58, boy drowning in 57, a bunch of fires?
2 murders and a drowning over 20 years ago constitute a death curse. One of the dumbass kids in this truck is reading The Godfather? I don't think so. It's not like the book is high literature or anything, but no, they're not reading that book. Also, discount Kevin Bacon. Wait, you're saying that is Kevin Bacon? Okay, so discount Kevin Bacon. Got him while he was super cheap. Good for them. This fucking guy. Well, at least he's obvious about his creepiness.
Ta-da!
What a dick. I mean, who does this? Movie cast more suspicions on Steve with the exact same Jeep that he drove to lunch a minute ago. But since we later find out that Steve isn't the killer, how did the killer get the exact same Jeep, same paint job, and same hubcaps? And why?
Hi, I'm going to Camp Crystal Lake.
Hitchhiking is just like calling a cab. No need for formalities. Also, Annie should immediately think it's odd that the supposedly helpful driver who is sympathetic to hitchhikers doesn't say anything the entire time, and is totally down with taking her to Camp Crystal Lake when all she's heard are warnings and death curses about the place since she came to town. Score throughout the movie is either an homage to Psycho and Jaws, or outright theft if you send movies for a living. Annie will now do the trip and fall while being chased through the woods cliché 63 times during this chase through the woods. What? Weird how her neck changed color just before it was sliced. Weird. Also, movie kills one of the cutest women in this movie 23 minutes in. She didn't even get a chance to do a horror movie nude scene. Humanity. Bulges. This is a great trick to play when you're a straight guy and you have a 50-50 chance of it being a woman giving you CPR. I know, right? Get that hair fixed, the 80s.
I'll flush it out!
Kevin Bacon is a dick to the other people who won't be movie stars after this. That's racist. That's racist.
I told you to sit on it, Tonto.
That's racist.
Never keep the chief waiting.
Goodbye, cop character we'll never see again. Thanks for the out-of-nowhere warning about crazy old Ralph. Ralph just happens to appear right after the cop warned the camp counselors about him. Also, I guess he's now upgraded his craziness to hiding in rarely used rooms to spread the gospel about the curse of Camp Crystal Lake.
God sent me.
Couldn't God have sent you to the lake when they were all swimming, and you would have had a more captive audience? It's downright bizarre that Crystal Lake has become so cagey over an accidental drowning and the murder of a horny couple of teens over 20 years ago. If there had been a little bit more of a sample size, maybe I'd be on board, but 3 deaths? Movie lingers on this shot long enough to pad its 90-minute runtime. Couple stuff. I wish I had that cliche. Ah! Betsy Palmer!
And the rain turns to blood.
If this had been Jack telling Marcy the stream, there's no way she'd sleep with him. But since it's the other way around, Jack's willing to accept anything as long as it gets him laid.
Call it my shower dream.
Hey, this is no dream.
Hey, I sure can't wait to hear Danny and the Juniors tonight at the sock hop.
Jack and Marcy are gonna get drenched.
Why would you assume that they didn't get to shelter in time? Is it so Bill could say,
Not if they're where I think they are.
yeah, I mean, wink wink, nudge nudge, right? Sex. We've zeroed in on the camp's guitar douchebag. I really don't feel too bad that he's doomed. Doomed!
We're going to play strip Monopoly.
Somehow the TNA this idea suggests, especially in a horror movie from 1980, never arrives. How did they miss Ned's body on top of this bunk? I know you're horny and everything, but damn, that's a huge oversight. Kevin Bacon's right hand. Holy shit, the killer was under the bunk the whole time? Also, killer waits until Jack notices the blood to finally kill him, which there was no way to know from under the bunk. Also, how did the killer get an arrow through the mattress and perfectly into Jack's throat? And with the other arm holding his head down. This killer is flexible.
40 yards to the outhouse by Willie Macon. Come on, kids, you can do better than that.
That's actually pretty good.
Must be my imagination.
Which is why you're about to get an axe to your head. Her first instinct is to scream and not defend herself in any way, including, but not limited to, running. Also, movie kills one of the cutest women in the movie 47 minutes in. If they're playing strip Monopoly, why did they even bother laying out the money around the board? Stupid door that has nothing to do with the killer interrupts wholesome game of Monopoly.
Well, we're going to have to finish this game some other night.
But why? All you have to do is close the windows in your cabin. That takes like a few minutes. Why does this end the game? Oh my god, don't stop playing this game. Also, even though the game is ended, Brenda decides not to put her other clothes back on in what we've been told is not only a rainy night, but a cold night.
Steve, is there anything else you want?
Steve's marathon lunch break boldly marches into its 7th uninterrupted hour. No wonder reopening Camp Crystal Lake has taken more than a year.
I've got 6 new counselors up at camp. They are babes in the woods in every sense of the word.
I don't discriminate. I'm going to creepily touch Kevin Bacon's hair next week during campfire stories. Also, 6? You're expecting that hitchhiker Annie to show up too, right? Did you ever wonder about her? Don't you think you might have wanted to arrange a ride for her out to the camp? No need to kill the vulnerable camp counselor who's brushing her teeth right now. Hiding and waiting is my game. When did this dude start having car trouble? Also, car won't start during a horror movie cliche. Killer needs to pull an elaborate trick to get Brenda outside when there was a perfect opportunity to kill her in the bathroom. Where did your rain slicker go? You're walking out into this mess in that? All the better to see you with, my dear. I guess. I mean, this killer sure makes a production out of killing. I guess her death was considered too graphic to show on screen after we saw a throat slit, a throat arrowed, and a face axed. Also, movie kills one of the cutest women in the movie 57 minutes in.
I thought I heard a scream.
I'm hiding anything to that wind.
How could you not hear that f***ing scream? Now, why would the axe be tucked into bed? Isn't that a useful weapon the killer might want to hide or keep for future killings? Or keep away from people who might want to use it to defend themselves later?
What is going on?
I don't know, babe. It's either an elaborate prank from someone who is extremely patient, or there are people getting killed at this camp right now. You heard the screaming. Now, take your pick.
Look, it's 10 miles to the nearest crossroads. Steve will be back soon.
I mean, the guy only takes 10 hours to eat lunch, so he should be back any time now.
Your old Ralph was out your way today. His wife was a nervous wreck till we got him home.
That dude is married?
That's all I need. Crazy Ralph running around.
I mean, that guy doesn't even know how to stroke women's hair properly.
Rescue squad with Jaws of Life. Near mile marker 17.
Mega wreck happens just as the cop is about to show up at Camp Crystal Lake and find out something bad is happening there. Killer just happens to be waiting for Steve at the camp entrance. Those of you hoping for an insanely high sin count for this movie are going to need to know that for long stretches of time, stuff like the entire process of making coffee is shown in real time. This whole scene is 2 minutes. Nothing happens, although the effectiveness is that you think something might happen. Anyway, coffee is made here. Skip. So his throat was cut, and then the killer took archery lessons on his body out in the open, I guess? I really would like to see this movie from the antagonist's perspective. Also, is this movie saying that he's pinned to the door by the arrows? Because what a bunch of bullshit that is. Cartoon barricade. This dealing with death scene lasts a good 40 seconds. It takes that long for her to run or do anything other than choke down screams. Here's the real killer, driving up in a Jeep 40 seconds after throwing a body out the window. I guess for scare tactics.
How are you? Well, I'm Mrs. Voorhees, an old friend of the Christies.
Why did you reveal yourself to the last victim of the movie? Why are you putting on an act now? Why are you not knifing Alice to death?
They'll kill you too. I'm not afraid.
That's what killers say, Alice. Run!
Did you know that a young boy drowned the year before those 2 others were killed? His name was Jason.
Did all of your victims hear about your kid before you killed them? Or did they all kill themselves?
Jason was my son, and today is his birthday.
Well, isn't that convenient? And on Friday the 13th during a full moon of all times. Well, I'll be damned.
Where's Mr. Christie? Oh, I couldn't let them open this place again. Could I? Not after what happened.
Why didn't you just kill Steve during the entire year he's been fixing up the place? That would have saved you a lot of time and bodies.
Look what you did to him!
Strong and cunning killer suddenly becomes not so cunning and weak when it comes to this easy-to-kill last victim. Mrs. Voorhees dragged Annie all the way back to the Jeep after slitting her throat? What the hell for? Did she know that someone would try and make an escape in her Jeep just so they'd see her dead body? Well, these dead bodies keep popping up out of nowhere at perfect times, don't they?
Kill her, Mommy. Kill her.
Did your dead kid also tell you to air out all that exposition from earlier, too? Mrs. Voorhees will now use the tried and true method of slapping someone to death. Also, where did her machete go? Okay, tie her up now, maybe? Or something else that might incapacitate her if she happens to wake up? I'm not surprised Mrs. Voorhees is alive, but how did she know to come out here? Also, once again, she decides to wait too long to kill Alice, even though she had the element of surprise. Death by slow motion. Alright, now that I've chopped Mrs. Voorhees' head off, time to get into a boat and row across a dark lake. Oh, I guess she gave up? Why did she get in that damn boat in the first place? Is it so we can see the fake ending where Jason comes out of the water for one last scare? Now you know why this dude wears a hockey mask. I just want to know how he grows to Kane Hodder size in later chapters.
Ma'am, we didn't find any boy.
Then he's still there.
And I'm going to imagine all the sequels that entails during this cross dissolve. Did you count 10 more plus a reboot? I counted 10 more plus a reboot.
Boy drowning in 57? A bunch of fires?
There is only one river, there is only one sea, and if...
Here's Johnny.
Thank you, sir. May I have another? I'm serious. Honey, your coffee's undrinkable.
Pretty harsh.
Well, so's your coffee. You know, the girls down at the office make better coffee on their hot plates. Well, see you later.
Thank you for your consideration.
That boy is our last hope.
No, there is another.
No surprise, this movie is one letter removed from being just plain old sins. Ah, credits! I mean, this is M. Night's first film after Sixth Sense and then Unbreakable. Easily his best film, despite your opinion on the matter. So these credits here should have been a huge red flag for us on where his career was headed. These are some ballsy-ass credits here. Yo, people, shut the f*** up and read our credits. The music alone will spook you and draw you into the film. Also, Hitchcock was a pussy and I'm his better. And that's coming from someone who generally enjoys this film. Picture tells us everything we need to know. One of these parents died, and one of these parents is Mel Gibson. So, dead mom cliche already in effect. Character suddenly wakes up to jump scare the audience cliche. Just show us already! Ah, crop circles? Didn't those get debunked as man-made hoaxes long ago? Aliens are dicks to cornfields. Movie gives us not only our current location in the story, but also the exact mileage to the nearest large city, even though they have plenty of chances throughout the movie to let us know where these characters are in relation to Philadelphia. Here's a jump scare manufactured for the audience that involves the sheriff just waltzing in to frighten people's homes unannounced and just leaning on a door waiting to surprise anyone who might happen to wander around the corner.
Dad's gonna burn these again.
What a dick.
Please stop calling me father.
What's wrong?
I don't hear my children.
Obvious double meaning dialogue is double meaning. Double meaning. Also, not hearing your children is bad. Not hearing them when they're actually making noise when the dog tried to attack your daughter, who was probably screaming during the whole thing, is even worse. Movie conveniently skips over the little boy single-handedly takes down a rabid German shepherd scene, which is understandable since it's impossible. God damn it, does this kid have asthma?
Where were you?
Yeah, exactly. It's like the dog attack took place in a silent film or something. No growling, barking, or screaming? Dog forensics. Ah, repetition!
What's wrong with the water next to your bed?
Tastes old.
Character talking about water inadvertently voices the audience's concerns with the script of this movie. I admit that's pretty scary, but what the hell's he doing on the roof, for Christ's sakes? Back on his planet, the roof is a great hiding place, I guess. Thankfully, tonight, Merrill fell asleep inside the main house instead of his upstairs barn apartment, so that he could help out in this alien hunt.
Cursing stuff. It's just for show.
It's time for an ass whooping! I cursed. I heard.
Ha! Because now we know for sure he can cuss way better than that. Signs that you're not going to see too many aliens in this picture.
Now what's wrong with this one?
It has dust in it.
Haha, kids are weird, stupid, and f***ing annoying. Also, plot.
How's work at the gas station?
This one line of dialogue is an orgy of evidence that the screenwriter wanted us to know Meryl, a former baseball prodigy, has a shitty job.
I never got a chance to tell you, but I thought you were moving in here with your brother after.
Movie finds a ham-fisted way to finally tell us how Graham and Meryl are related. Movie wants you to know these water glasses are important.
Sorry.
Okay, so far I have. It was very dark.
Remember how this scene started?
You got an old baby monitor around?
And then Graham went to tell Bo to turn the TV down. How did talking about intruders get into talking about walkie-talkies?
Over 6 feet.
It was very dark.
It was very light. Remember when the lights outside went on mysteriously just before you ran outside? This scene is comical, but you not having any way of describing the obviously around 6-foot being on top of your roof is actually maddening.
This guy got on our roof in like a second. Our roof is 10 feet high.
They have women's high jumping in the Olympics.
Okay, so we're looking for an Olympic high jumper who hangs out around Pennsylvania farms. Honestly, why haven't you already solved this case? Did anyone listen to this dialogue? Being skeptical is a good thing, a great thing, but how silly is that? Also, high jumping record for a man is a little over 7 feet, and for a woman it's a little over 6. So not only an Olympic high jumper, but the Goodwill Hunting of high jumpers.
I know you're making a point here. I just don't know what it is.
Good point.
And my point is, we don't know anything about the person you saw.
Bullshit. You know it's roughly 6 feet tall, moves silently, was on the freaking roof, and jumped from there to basically the cornfield 50 yards away. F*** you, oversimplifying cop.
Dad, where's the remote?
I don't know, baby. Why don't you check in the sofa cushions?
Child asks parent where the remote is before checking the sofa cushions. Child fails at being a child.
Excluding the possibility that a female Scandinavian Olympian was running around outside our house last night, what else might be a possibility?
Finally, someone realizes how ridiculous that sounded. The local cop should have kept the Olympic high jumping shit to herself and looked into it after debunking aliens.
Anyone who might have a grudge or something against you might not have liked the fact that you left the church.
Man, this movie thinks it's so fucking clever about slipping exposition into the dialogue.
Okay, I was out of line with the whole female Scandinavian Olympian thing.
Not really.
Same shows on every station.
Oh, come on. Crop circles? That's the story that's so big that it's on every station? These aliens are landing mainly in India and some random farm in Pennsylvania. Also, 2 places that just happen to have significance for the director of this movie. Also, why isn't the media all over Graham's farmhouse right now, with this being such a huge story? Also, no one who watches the skies for a living saw at least 18 f***ing ships come down to India. There's like over 1 billion people there.
What in God's name is going on?
I don't know. I'll check the 1984 East German Olympic high jumping team. You check the members of Led Zeppelin.
2 or 3 guys can make a design the size of the one in your field overnight. Using just boards and ropes. But there's so many now. How can so many people be in on it?
I think the same thing when I watch Improv Everywhere videos.
I'll take them into town and get their minds and your mind on everyday things.
Like your wife's killer.
You send out a reconnaissance group. Very small. Check things out.
This crazy military asshole is right, but why land in large fields of crops? Don't they know the sheer number of these things alert people to their presence? Meryl is, for any reason, considering joining the military.
It's still the record, right?
Got the bat at home. On the wall.
In my brother's living room, even though I live in the upstairs barn apartment. But whatever, plot and stuff.
Why aren't you in the pros making stacks of cash and getting your toes licked by beautiful women?
He has the minor league strikeout record.
The guy hit a lot of homers, but he struck out a lot? Yep, they don't allow those dickheads in the majors.
Meryl's a Class A screw-up.
Dude, you are a late 20-something wearing a leather jacket, filling out recruitment paperwork at the Army office in Pennsylvania. Meryl may be the kettle, but you're the f***ing pot, and you know it. Phony confession on the part of both parties.
Is that him?
Morgan plays the pronoun game with the audience so that we have to figure out who the hell him means. Also, yes, Morgan, that's the guy who will fall asleep at the wheel during Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Who is he?
He's the reason you can fit the whole family in the doorframe shot, hon.
It's a code.
Who are you, Jodie Foster? Are these aliens really that good at not being seen, or is this a found footage movie?
They were not detected by radar by either country.
But their communication between each other can be picked up by baby monitors? Can't have it both ways, man.
My ballet recital. Everything people have written about in science books is going to change.
Overly eloquent kid is overly eloquent. Also, I have a feeling that Morgan picked up this one VHS tape so he could have this speech about how important the discovery of alien life is.
Find another tape.
I mean, right? I was about to say they only have one freaking tape in this house? And it turns out Morgan was being a dick to Bo's ballet recital.
Uncle Meryl, I'm using your tape.
You're seeing a live feed.
Live news broadcast about alien spaceships somehow had no newscaster talking for the last 45 seconds while the family argued about which videotape to use.
Everything they wrote in science books is about to change.
If you have a VHS tape with a ballet recital on it, go ahead and tape over that. Hey, you, in the audience, don't forget about all these water glasses, okay?
Are you the kind that sees signs
Roll credits.
There is no one watching out for us, Meryl. We are all on our own.
Asshole former priest who legitimately seemed to want to help comfort his brother a second ago does an about-face and crushes Meryl's comfort like a bug. Previously, before Signs.
You should be playing Furry Furry Rabbit or Tea Party or something.
Loving uncle suggests his brother's kids dabble in furry play.
About the crop circles? I think it'd be some kind of landmark, visual mapping system so they could navigate, coordinate. Makes sense.
And place 18 of them inside India? How many f***ing landmarks do these aliens need?
Coordinate. Makes sense.
It really, really doesn't, actually. It makes the opposite of sense. Why couldn't they coordinate from space before entering our atmosphere? Or back before leaving their home planet? How can they be so advanced enough to have cloaking technology, but primitive enough to have to carve shit on the planet's surface to remember where they're supposed to be going? Baby dolls, airplane wallpaper, revolutionary soldier lamp next to a stuffed horse. This room is an orgy of evidence that in a f***ing massive house, Graham still forces his son and daughter to share one tiny bedroom.
Looks a little like our house, doesn't it?
Same windows. It's weird.
No, it's called screenwriting. Happens every day, kid.
Father. Hello?
Where are you going?
Ray Reddy's house.
You knew that was him after he said one word. Director who thinks he's Hitchcock is Hitchcockian in all the wrong ways. Also, this might be the most convenient alien visit you could possibly dream up. These elusive aliens disappear when the light hits your retinas, but this one got caught in Ray Reddy's house rummaging through the pantry? The one guy who happens to have a major history with this movie's main character?
When I knew it was inside the house, I couldn't think of any other number to call. I panicked.
How did you not crack up laughing while delivering this dialogue? You wrote it, you're directing it, and you're saying it. 911 exists, you know. People know about it, too, I promise. No one is dialing 7 digits after an alien breaks into their home, no matter how guilt-ridden their conscience is.
The 10-15 seconds when I passed her walking.
Later, we find out she liked to take walks before dinner, but what was Graham's wife doing walking around on a dark, lonely road? Also, I call bullshit on the idea that she was walking before dinner, since this guy said he was working really long hours that night and there was no one on the road, signifying midnight or later.
It had to be at that right moment. The 10-15 seconds when I passed her walking was like it was meant to be.
What? An asshole.
People who kill reverends' wives aren't exactly ushered to the front of the line in heaven.
Dude, there are way bigger issues keeping you out of heaven. The biggest? God is an Avatar The Last Airbender fan. Or he was, at least.
None of them are really near water. I don't think they like water.
Also, I think Meryl's baseball bat might come in handy. I have no basis for this, but remember that. Also, Jesus Christ, you can't resist casting yourself in your movie. Okay, fine, I sort of get that. But to give yourself the key foreshadowing dialogue piece, which ultimately foreshadows with the subtlety of my dick, f*** you, dude. Why don't you just make a movie called I'm Awesome and call it a day?
Don't open my pantry, Father. I found one of them in there and locked him in.
Some f***ing how. Also, as soon as I locked him in the pantry, I panicked and called you, Father, not the authorities, and then sat in my truck hoping you'd show up after that weird f***ing phone call where I didn't say my name or anything.
Move, children! Vámonos!
That's racist. Spanish children speak mostly Spanish until they need to say key words so English speakers can understand. Also, this movie really did become found footage for a second. Alien in the cupboard. Also, I guess it can't be a proper barricade unless you stick one measly chair on top of the main thing that's barricading the door. That chair does nothing, people. Nothing! Character without any motivation beyond raw curiosity decides to unnecessarily confront what he clearly has enough evidence to know is an alien. Birds fly away to signify something scary happened cliché. We get it! You love Hitchcock! Enough already!
I heard a theory that they don't like places near water.
Yeah, you heard it from the director/screenwriter. Geez, this movie telegraphs its punches like one of Robert Downey Jr.'s Sherlock Holmes boxing opponents.
Sounds made up.
Right, unlike everything you've been saying.
I saw one of them at Ray Reddy's house.
Much like him, calling the cops felt stupid to me. So I just left that f***er with a 3-fingered hand in his pantry.
My vote counts as 2.
That's bullshit! You're cheating!
Come on, the guy was a priest and just recently started losing his faith in the past 6 months. His kids aren't swearing at him yet with any kind of confidence.
I don't want to leave home. This is where we lived with Mom.
And where you've also lived without her, too. I'm just saying.
I changed my vote.
See? This is why you shouldn't let women vote. Oh, wait.
I changed my vote.
You can't change your vote.
All those in favor of home, raise your hand.
Mutiny. Also, why the hell did you suggest a second option and hold a vote in the first place? If you were planning to force the lake as the solution, why do this? This is what happens when people treat parenting like democracy. Because, as the movie will go on to prove, you would have been much safer at the lake. Follow your instincts, man.
How do we know boards will do anything? Because they seem to have trouble with pantry doors.
But seriously, there's no reason I should call anyone about the alien locked up in the pantry. Did this guy lose his faith and common sense?
Amman joins Nairobi, Beijing, and Jerusalem as the latest to confirm the appearance of lights.
Hey, not everything has to be about America, but damn, this family lives in Pennsylvania, and we still haven't heard about New York, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, or Cody, Wyoming yet.
There are lights in over 274 cities. To think it'll be 400 within the hour.
And not one country has started firing missiles at them yet? Get out of here with this fantasy bullshit.
They're appearing at or within 1 mile of crop signs.
They were for navigation. They made a map.
What? The crop circles are a map how? How are they a map? If they are, these aliens are stupid.
They think these are stages immediately proceeding an attack maneuver.
Sure taking their sweet-ass time, though, aren't they? Earth's weather patterns somehow know aliens are about to attack.
I hate you.
You and everyone in Hollywood, kid. Except Jodie Foster and Robert Downey Jr.
No one can stop us from enjoying this meal, so enjoy it!
Irony. Cry supper.
It's happening.
You don't mean the happening, do you? These aliens are here to attack, but apparently don't know anything about setting a fire or trying to smoke out a family that barricaded themselves. This advanced alien race only knows sheer force. How the hell did he find that in total darkness? Axe just happens to have the perfect floor-to-doorknob height to wedge the doorknob perfectly. Why didn't Graham know immediately where this coal chute was? It's a pretty damn obvious, unique place in the basement that would be impossible to forget. Also, did this asshole wander through the basement in the dark all the way next to the coal chute? It was pitch black in the area he decided to walk. What the hell?
What?
Aliens don't want to kill humans. They're just starting their own prank channel on YouTube, apparently. Flashlight, ironically, doesn't allow me to see things. Well, I sure am glad Morgan came out of that okay, I think, but I don't know. Movie about people refuses to update us on the status of other people after harrowing experience.
We don't have his medicine.
Cliche asthma kid doesn't have his medicine cliche.
But they didn't come here for our planet. This is a raid. They came here for us. Lucky as hell they're leaving.
Why did they make such a huge production out of this? This should have been an easy so-called raid, but they sat around for weeks doing nothing, waiting until this family here boarded up their windows because, hey, they can't see us well in the dark. We might be more powerful than them, but f*** it. Invisibility raids only.
How long have we been sleeping?
12 hours or so.
12 f***ing hours? How did they manage that?
People must have figured out a way to beat them.
Allergic to Earth? I'm gonna go with allergic to Earth.
Everyone has a weakness, right?
Which, for some reason, hasn't been broadcast on this radio I'm listening to for however long it took me to get all the other information I just relayed to you.
We know the battle turned around in the Middle East.
You mean the Middle East actually solved the problem with war this time?
3 small cities there found a primitive method to defeat them. We have no further details at this time.
What? What? Impossible is what that is. How can you know about the defeating and its method's primitiveness without knowing any further details? You, conveniently lacking in important details just so we can have this finale newscast. Alien has what it needs and could have left before anyone knew, but decided it needed to stay in the living room and get its ass kicked. Let this be a lesson to you, kids. If the guy who fell asleep driving and crushed your wife with his truck happens to call you one day and tells you he has an alien in the pantry, you need to call an authority figure who can do something about it. Just in case you didn't remember that scene where Graham chopped an alien's fingers off, here's a reminder. Look, I don't care if this chick didn't scream during her birth. I'm pretty sure she'd be crying and screaming her lungs out right now. I honestly don't know what any of these assholes, human or alien, are doing right now.
Swing away, Meryl.
Wife's last words are made to fit the narrative. But honestly, did he need to remember his dead wife to understand that there's a baseball bat hanging on the wall? Finally! Finally! The aliens have the same weakness as the aliens in Signs. Also, why the f*** would these aliens attack a planet that is 71% deadly to them? Man, sure is a good thing the daughter has this weird fascination with water. Damn, think about that kind of craziness. They needed the mom to die so that the brother would come to live with them, use his bat, and accidentally knock over water to kill the aliens, all based on the mom's last words. Add to that the alien in the pantry Graham never reports. This is the most convenient set of plot points since the 3 stories that began Magnolia.
His lungs were closed.
Pretty nifty his asthma actually helped him here, but I'm still wondering why the alien took 4 hours to try and use the poison in the first place. Or why he didn't try to use the poison on the whole family while they stood in the living room doing nothing. Oh, good for him. It only took 15 miracles for him to believe in God again. He's a true patron of faith.
Don't open my pantry, Father.
Football practice.
What's the matter?
There's a monster outside my room. Can I have a glass of water?
And we should just keep all possibilities available.
If you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
And your wife moaned like a whore when they ravaged her. Again and again, again and again.
Ain't it beautiful? Ooh, crystal blue persuasion.
Nerd! If you build, you will come.
Is this really happening?
Is this the real
Now, what kind of machine can bend a stalk of corn over without breaking it?
What about a magnet?
What magnet? What about it?
Yeah, bitch! Magnets!
What are you thinking about?
Baseball stuff!
I'm going to have a cheeseburger with bacon.
Royale with cheese.
Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
From the moment the invaders arrived, breathed our air, ate and drank, they were doomed.
DC Comics. Also, we're the Batman Company, people. Batman.
Remember the 5th of November.
Rhyming narration, which, as you will see, will be our own sin next month.
I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Movie about British Revolution opens with American actress pretending to be British. This is going to go over just about as well as Bridget Jones, isn't it? Guy Fawkes looks an awful lot like Jesus. Hey, wait a second. Natalie Portman isn't my actual girlfriend in this scene.
A yellow-coded curfew is now...
You had a date and lost track of time so badly that you forgot to leave for it until after curfew? I know women take a long time to get ready, but Jesus. Hey, dark night, dark street, dark stranger, better go down this alley.
Don't touch me!
I don't know about the rest of you, but I would probably be pretty liberal with the pepper spray once two scary dudes threatened me. But Evie is way too nice to unleash the fury for some reason.
Look, Willie, Kitty's got claws.
That's racist.
By sun up, if you're not the sorriest piece of arse in all of London, then you'll certainly be the sorest.
Curfew cops are, by default, also rapists.
The multiplying villainies of nature do swarm upon him.
You know, the movie did take time to show us that V and Evie left at the same time from their apartments, so the timing isn't so coincidental, but London is a huge-ass place, so even if there's a smidge of coincidence here, it's worth sinning. Movie opens with a scene where V is basically Batman, protecting innocent civilians in alleys at night, but then the entire rest of the movie will go to great lengths to show he's only motivated by his own selfish revolutionary agenda, and not a nightly vigilante protecting the innocent. Evie is, in fact, the only innocent person he saves this entire film. Quite the coincidence, considering how much she factors into the ending.
In view, a humble vaudevillian veteran, cast vicariously as both victim and villain.
Movie works every V-word known to man into this speech except vagina. Also, anti-hero arrives and alliterates annoyingly to authenticate aptitude at alliteration. Voro?
It means that I, like God, do not play with dice and do not believe in coincidence.
Writers almost always write something like this when it comes to coincidences like this.
I promise you it'll be like nothing you've ever seen, and afterwards you'll return home safely.
All right.
Even if you're a crazy person in a mask, all you need to get a girl to go out with you is confidence. This sign shows curfew begins at 10:30, and Evie didn't even leave her house for her supposed date until 11 p.m. What a stupid human. Hey, we're terrified of our oppressive government, and there's a scary rapey curfew. But there's music playing, so let's all go outside. I guess it's a good thing there's a curfew, and only rapists will be killed by this building's demise. There might be other stray Natalie Portmans walking around too, but they knew about the curfew. And even the fireworks from an exploding building form into a V? This movie has a fetish. Today's 1984 style villain will be played by John Hurt, who actually was in the movie 1984, back in the year, well, I can't remember. This is probably not a coincidence, if this screenplay is to be believed. Okay, so this London society has cameras everywhere. The government knew Evie was with V last night. They knew she was captured by Fingerman just before that. Why haven't they already traced her steps all the way back to her apartment? Also, I guess after V destroyed the Bailey, he walked Evie home back through the dark alleys without running into any more Fingermen, and they didn't say another word to each other.
You went to see Daddy Dietrich, didn't you?
Yes, at 11 p.m., for some reason.
Lead on a girl.
You mean someone took the 5 minutes necessary to watch the surveillance cameras?
I don't recall ever getting stood up by a more attractive woman.
Well, maybe you should schedule dates to begin before curfew, huh? Only 8 hours late, fellas. Gotcha. Only 8 hours late, fellas. Also, how did they ID Evie from what was obviously grainy surveillance cam footage without finding out her job in the process? What kind of big brother government is this? Also, that employment ID card clearly says void on it. So even though you're ultimately lucky that she does actually work there, you are a shitty detective. What possible television show that the uber-conservative chancellor would allow are these freaking skimpy flamingo dancers preparing for? The director said, let's put an apple under one of these monitors so someone looks like more of an asshole. Oh, now I see why it took so long for them to find Evie. It's so that they would arrive too late at her workplace, which just so happens to be under attack by V right now. Bullshit hiding spot actually works. London's government in 2020, whatever year this is, must also have a stake in JVC televisions. Also, this is odd product placement, right? Your TVs are in a movie about a fascist government, and in a big scene they show static? Did some other TV company pay to have JVC TVs in this instead of their own? Damn, this family f***ing loves them some alcohol.
There is something terribly wrong with this country, isn't there?
Movie dialogue doubles as honest assessment of America and pretty much every country in existence. Except Canada. They got figured out.
Cameras. Your submission. We need cameras.
This is the exact line that caused my first college girlfriend to break up with me.
Cover the exits.
You aren't doing that already? Damn, I feel like this is a character who should be a lot smarter than this. Why isn't he smarter than this?
Get anyone not wearing a mask out of here.
Who besides police officers fit that description? Are you including the 2 people you just unmasked? And why do people without a mask get to leave? Why are they above suspicion? Does the order get everyone not wearing masks out of here include people with masks?
Don't shoot me, please! It's him! It's him!
All 526 cops fall for this. Also, did every single officer come out with these 2 guys? Are there not any officers still in the room who can help out? Also, don't all cops have a pair of handcuffs? Why aren't the masked people in handcuffs? What kind of fascist society is this anyway? These cops are all fired. Oh, never mind.
Here we go.
Green wire or red wire cliche.
I did it.
Good job, guy who obviously lucked out by way of screenwriting.
We were here before you even got started.
So you're saying that not only is it a pretty huge coincidence for V to meet Evie in the alley in the first place, but also that he just so happens to attack the television station where Evie works, mind you, at a time when she's in the building and ultimately in the same f***ing hallway? Jeez, is everybody still in the exact same place they were during V's broadcast?
What's he thinking? Is he considering leaving her?
Weren't there cops outside the building? Didn't Finch tell this guy to cover the exits? How did V get out? Or are they saying that Finch told this one dude to cover all the exits? Either way, it's simple as shit. Also, let's not forget V had to carry Evie out of this building without anyone seeing him and basically stroll through London in broad daylight carrying an unconscious girl who was hot as f***. Director had obvious disagreement with the prop master over the definition of enough books.
I picked you up and carried you to the only place I knew you'd be safe. Here. To my home.
By an intricate series of secret passageways and tunnels unspoiled by London's Big Brother camera network, I guess. We'll never know. Somehow the description of V as a terrorist is a major detail in cracking this case. The girl from Ipanema cliche.
Your hands.
Yes.
Why is it better or easier for you to cook this egg toast stuff without your gloves on? You left your mask and everything else on, so seems like the only reason is so that Evie and the audience can spot your burns. Oh, director had another obvious disagreement with the prop master over the definition of enough whack-ass drugs in this medicine cabinet. So the elevator takes him up to the important floor and lets him off before any security mechanism requires him to wave a pass? Also, wait, Evie has clearance to some rich asshole's penthouse at the BTN? Also, BTN didn't feel the need to update their security so stuff like this couldn't happen? He's done? Well, that's the kind of shower I call completely pointless.
We got any eyes or ears on this one?
I come goes we can't.
All of them. Everywhere around London. There are no more cameras anywhere we can check for this guy.
We got an elevator log ID.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. The mailroom chick can waltz up to the voice of London's apartment anytime she damn well pleases.
Let me guess.
She's in deep, Inspector.
Or he stole her ID badge. I mean, you believe this man to be a terrorist, right? It makes no sense that they just assume Evie is in on it.
They?
What an asshole. This is the asshole's alarm clock right here. Fake, loud-ass sword fighting while a hot girl is sleeping?
But it made me feel sorry for Mercedes.
Why?
Because he cared more about revenge than he did about her.
Irony. V keeps his TV tuned to the news so that when the movie ends, Evie can find out about Prothero's death. Mom gets killed or captured while the child hides under the bed cliche.
The highest paid person at the camp was a priest. Paid almost 200 grand a month.
200 grand a month? This YouTube shit, I'm becoming a priest.
It was rather my final remittance that I was interested in. My last little joy.
You can't have a corrupt priest character unless he has sickening sexual appetites.
They've sent a new girl who I'm afraid is a little older than usual.
Even forgetting that V somehow figured out this bishop's exact awful clandestine, awful underage awfulness and was able to change the order, this entire plan rides on a too old Evie passing the test even though the priest's tastes run a lot younger.
Your Grace.
I love the confessional game. Tell me your sins.
Anywhere but here, where the heart is. The Star Wars prequels. No strings attached. Those Thor movies. Is this gun hiding in a Bible inside the bishop's bedroom because he frequently needs to dispose of underage sex slaves? Or because the movie's plot needed it? Also, he point-blank misses. Anyone with a gun like this carved out in a Bible has better aim than this. I'm sorry, but Evie, you're dressed like a China doll hooker. The driver of the van definitely saw you.
His loyalty is not in question.
But mine is.
Your mother was Irish, wasn't she?
That's racist. Movie expects me to believe Evie got from the huge church crime scene all the way to this dude's house in that f***ing outfit without being noticed.
You wear a mask for so long you forget who you were beneath it.
Do you intimately know someone else that might describe? Nah, probably not. Camera lingers on probably guilty person way too long.
My God, he's killed them all.
All but one.
Who is she?
Not sure.
She could be that coroner who started as a botanist and knew exactly what V's flower was. Someone with such mysterious origins might be my first guess. Weird, she was just in the last scene. Kinda came out of nowhere. Lark Hill Detention Center Archive recorded everyone's picture except the lady doctor, because people who compile archives have a sense of drama.
Dr. Diana Stanton changed the name of Delia Surridge.
The same initials?
What a strange coincidence that I should be given one today.
There are no coincidences, Delia. Only the illusion of coincidence.
Strange those words keep coming up every time an insane coincidence happens. Kind of, dare I say, convenient?
Is it meaningless to apologize?
Yeah, tell that to Pete Rose. Didn't Finch talk to her during the daytime, at her workplace? Didn't he immediately get a call from his partner about the Lark Hill file? Didn't they get an answer about Diana Stanton changing her name, like, right after that? Why is it midnight now? Also, how does V know that Diana changed her name? Does he know people inside the registry?
You would do well, Inspector, to put it out of your mind.
Unfollowable orders.
My first batch of subjects arrived today.
Previously, before V had his vendetta.
November the 5th.
Wow, how nice for V that his own personal tragedy happened on the same day as the Guy Fawkes tragedy, giving him the perfect costume and target date for his little rebellion.
We called it Iggy in the Basket. My mum used to make them.
This is weird.
The movie continues to lay on the coincidences nice and thick. So much so that in this world, coincidences shouldn't even be considered weird or out of the ordinary or something even worth mentioning. Again, how does this all-controlling chancellor have no way to track what this inspector is doing with his time directly after being told to drop this line of inquiry? What? He's got to use a debugging device to make sure the chancellor doesn't hear this conversation, but he's been free to surf whatever the f*** he wants on the web? Get out of here, screenwriter. Satire. Oh, wait. Also, this is a ridiculous miscalculation by Dietrich. London is on edge with a terrorist running around. People within the party are getting killed. He's harboring a fugitive in his house, and he thinks the worst that's going to happen is he'll need to apologize? Why take the risk? The Chancellor's watching this broadcast. This is him with the milk glass. So my question is, why does he let this show continue airing any further past this point? Is he like, well, it's possible this will be flattering to me, so I'll let this play out? He does have control over the airwaves, right? V had to come in with bombs and smoke and knives to get his unapproved video aired. How the hell did Stephen Fry manage to do it? I love this movie, but it makes no goddamn sense sometimes.
Quickly, hide!
Coincidentally. Okay, so they're taking him away. It's the middle of the night. Is Evie really concerned that they're going to immediately start searching the house for other people they don't think are there? Or start cataloging the dude's possessions? Why is she moving? I realize the plot needs her to, but still, wouldn't most people just shit their pants and stay put? No one who black bags for a living notices this shit. I'll be damned. They are hanging around looking around the house. But why with flashlights? You have the homeowner subdued. Turn on the actual lights, man. The hell? Yeah, no, her legs are broken. And probably her spine, too. V will later say he's doing this for her own good, and for some damn reason she eventually agrees with him. But honestly, this is a f***ed up thing to do to a person when you're the hero of the movie. Even if you're the bad guy. This is actual torture. He basically brainwashes her to believe the way he wants her to, and morally, the movie is absolutely okay with that. And I am not okay with that.
Her name was Sarah. It was her wrists. They were beautiful.
I think you underrated her shins, though.
And in 2015, I starred in my first film, The Salt Flats.
It didn't make any money because it was a historical film about scrubbing laundry.
It wasn't long till they came for me.
Honestly, why did it take them that long?
You cut my hair.
Yeah, but it looks good, girl. Trust me.
You tortured me. You tortured me.
Eat it. Now, make sure you stop being mad about it once you cry a bit and it starts raining. Main character has surprise asthma cliche.
There's a lift. It'll take us to the roof.
Oh, what a surprise. Our main character is in turmoil and it's raining outside. Andy crawled to freedom through 500 yards of smelling foulness. Oh, wait.
I thought about keeping this, but it didn't seem right knowing you wrote it.
I didn't.
It's kind of hard to believe that the worldly Evie didn't know that this movie existed. It was 2015 and she was 11 when this movie came out. But after losing Best Picture to 50 Shades of Grey, I guess it was tough to remember.
May I show you something before you go?
A super obvious shrine that you surely would have seen in your earlier days spent cooped up in this place. I want to kiss your mask, but I feel weird about it face. I'm going to give it the old college try here for a second and see if I can manage to feel sorry for the guy losing the girl he intentionally tortured. Yeah, no, I can't.
Civil war continues to devastate.
Geez, what would the second Civil War be about? I'm gonna guess something dumb, like an SEC team losing to a Pac-10 team in college football, or a blown call or something, or being a country divided over the new Taylor Swift album.
Bloody coincidences are making me sick to my stomach.
You and me both, pal. This story about terrorism at a tube station is actually about multiculturalism. Both the left and main center articles in this paper are, despite their headlines, the exact same multiculturalism article from before. And the far right article about sprayers causing damage is actually an article about the London Mathematics Society. 80,000 dead. And this f***ing article is about f***ing rice. Where is she? She left V's place and now has pretty much nowhere to go, right? What the f*** is this place? The BFC, supposedly the main or only parcel carrier in this version of England, somehow took hundreds of thousands of parcels on one day, all from the same source, without thinking it was strange or alerting anyone in a government office. Terrible alcoholism in this family was probably solved when daughter said, "I learned it from watching you." Cool shot, but are you really saying he's taken the time to set up all these dominoes in his own home just for a cool logo art project? This is the stupidest waste of a hero's time since the Crow squirted out a bunch of lighter fluid in the shape of a bird just so he could light it and look cool. Also, V apparently took over-dramatic branding lessons from The Dark Knight.
She looked at me right in the eyes. Didn't recognize me.
Unlikely.
The underground? I thought they closed this all down.
They did. It took nearly 10 years to clear the tracks. Lay a bit of my own.
Because in addition to all the other shit I've been doing since I burned down Larkhill, I'm also an amazing railroad engineer. Imagine finally getting to first base with Natalie Portman, and there's this stupid mask in the way. You still haven't kissed her. Not really. Even if her identity is the mask. I know he has some sort of bulletproof thing on anyway, but why aren't these other guys shooting him right now? V rips off the makeshift bulletproof vest thing from Marty in Back to the Future 3, who was actually ripping it off from Clint Eastwood.
I don't want you to die.
That's the most beautiful thing you could have ever given me.
Well, this is cool and all, but how did they coordinate this? Like, did they all show up here at the exact same time? Did one guy leave his house several blocks ago, and that made the rest of them brave enough to suit up and join him along the way? Did V send instructions with the masks and robes? Or did all these people just get a look at the storyboards prior to filming? The movie tries to just gloss over how 110-pound Evie managed to pick up 200-pound V and carry him onto the train, but whatever. At this point, I just want to see Parliament explode. So in Batman Begins, we wanted Batman to stop the train because Ra's al Ghul wanted to blow up Wayne Enterprises and a corrupt Gotham. In this movie, we don't want the train to stop because V wants to blow up Parliament and a corrupt London. If Batman had shown up in this movie and told V you have to believe in the people of London, would V be the bad guy? Chew on that, movie revisionists. Movie's ending unintentionally inspires the ending of Les Miserables. Did Wes Anderson do this movie? Oh.
Arrange a detail of 6 men and take her out behind the chemical shed and shoot her.
There's a shortage of perfect breasts in this world. It would be a pity to damage yours.
Look outside, Mummy. Look, Mummy. There's an airplane up in the sky.
That's all I have to say about that.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Any leads on finding this guy?
Leads? Yeah, sure. They got 4 more detectives working on the case. They got us working in shifts. Leads.
New and improved Joker product!
That luscious tan, those ruby lips and hair color, so natural, only your Undertaker knows for sure.
I know what you're saying!
Ready? Yes. My name is Derek. What are you doing? That's my name.
Now that's done with, it's time to have a look at your face.
My turn.
The Yule Ball has been a tradition of the Tri-Wizard Tournament since its inception. No, place your right hand on my waist.
What?
My waist.
Be sure next mealtime to ask for your free Septuacentennial cupcake in a cup.
You met me at a very strange time in my life.
With your feet on the air, your head on the
55 seconds of logos.
The future.
What X-Men movie trying to erase the past of every X-Men movie after X2 would be complete without some Patrick Stewart narration?
A dark, desolate world.
In fact, this world essentially became Tron. X-Men movie dips into the opening DNA credits yet again. So they wrote a discount Human Torch in the X-Men? That seems a little shortcutish. Oh, and they found a discount that robot thing from the first Thor movie as well. Huzzah! Why doesn't she shoot the portal to anywhere but this facility? This is so freaking cool, but let me ask you this. How can you throw something that opens a portal and have it open a second portal wherever you want without throwing something else? Does she program it with her mind before she throws it? Why can't purple portal girls zap them 300 yards away before they take off running? Most everyone in the X-Men universe has a power that is mental, physical, or elemental. This one opens portals. It's cool as shit, don't get me wrong, but this is more sorcery than a DNA trait. Why didn't she shoot the portal so that the Sentinel would go to the next floor or something, and not 5 feet away? Her power is walking through walls. Are we just going to give her mental time travel abilities as well, without any explanation? You could build Professor X a hover chair to get down the stairs, or, you could just make the stairs a ramp. The only way Marvel characters can be revealed as defense contractors is via magazine cover montages.
Mutants with the ability to transform herself into anyone.
Everyone knows who Mystique is. Just say her name already.
It was the first time she killed.
Wasn't her last.
Thanks, Wolverine.
In her DNA, they discovered the secrets to her powers of transformation. It gave them the key they needed to create weapons that could adapt to any mutant power.
How does figuring out the secrets of her transformation allow anyone to figure out all the powers in the mutant universe?
And in less than 50 years, the machines that have destroyed so many of our kind were created.
The hell took them so long? Was it just the fact that they needed to get to the era of the modern X-Men movies to make it work? I bet it was.
We can stop the Sentinels from ever being born. And end this war before it ever begins.
Hey, Magneto hasn't said anything in a while. Let's just have him finish what Charles was saying. Wait, the Sentinels are about to attack just as they're doing the time travel ceremony?
I didn't have my powers in 1973.
Where'd they go? Will that be important for me to know before I go back in time? Maybe not.
Where do I find you? Well, it's complicated.
And we're going to withhold that information from the audience because the reveal is sure to be amazing. Going back to the 1970s, instant lava lamps and Roberta Flack tunes to help remind you. I'm ready to take your blood, Mr. Jackman, but I'm having trouble finding a vein. Sorry, I couldn't do that one without laughing. Well, just to be fair, for the ladies, scene does not contain an immortal adamantium-enhanced lap dance.
Peaceful thoughts.
Is way too late for that. He already got Rocky, and should, by the movie's own rules, already be hopping between past and present. Colonel Sanders? Really? Is this an Adam Sandler movie?
But we have orders. This is a quarantined area.
Stand aside, soldier. That's an order.
My men follow orders or people die, unless some other dude gives them orders that are different than mine. You're telling me Mystique had a chance to kill Stryker and didn't do it? Do you realize how much she could have spared us if she just snapped this dude's neck right now? Damn it, nobody who militaries for a living notices this shit. Yeah, there's no way super-connected secret military striker guy can't find out where that plane is headed and have the mutants arrested upon landing. Not at all.
And I'm gonna say to you what you said to us then. F*** off.
Actually, he said, go f*** yourself. But I guess you can't expect this franchise to keep track of itself, especially since this entire movie is just an excuse to wipe out half the movies it's produced.
I designed the serum to treat his spine, derived from the same formula that helps me control my mutation.
Seriously? The serum that helps you control your mutation is in any way related to fixing spines? The f*** out of here.
He's just lost too much.
So how the hell did he ever get out of this funk in the original timeline without Logan here to break him out of it? Let's see, a joint in the ashtray, multiple bottles of liquor, too many candles for a dude, and a picture of Jennifer Lawrence. Yep, that's all the vices. Previously in a better X-Men movie. Oh, so he's in an inescapable prison under the Pentagon. Why couldn't you dicks just say that before? Also, how did he get out of prison before Logan went back in time? He obviously got out, as we've seen in his later Ian McKellen years.
Why is he in there?
What he forgot to mention.
Yeah, both Charles and Eric forgot to mention a lot of stuff before Logan went back in time.
JFK. What else explains a bullet miraculously curving through the air?
Har har, but honestly, seriously? Also, why couldn't he control the bullet better in the first place? This guy bends a bullet to hit Mystique without even seeing her later. Also, how did law enforcement even catch Eric in the first place? This story is bollocks. Bollocks, I tell you.
Be a young man now. Grew up outside of D.C. You could get into anywhere.
Funny that you would have never mentioned this dude to present-day Xavier or recruited him to the school or involved him in any other missions. Just kooky.
Just don't know how the hell we're gonna find him.
We have a phone book.
Because all young men are in phone books, and the guy you're looking for totally lives in the same surrounding zip codes to the mansion. I just don't understand the need to transform right now. Why not stay Trask the whole time? Lesser chance of surprises that way. Trask told the secretary that he just came to get a couple files, but she felt this list of names was important enough to run straight up to his office right now, because suspense.
We added some names to the Paris meeting.
Something we could easily have called you about hours before at your home, since it's so damn late the janitors are here cleaning up. But thanks to this awful timing, now Mystique knows exactly where to go next. Max him off. I barely know him. Okay, I'll go die in a fire now. Logan made a comment earlier about having no idea where to find Quicksilver, but movie says, f that shit. They go straight to his house. You know what thieving bastards like Quicksilver like to do? They steal Pepsi signs, and they're very loyal to one brand. Also, just because you use an era-appropriate Pepsi logo does not mean you're still not selling your soul. Guys trying to sneak into a place start by taking part in the standard public tour. Gee, where have I seen this before? Oh, I know. Every movie ever made! How did they figure out what time Magneto was getting fed every day? I realize you want to go to great lengths to show this guard has all glass shit instead of metal, but Jesus, does he have fucking spare glass bullets on his belt for a fucking glass-ass gun? So these guys aren't the same height. This probably shouldn't work. And if you're saying they are, it's a sin of convenience that he can fit in the same uniform. And look, I know there are tons of guards everywhere and there's probably a lot of new faces, but does no one ever think, damn, this kid is young. I've never seen him before. Don't these guys ever hang out after work? An all-plastic or glass prison for Magneto with an elaborate entering the cell sequence. Haven't I seen this movie before, back when it was called X2, X-Men United? None of the mechanisms that make this work, including electrical, involve metal, apparently. This escape plan brings the threat of death by glass shards. But what is glass, really? I guess you can't be killed by clear things. The same 1970s gizmo that controlled the security cameras can also set off the sprinkler system? Yeah, no. Damn, even after all the time and the alarms and shit, this poor bastard's still taped up in the elevator and Quicksilver's clothes are still here?
They told me you control metal. You know, my mom once knew a guy who could do that.
Yeah, so I know Quicksilver is Magneto's son and everything, but the Magneto we know from X-Men First Class was a man hell-bent on revenge, consumed with finding Klaus Schmidt. When did he find time to bang chicks in America?
They told me you control metal.
And wait a second, did this elevator run to the floor where he was imprisoned? Because don't tell me you can have a f***ing elevator like this without metal, because I'll punch you in the face if you do. Wait, is this movie actually saying glass guns are a thing? And in the 1970s? Movie asks you to consider whether the world is moving in real time or the music in Quicksilver's 1970s iPod is. Regardless, the music and the action on screen we see simply cannot coexist in the same reality. Also, am I the only one who thinks this amazing scene would have been that much more amazing if they'd had the balls to run time in a bottle at 1/10 the speed? Taking off 5 cents for the Quicksilver shit because it's f***ing incredible. I'd take off more if he was actually in the movie more. This article starts out talking about the peace treaty in Paris, but switches gears to a story about murder by the third column, and repeats itself in the fourth column. Also, this article about unemployment is actually a story about a lost steamer.
Imagine if they were metal.
This is a pretty specific and cheeky thing to have him say for a guy who has no f***ing clue Wolverine will actually eventually get metal claws.
Take it slow.
And then Quicksilver went back to his stupid basement teenage life and did not continue to help the X-Men or feature in this story. That's racist.
What's the matter, baby? You don't think I look pretty like this?
X-Men franchise continues to believe that men wouldn't find Mystique attractive like this. It's like putting glasses on Rachel Lee Cook or an antisocial attitude on Julia Stiles. I would paint myself blue to f*** Mystique. Just once I'd like to see one of these dudes not freak out, call her on her bullshit, then get his ass kicked anyway.
I didn't kill the president. The bullet curved, Eric.
Nope.
Because I was trying to save him.
Again, I have no clue how you were able to see the bullet. And if you could, why did you stop it so poorly? You have way better powers than that, dude, even if I think it's nonsense that you had a chance to stop it in the first place. Not that anyone could have stopped them anyway, but where the hell is security?
That can lock onto a mark a half a mile away and won't trigger unless it's identified the target.
So in other words, the same bullshit long-distance DNA reading technology shield built in Captain America 2? Stryker, who has his gun out, does not shoot this mutant chick. Goodbye, physics. Nice to know you.
Raven!
Geez, right at the last second. These assholes waited too long to crash this meeting. And they're just casually walking in like the whole operation was never in doubt. Eric somehow guides a bullet out a window and straight down into Mystique's leg, even though his powers do nothing to help him see where Mystique is after she leaves his field of view. Mystique chooses to change into the Black Lady, which, good for her. But she's the only black person in this sea of whiteness. How is she not going to stand out? And then she walks by herself through the robed area. What's the freaking point?
Where am I?
Wolverine conveniently begins to slip in and out of this time period, where now we can have an action sequence and let Eric catch up to Mystique.
I don't know you.
Huh?
What the hell is that?
Why would either timeline's version of Wolverine not know Beast or Xavier? So he jumps between the 2 times and also loses memories from both times?
I'm sorry.
What the f is he waiting for? All these cars get pulled by Eric's magnetism, but not the stoplights, street signs, light poles, news cameras, police officer metal accoutrements, or any other metal things.
I got him.
Just in time for the big action scene to be over. Excellent. He would have come in pretty handy during that fight, too.
We have to get out of here.
Yes, the front door is definitely your best option. Terrible Nixon lookalike is terrible.
Off the record.
Damn it, you just couldn't resist making an easy Nixon recorded everything joke, could you? Movie features enough pointless dog humor, you'll swear Michael Bay directed it.
Our best defense are these giant metal robots?
Yeah, because you're in the Marvel universe, where everything has to be giant metal robots.
C'est horrible. Crois donc. Être né comme ça.
Mystique is saddled with an extremely chatty nurse who needs to comment on how bad it must be to look like Mystique.
How did you find me?
You taught me well.
Eric must have taught her when looking for someone, go to a random spot in a busy-ass subway system, and that person is bound to show up. Also, isn't Eric's face everywhere on the news? He's not even attempting to hide or blend in. Oh yes, brilliant. That mansion that is in your family history and surely in your name. Excellent hiding spot. Movie keeps fabricating obstacles so that this movie can take longer.
I don't, but I know someone who might.
Not me, but I know someone else cliché. Charles rips off the Vulcan mind meld memory by touching thing from Star Trek, Unbreakable, and Underworld Evolution.
Just because someone stumbles, loses their way.
Skip.
You're afraid, and Cerebro knows it.
What?
The most human bond. Hope.
Hope. Isn't this the exact same thing Ivan Vanko did in Iron Man 2? You know, the controlling the robots thing? Hey Storm, keep being awesome, girl. I sure am glad they brought you back to be a Night Watch person.
We're going backward in time.
Ironic Star Trek episode is ironic. Okay, maybe he fooled the metal scanner thing, but still, the Pentagon has some pretty shitty surveillance and security. I have no doubt that Eric knew that his helmet was being kept at the Pentagon, but he knew the exact place where his helmet was hidden? Oh look, the Sentinels of the future are about to attack at the same climactic moment all that 1970s shit is about to go down. Okay, we get it, we're in the freaking 70s. Where were the mutant-killing robots during the first X-Men movies? Remember what Charles said.
And in less than 50 years...
It either took them 50 years to perfect the robots, or the government had mutant-killing robots that we didn't see and no one feared or talked about for years. Here's the part where Magneto lifts up an entire baseball stadium and eventually drops it down over the press conference as some kind of a barrier, despite the fact that some X-Men can fly or jump really f***ing high, and more importantly that baseball stadiums have several exits on multiple levels, which cause them to make for poor containment barriers. I guess they saved money by shooting half the B-roll in 8mm. Man, when you watch this movie in the theater, you're like, f*** yeah, Quicksilver! But then when you watch this movie a second time, you're like, the f*** is this shit? He stopped all 120,000 pieces of shrapnel from that explosion except this one. Hey Storm, you know what happens to a mutant who can control the weather when she gets stabbed by a sentinel? The same thing that happens to everything else. Yeah, that Thor robot definitely did this exact same thing. I wasn't all that impressed then. Yes, Magneto, tiny bits of metal shrapnel are going to keep these all-powerful beasts from getting to Charles and the gang. You smart good.
In the future. Do I make it?
Yes, but sadly, you're played by Kelsey Grammer, so in a way, no.
Do what you were made for.
Okay, so are these things voice-controlled now? And if a simple command tells them to track and kill mutants, wouldn't that put Eric in danger? Super advanced mutant-killing robots are awful at aiming. Look decent in theaters, but now looks like some funky-ass CGI on repeat viewings cliché.
One of them is in here.
Why didn't Trask's mutant detector go off when he was on the podium and Mystique was 10 feet away? You would think they would build a presidential shelter with concrete. But no, they used steel. Because how else was Magneto going to advance the plot?
You built these weapons to destroy us. Why?
Speech time. By the way, is this a good time to mention that they've already altered history so much that their future selves should be remembering all this? And that it's very likely that they're not even at the abandoned temple anymore? There'd probably be no movie either, but you know how we do. Dang, Colossus is only in this movie to get killed by futuristic sentinels. Oh look, I was wrong. Quicksilver is in the movie again. In a completely pointless watching TV scene. Awesome. F*** you, movie. Someone gave this creepy, f***ing goggle-wearing slimy toad dude not only a job, but a job working the grill, with actual food, that people are gonna eat?
And fear for too long.
Coolest battle in the movie is relegated to voiceover and swelling music montages because, you know, the past is more important. Jeez, finally. Where the hell is the real Nixon then? Charles finally gets his slow the world down and do what you want powers back, right when it basically only matters a little bit now. Shouldn't Wolverine be dead by now? How long can that motherfucker drown before he dies? We know for a fact Mystique drops the gun, but only then does the future change. But the future doesn't need to wait for this, does it? It should have already happened. It's almost like the movie is saying 1973 doesn't affect the future until a major choice is made, and the 1973 and 2020 whatever this year is are happening concurrently. Of course, there's also the matter of there being no movie if they did this another way, but you know how we do. Oh, f*** you, movie.
Morning, Logan.
Oh hey, everything in the previous movies no longer matters anymore. I'm sure all the future X-Men spin-offs and sequels will be pure gold now that they've corrected everything. Damn, movie dwells on future happy ending crap more than the Return of the King.
What do you want us to do with the Major Striker?
I don't know, the first thing I would do is see how his lungs held that much water for a whole day without him dying. I guess I'm gonna have to Google this shit when I get a chance.
Whiplash.
The only place I've seen dwarves in dreams is in stupid movies like this. Oh, make it weird. Put a dwarf in it. Everyone will go, whoa, whoa, whoa. It must be a fucking dream. There's a fucking dwarf in it.
Expelliarmus!
Raven.
That's not my name! That's not my name! That's not my name!
You guys are always talking about the fans, the fans, the fans. She was your biggest fan, and you threw her away. It! I'm gay!
You really hate mutants, Doctor, don't you?
On the contrary.
I have a tender spot in my heart for cripples, bastards, and broken things.
Ich mag Scotch, Scotch mag mich.
Ich auch nicht, ich bleib beim Shampoos.
3 Gläser.
Bilbo Baggins! Do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks!
What do you want us to do with the Major Striker?
Striker. Striker, 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 striker! Striker!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a code red situation.
Did you order the code red?
You're goddamn right I did!
Flame on! Is that what demons do?
Opening exposition covered by rapid-fire edited sequence of news broadcast cliché. I remember in 2013 a meteor hitting Russia. I also remember this very clip of it on YouTube. But movie says, F it, this meteor hit Germany.
These pictures are just in from Verdun.
Movie picks a classic World War I battle site for the alien invasion here, because even aliens know how important Verdun is when it comes to conquering Europe.
The Angel of Verdun. Calling her the Angel of Verdun.
Emily Blunt isn't the angel of my pants in this movie.
Rita Bertaski was able to kill hundreds of mimics.
Movie steals its main villain name from horrible 1997 movie with the same name.
Operation Downfall is going to be the largest mechanized invasion in the history of mankind.
And we're so confident we're broadcasting the details about it for all humans and aliens to see. Maybe for a real soldier who's been on the front lines, it's possible to sleep in a janky-ass helicopter like this, but for a cushy PR guy that is basically a model/actor, no, he's not sleeping. He's vomiting and probably bitching about the bumpy ride. Look, no one loves this movie more than me, but any alien race that would attack Earth with only the capabilities to fight a lengthy, sustained land war is a f***ing stupid alien race. Like dumber than those assholes in Signs.
General, I am an officer in the United States military. You don't even have the authority.
I have spoken to your CO.
Okay, I'll just believe that without a phone call. I wonder why my own CO didn't tell me about this. What a sandbag job.
How hard do you think it would be for me to convince people to blame you?
Casual blackmail. We will see Cage wake up here many times throughout this movie's Groundhog Day-like narrative, but why is he allowed to sleep here? Why does no one put him in a jail cell or a room until he regains consciousness? Anything goes in this military, I guess. Also, the general said this was a PR thing with a camera crew and shit.
I didn't ask you here to sell me. I want you to sell the invasion. You ship out for the coast in 1 hour. Your camera crew is standing by.
But then after Cruz tries to blackmail him, the general busts his rank down, has him tased, handcuffed, and still sends him to the front lines? Without a camera crew? So this went from a PR thing about selling the war effort to some kind of twisted punishment that is certainly not military appropriate, even if England and America have joined forces.
On your feet, maggots!
How does no one recognize the one asshole who's been on TV on practically every channel as this war's media strategist?
This whole FOB's on lockdown, no calls. In or out.
This is the equivalent of kids not being able to get cell phone reception in a backwoods horror movie. It's actually kind of a silly convenience for the plot, but I'll just go ahead and send it for the fact that Cage didn't bother to make a phone call to his CO earlier, deciding blackmail was his best course of action.
Says here you're a deserter.
And what we do with deserters who have no talent outside of advertising is we put them on the front lines with heavy gun suits and just laugh while they f*** everything up and the aliens win. Because this is apparently the Men of the Night's Watch from Game of Thrones. Ass.
I could hurt somebody.
That's correct.
Bloody hell. It's the full metal.
Even though Rita is a revered soldier who has kicked all sorts of alien ass and known as a bitch, there's still some dumbass brave enough to talk shit right in front of her. Also, it's pretty amazing that after a woman beat all the alien ass, inspiring millions of people, especially women, the military is still 99% dudes in this movie. Cage actually tries this.
Activate drop lines! Remember!
Sergeant Farrell survives this. Why doesn't everyone in this army have one of these amazing slaughter paddles? What the hell is she doing?
The fiery crucible in which the only true heroes are forged. One place where all men truly share the same rank.
Farrell starts this line outside, but then waits 20 seconds until they're inside to finish it. Despite everything repeating itself almost exactly, Cage still waits forever to drop during the second time through the ship explosion. Maybe the exosuits can absorb some or even most of the impact of a fall like this? Maybe. But even still, he's gonna get a concussion from this kind of bullshit, at the very least, right? His body is coming to a jarring stop after moving super fast, so his brain and heart and spleen and shit is going to be rattling around to the degree a normal person would puke and then die, right?
I have been there! I've seen it! You're all doomed! You're doomed!
Cage is a direct descendant of Crazy Ralph from Friday the 13th. Cage clearly demonstrates he has knowledge of the future, but they ignore it and just tape his mouth shut, because movie needs to be longer than 30 minutes. Movie that conveniently skipped over the 8 or so hours at night before launch every previous time through this history will now take advantage of that time for plot advancement. Nobody who militaries for a living notices this shit. Also, hell, he's running alongside the truck in full view of everyone behind him and to the side off camera. How is this possibly safe? You're telling me there are never any bullets ricocheting back into these wide open firing windows, killing these workers standing here not doing shit? Sexy push-up for no reason is a sin, but also sexy enough to take off a sin. So, move along. Nothing to see here.
No one understands mimic biology better than him.
Wow. Good thing he's on the same base as you guys, am I right? I sincerely doubt the effectiveness of hologram presentations, but futuristic movies keep telling me they're going to be a thing, even though they are objectively worse at relaying information than any presentation software that we currently use.
But this is the brain. It controls them all.
Here's the aliens are all controlled by one source cliche. It's always simple when it comes to defeating aliens, isn't it?
And the Omega has the ability to control time.
Whenever an alpha is killed, an automatic response is triggered. The Omega starts the day over again.
But they were winning the war. Is this basically saying that the Omega will start the day over again no matter what's happening on the battlefield? They're killing millions of people in an ambush, and they lose one alpha, and it's like, whoops, gotta start this shit over again.
But if that's true, how did you win it for done?
We were allowed to win.
Yeah, after 1,000 tries, apparently. If the alien plan was to allow you to win at Verdun, why did it take you that many tries to actually win? Also, did it purposely infect you with its blood to do this? Or was it purely by accident? Because the alien plan entirely relies on your ability to adapt. Otherwise, you were going to lose, and this whole plan goes up in smoke.
This thing wants us to believe we can win. It wants us to throw everything we have into the invasion.
Did they just get impatient? It seems like the aliens had pretty good control over the war and nothing was going to stop them, but they needed a speedy victory, I guess, because they have to answer to alien Congress or something. Also, look, I'm all for the convenience that Cage killed the 1 in 6.18 million alpha alien that allows him to control time, but this ridiculous let them win one battle strategy offers the convenience that one other person just happened to be infected by the alpha and is able to train Cage right now, when he would have otherwise been unable to help himself.
The thing you've got to understand is this is a perfectly evolved, world-conquering organism.
That's taken years and still only basically has control of Europe.
Its only vulnerability is humanity.
So, allergic to Earth, basically?
Skinny, you dumbass, he's right next to you. You're telling me you don't know where that slipper son of a bitch went?
Sergeant Farrell would be excellent at CinemaSins.
Oh, you mean sex? Yeah, tried it.
Do or do not, hot soldier girl. There is no try.
I think I'm okay.
On your feet, maggot! 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 I'm trying to be nice to you, maggot!
God, I love this. This is another reason why this movie is so fun. I'm taking off a couple sins here. I'm not made of stone. Movie that already stated that the Omega is looking for Tom Cruise and he'll start getting the visions when the Omega is getting close to figuring out who and where he is, decides to forget all that and give him another 100 lives without the Omega getting any closer to finding him.
Have I got something on my face?
Maybe the movie is saying that Cage is tired of seeing Rita die over and over, and that's why we're in the training simulation today, but Rita did say that training was over earlier. It's a Tom Cruise movie, so here's that riding a motorcycle scene you were all clamoring for.
You can do this. You can. You keep coming here every day and I'll train you.
He must have figured out how to get into the training facility by himself without anyone knowing. How did he do this? I don't know. I guess that'll have to remain a mystery. Literally on a prime-ass piece of coastal French real estate, there is somehow a f***ing trailer park, complete with bombed-out amusement park attractions. Because reasons. He specifically reminded her to disconnect the trailer, but 5 seconds later she forgot, because hilariousness.
If you are in a vehicle, please lock doors and stay inside.
Coincident irony. Only vehicle they really had as an option just happens to be low on gas cliche. It must be deja vu, or Emily Blunt can actually time travel, because she goes to the exact same house in which she was staying in Looper. Hey!
Hold on. 3,
like 3.
Movie rips off the guy manipulating the reliving of one day to gain insight into a woman ends up creeping out said woman by knowing too much about them thing from Groundhog Day.
This is as far as you go. No matter what I do, this is as far as you ever make it.
He seriously hasn't thought of a way to keep her from going to the helicopter after all these times? Can't he just lead with that up front at the beginning of the day and say, you constantly f this up by wanting to get in a helicopter, so put that out of your mind, okay? Even if he has done that, it's unbelievable she always goes for the helicopter. Yeah, no, he's dead. Day reset. What is the Alpha waiting for? I realize they understand they can't kill him, but do something. What the hell is this thing? Great for escaping and convenient dying.
Built a prototype at Whitehall.
Yes, and I got fired for it, thank you very much.
Then how the f are you just hanging around at the main United Defense military base creating awesome computer simulations and shit?
It's a transponder. You stick it into the Alpha and it taps into the wavelength connecting it to the Omega.
Wait, why wasn't he using this plan in the first place? Sounds like some magical ass shit. Damn. How many times did these two die needlessly before anyone even brought up this thing?
This guy with the yellow armband always recognizes you, so just keep your head down and stay to my right.
Why doesn't everyone recognize her? Her face is plastered all over the damn world. In fact, why do they have to sneak into any place? She's a freaking celebrity. I don't understand.
It's the Louvre.
Omega coincidentally takes up residence in an iconic landmark. Man, these mimics have an amazing knowledge of Earth's iconography.
Listen, pal. I don't really care what you think you know about us. We just met you.
That's correct, but despite this completely healthy skepticism, the movie will still let this guy be talked into it.
Why would we follow him into combat?
I don't expect you to follow me. I expect you to follow her.
Cage plays the pronoun game so that Rita can make this dramatic entrance. Also, Cage holds his trump card until the very end, because it's not like time is of the essence or anything. Even in the midst of an alien war, military aerial ships are allowed to be taken without notice or objection. Cage survives this. A minute ago we saw Sergeant Farrell giving his speech about giving 100%, which during several of Cage's lives meant they were about to get on the ship for the beach battle during early morning daylight hours. But here it's completely dark with no sign of daylight anytime soon. No mimics attack during the planning and execution of the Clear the Path idea.
I'm not going to be any good in there, mate. Let me buy you some time.
Guy who was relatively okay sacrifices himself for the group for no real reason. When Cage could die, he died pretty much every time he expected him to. Now that he can't die, he survived shit like this. When Cage could die, he died pretty much every time You say I already said this? It's probably because the Alpha got killed and I don't remember saying it from before. The Alpha has to know at this point that the humans can no longer reset the day, so the f*** is he waiting for? Movie rips off the reveals the grenade pins thing from Leon, aka the Professional, but really, Leon. So you're telling me he ended the war by killing the Omega, but still reset the day killing the Alpha as well so he could let the girl live and be her boyfriend? Man, I guess the power of boners really is stronger. Also, how did he kill the Omega and inherit the Alpha's ability to reset the day without also resetting the Omega being alive? He wakes up a day earlier, and the news is talking about a mysterious explosion the night before this, which definitely does not compute since he and the gang raid the Louvre later tonight to cause that explosion. But whatever, he gets the girl, I think. Sexy push-up girl is always doing sexy push-ups.
What do you want?
Good for you, Doug Lyman. Bravo, sir.
So let's strategize. Map! Our sources have told us that the Canadians are preparing for our invasion, so we must use caution. Each battalion has a specific code name and mission.
You do what you do.
Don't know how you do the voodoo that you do so well.
No cuts, no butts, no coconuts. No!
This is Papa Dragon.
We can rebuild him. We have the technology.
Use the Force, Luke.
My middle name is Rose.
You're so stupid, Rose.
What have you done? What have you done?
You got 3 pints of Kramer in you, buddy.
I immediately regret this decision.
This is the end.
We've been through worse.
Are you and Jack an effective team?
The only thing I'd do differently if I were Tom Cruise's character in Edge of Tomorrow is I'd change up my Nature Box snack order every time I reset the day. That way I could eventually, through all the dying and waking back up and such, try every single Nature Box snack available. They have tons of snacks. How many?
7.
More than that.
21!
That's not actually a very high number.
1 million.
Whoa, back it down there a bit, Chief.
F5.
That's a computer key, not a number.
It's over 9,000!
We're getting much closer, that's for sure. I think we're maybe getting sidetracked.
525,600.
Okay, enough. Let's just say however many varieties of snacks you hope they have more.
Well then, this would be more, wouldn't it?
Anyway, if you go to naturebox.com/cinemasins, our friends at NatureBox will give you a free sampler box just for signing up. Free, as in less than costing something. No dollars, just snacks.
That's impossible!
So get thee to naturebox.com/cinemasins and show your thanks to them for supporting our channel. It's a pretty huge sacrifice to ask you to accept free delicious snacks, but we're confident some of you will have the courage or the outright hunger to help us get it done.
Get in my belly!
Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to reset the day again. I'm thinking peanut butter and jelly granola this time. Is this a studio logo or part of the credits? I will admit to being an American, and thereby not knowing shit about what language this is or what this symbol means, but I'm genuinely concerned about radiation levels at this point. Reading. 800,000 students boycotted the school and the juvenile crime rate. Adults had lost all Okay, I'm sorry. I'm already lost. Class pictures. Narration. Which happens. Moms leave. No need to be a pussy about it. Dropping something to signify shock cliche. Toilet paper suicide note. Why would he take the time to ensure his TP suicide note rolls perfectly into the bathroom? Oh, was it so we could see him puke? Got it. Damn it, is this entire movie going to be in non-American? Adult male on middle school bus sitting in the back row between two playful girls. That is definitely a sin, even if I do the same thing in his position. Haha, foreshadowing. We're bad guys. Desks. You mean the teacher from 2 years ago? One of these kids just said, as though there was any debate, but damn, if you taught him 2 years ago, there was zero debate about your identity. But whatever. These two new classmates, just before the big death competition, will probably not directly impact the big death competition. Later we find out the Battle Royale has been going on for a few years now, and it gets tons of media coverage, so how can they not know? What kind of movie am I watching here? I don't know if it's something lost in the English translation, but what? Roll credits. Kitano would be excellent at CinemaSins. Cute video girl confuses everything. Now there's satire mixing with extreme violence, and there's a tingling in my penis. All strange sensations to be feeling at once. This video suggests there's a website for the Battle Royale, which is sinful enough in and of itself, if these students are unaware of it. But also, they somehow managed to snag BR.com away from Baskin-Robbins? F*** off, dude. Man, this dude is dedicated to the VCR controls. He paused that shit as soon as Kitano killed that girl. He is on point. Foreshadowing photograph just happens to be on the floor next to Nobu, so we can see the cleverness of the foreshadowing. These girls appear turned on by death, or sorrow. Why did the eerily prescient adults lay down plastic wrap on only half this room's floor? And this game should be easy to win if you're the first person called. What's to prevent the first person from running to the exit and just waiting for each unprepared student to come out and just kill them right there? At least in the Hunger Games, everybody got to go at the same time. Lucky for the class, the wimpiest kid is the first one they call. BFFs. Jeez, is the movie gonna announce every kid before the killing starts? Skip. Wait, are those two in love or something? Well, that's not the traditional definition of deep-throating, but I think technically it still works. This is all happening right outside where all the kids are running out, so thank God for the crazy delay in kids running out right now so that only this one fat kid has to die. Guess we better get a cannon ready. Geez, if it's just a scratch, why is her sleeve soaked in blood? Battle royales addict to random kids hoping to murder each other. Dude, that was the signal! Second base is open for the taking! What are you waiting for? Director had an obvious disagreement with actor over exactly how much this character loved reading. Well, we're in a cave and no one's looking. I think I could taste it. Oh, you meant the bag of cookies, didn't you? Jesus, a digital map of each contestant on the playing field? I'd say something about the Hunger Games being a ripoff here, but I'd be in danger of ripping off my own video from earlier when I called the Hunger Games a ripoff of this story. Geez, a fan? I'm not sure if the people running Battle Royale have a sense of humor or if they're just assholes. They could be the guys behind CinemaSins for all I know. Morals. These two conscientious objectors are so distraught about the game that they killed themselves, instead of, I don't know, cake decorating themselves to look like trees and merely hiding the entire competition. Whoa, okay, so this is basically Hunger Games meets Kill Bill. Whoever made this movie likes girls in skirts, which is fine as a starting point, and comically violent blood spurting. This is not a healthy combination of interests. Every time someone dies, the movie interrupts itself to tell us, the audience at home, who it was and how many kids are left. Why do you warn them before coming out of the bushes and do it before they even get to your hiding place? Place in the Woods has a super long hill to fall down cliche. Yes. Math threatening. Also... Damn, they gave at least 5 people some guns in this, but thought it was really funny to include fans, pans, and binoculars for the others. This idiot charges at a guy holding a shotgun on him. The guy was fucking yelling. How could you possibly know? This girl is still moving after being riddled with hundreds of bullets. This is a funny line, but it's not really a good idea, since the rules state you'll die anyway if you run out of time and you're not the last person standing. Period, Sheriff. Haha, gross. Also, what the actual fuck? This chick checked a dead body to see if that dead person had previously been having her monthly cycle? Laziness. Also, what is wrong with this girl that she's suddenly unable to walk and shit? Did I miss an illness? This guy says, so that's their trick out loud, but then starts typing as if he didn't just give the Battle Royale control room a huge clue that he figured this shit out. Also, why don't the Battle Royale people make shelters like this a danger zone? Why give them any place where they might be able to plot stuff like this? This guy has the right idea. Hilarious English translation is hilarious. Homicidal girl kills the element of surprise and waits way too long to shoot this other girl. I can see the dead body breathing. I'd care about this young romance tragedy, but I'm honestly still freaked out by the period checker girl. Where does a 9th grader get a fucking flask of alcohol? Wait, never mind. I just remember my Uncle Greg. Also, an older former gang contestant joining the game? Damn, besides the tampon checking, is there anything in this movie the Hunger Games didn't steal? Everyone who died in this particular battle royale died in this very same spot. They should have known not to come here. This place is cursed with the blood of all the 9th graders. I had to rewind this shit 40 times to figure out what happened. Even if that means exhuming her body for questioning. Oh, f*** you, character who's only waiting to say the important thing because the screenwriter told him to. This psycho killer can keep up with a bicycle on foot, but somehow misses the dude riding it at point-blank range. What a tragic dumbass. Victim stands still and screams instead of runs when he sees a guy with a blade. Characters trying to hide make a stupid noise so the villain can be alerted to their presence cliche. I know this is a bad guy, so he probably has terrible aim, but those bullets are also pretty shitty about going through wood, right? Okay, wow, he's not terrible at aiming. He's worse than Adrian Peterson is at disciplining his children. Unlimited ammo guy conveniently runs out at the perfect time for this asshole to get shot by another conveniently placed guy. Did they hire the T-1000 to kill the kids? People who should know better loudly speak into their mics about secret bomb ingredients. Oh yeah, now is the time to shut your friends up. Your uncle was Guy Fawkes? Or V? If you can keep them from eavesdropping by covering the necklace microphone with your hand, then what was the point of all the silent typing out shit earlier? This is horrifying, I'll admit, but why are they naked? Did she f them and then mutilate their genitals? I'm just playing this out here. You're the one showing me the visual, but it had to happen somehow, right? Why did they agree to fuck in such a wide open and filthy space during a death competition? Man, it's almost like there's not a death competition going on right now. Hey, I don't know if Shuya killed that guy on purpose or not, better kill him on purpose just to make sure. This girl is addicted to Shuya's spaghetti, but she dies, so it's cool. Oh, that gunshot he heard, but not the machine gun fire a second ago. Right. These girls can't shoot for shit, but after 30 seconds of misses, somehow all end up with direct hits. I think it means you're winning, dude. Teacher-student relations. This is for the people who can read lips in Japanese. We'll never know what kind of horrible, dirty things they said to each other. Previously, in the movie you're watching right now. How does she know he's even around here right now? What the hell is this guy doing out here? Would you like a popsicle? Wait, he showed up to scare away the mean chick and give her an umbrella? Dude, if you're gonna directly interfere with the death competition you yourself are running, don't you think you could bring a little more to the table? God, I am so confused as to whether any of these people are important. Have we even seen some of these people yet? And maybe my loud yelling. I only give myself 1/10 the blame. I had no idea you'd start blasting. Half the people in this game got ink pens or the Wheel of Fortune home game as weapons. I had a 50-50 chance and I would like to bite a vowel. See me? I'm gonna walk backwards for no reason now, because there's surely someone behind me ready to shoot that I can't see. And everyone showed up for the big finale at relatively the same time. Movie continues to strain its bullet realism. Just because this character was a badass doesn't mean the bullets should hurt less. Did this guy really just go outside with an umbrella for basically no reason a minute ago? I mean, I agree he's a somewhat sympathetic character, but what the hell was he doing out there? Hacking and bomb making take roughly the same amount of time. And no one in the control room could hear through our mics because we're blocking them with our soundproof fingers. Everyone keeps running into everyone else except these three assholes, who no one ever stumbles on or finds or talks to or anything. Because bomb. I don't know, maybe from the three people who were in that one place for so long, which you never made a danger zone the whole time? This is a terrible f*** up, to be honest. Not only is this some truly remarkable shitty fake typing, but I'm pretty sure this guy had never seen a keyboard before in his life before shooting this movie. Come on, you have only yourself to blame. I think half the students in this class are barely functional. They have amazing skills at being dumb. Watch, after a whole movie of being a Terminator, this guy's totally gonna get killed now. That probably didn't kill him. He has emergency backup power for sure. Not to mention all the souls of the people he killed. Finally, we get a look at the control room and what they can hear. And they didn't hear one thing that made them suspicious during the hacking bomb-making session. I don't care how many times they were shown blocking their mics. Those guys f***ed up enough to where you or me or a 4-year-old would have been suspicious of those dudes. In a government-sanctioned battle royale, how does one person have all the power to prevent someone from confirming kills? So this is a confusing part of the movie, but we'll just assume that Kawada knew how to disable the necklaces. The problem is, how did he know that no army guys would show up to confirm the kills? That was a huge leap of faith. This painting represents everything Kitano enjoys, killing kids and falling in love with kids. Movie inadvertently inspires the parents' last words become important to the plot thing from Signs. It takes over 100 bullets to stop anyone in this f***ing movie. Who will shoot me when I try to shoot them? I sure am glad we got to the bottom of that smile mystery. I know this is Japan and probably should be expected, but why does the Tower Records vending machine sell beverages?
The young girl in the schoolgirl uniform is Aren's personal bodyguard, the Gogo Yubari. Gogo may be young, but what she lacks in age, she makes up for in madness.
Do you know how easy this is for me? Do you have any f***ing idea how easy this is? This is a f***ing joke.
Hey, video 続けます。
ごめん、みんなどけ。俺知ってるところじゃない。俺と一緒になすか、死ぬ気か。
Here's a useful lesson for you. Give up. Just quit. Because in this life, you can't win. Yeah, you can try. But in the end, you're just gonna lose big time because the world is run by the man.
So what do you need? Guns. Lots of guns.
The Jets are gonna have their day
tonight. The Jets are gonna have their way tonight.
What are you doing up?
Surprise, cockbags!
Football practice.
Cute. Baby ducks are cute. I hate cute. I want to be exotic and mysterious.
You are. You're exotic and mysterious and cute and...
You're my... My name is Lorraine. Lorraine Baines? Yeah. But you're so thin. Just relax, Calvin. You got a big bruise on your head.
I have no idea to this day what those two Italian ladies were singing about. Truth is, I don't want to know.
I can't feel my legs.
どこまででもいい。精一杯でいいから。
Either Disney moved to another residence or they stole someone else's castle.
Let us tell an old story anew.
That's all you guys do nowadays. Also, basically they saw Wicked and said, let's do that, with one of our evil female characters.
There were two kingdoms.
Also, narration. Moore's Land is a discount Pandora. Movie rips off the Rocks Look Like Faces thing from a bunch of movies, but the first that comes to mind is King Kong. Tree Physician.
And her name was Maleficent.
Roll credits.
Also, Maleficent?
That sounds like a cross between Malfeasance and Magnificent. You know who demonstrated magnificent malfeasance? The parents of this girl who gave her such an obvious evil villain name and then promptly died.
Good morning, Mr. Chanterelle. I love your cap.
Well, it's the same cap I've been wearing for years and years. Thanks for noticing just now. None of this shit needs to make any sense or even matter so long as you were filled with a sense of wonder. I take umbrage at the casting of this fairy. You mean to tell me these tree guards can't walk up to this kid's hiding place and arrest him? Have they been standing here for God knows how long just waiting?
My parents are dead. Mine too.
Wow, what are the odds?
What's wrong? Iron burns fairies.
Seems like something you should have noticed before you shook his hand, but hey, great way to explain your one weakness so that we know how to kill you later.
Sorry.
You could have just put it in your pocket, right?
Look who came back. I thought it worth the risk.
What risk?
What do you do for fun?
How often do you get a chance to do this for fun? Ever? How many hanging buddies do you have in this world? Fairy second base.
He told her it was true love's kiss.
But it was actually herpes. Flying through a dangerous natural obstacle course cliche.
The mysterious moors where no one dares to venture.
This is something I surely said even before we started this journey, but sometimes my men need a good reminding of why they're here, even if the trip only took an hour tops. So the tree army saves the day? Geez, Lord of the Rings much? Tree dragon. No fairies were harmed in the making of this scene, because, well, she used a tree army. And presumably all the fairies are back at home chilling and playing Call of Duty.
You!
She couldn't yell at the king from a safer distance. Also, when you flew through the battle, knocking all these soldiers down, how did you miss touching iron that whole time? Hell, during this scene alone, you should have been burned about 4 or 5 times.
And all was as it had been long ago.
Whatever that was, this relationship is whatever the narrator tells us it is. I know when I poison my girlfriends, I throw the capsule nearby so that people can see it later. Does no one in the tree army pay attention to the stuff going on among the trees? Like their leader being attacked? Conscience. Oh no, a thing! It's just like that nightmare scenario when I woke up in Mexico and my liver was gone. She did research for the scene by consulting Jennifer Aniston on what it feels like to get your wings clipped by someone you love. He's still here. Also, if you were willing to do this, why not just kill her? I mean, this is far worse than killing her, and you know it.
I have avenged you, sire.
She is vanquished.
But of course she is. Your whole army couldn't kill her a minute ago. But not at all spectacular errand boy Stefan went into the woods and killed her all by himself, of course. We interrupt this Disney fairy tale retelling to bring you the Necromancer's Castle from The Hobbit. What a dick. Wait, did she know that the bird would fly over here and get caught in a net? How come her all-powerful dark magic can't just create her a new pair of wings?
What have you done to my beautiful self?
Man, for a bird, you're an awfully vain f***er, aren't you?
And in return for saving my life, I am your servant.
Couldn't she just have asked a bird to help her? King Vicus doesn't have prawn arms in this coronation. Humans helpfully leave a window open so Maleficent's new bird soldier can eavesdrop. And then the bird spy hears one sentence introducing King Stefan and flies away as though no other pertinent information could possibly be gleaned from this event. It's a good thing this day advanced so quickly into night so that the king could witness the spectacle of the green energy going into the sky. Also, how does someone with magic this powerful need a whole movie to win?
King Stefan and the Queen have had a child.
She waited 9 months just to see if a plan revealed itself to her? What has she been doing this whole time? Why do these fairies never age? And Maleficent, who we have also been told is a fairy, grows like a human child. Hey, the lights went out and there's a scary wind and stuff at the king's baby's christening. Let's all part like the Red Sea and allow the creepy new person to just waltz right up to him. Did she put a wrapping around her horns? But why? Want to understand Maleficent's powers and how and when and why they work and why there's any conflict in this movie at all? Well, f*** you.
Before the sun sets on her 16th birthday.
Damn, that's like 16 freaking years. Why not make the curse happen before her 8th birthday and split the difference?
She will prick her finger on the spindle of a spinning wheel and fall into a sleep like death.
What an oddly specific revenge plot. Why not a fishing hook or the tip of a spear? Why is your greatest revenge to make the guy that pissed you off's daughter fall asleep but not actually die? How does this even make you feel a little bit better?
She will never awaken!
I could just do it now, but 16 is good enough. What do you think I am, some kind of monster?
The princess can be woken from her death sleep, but only by true love's kiss.
Jesus. And then she left. King Stefan didn't bother to call his army or have someone throw a bucket of iron on her.
Who would take her to a remote hideaway for 16 years?
Why burn the spindles when you were going to take her to a remote place anyway? Now everyone has to sew by hand, you dick.
While his soldiers rode far and wide to hunt Maleficent down.
They had a prime chance to do that when she was here earlier, but they were probably scared by her powers. But now, though, I bet all that's changed since then. Why did they waste all that time? Stefan knows exactly where Maleficent's kingdom is, right? Oh, sweet. I don't have to use special effects for a while.
With no questions asked. We are no longer fairies. We are 3 peasant women raising our orphan child in the woods.
Because that's common enough for there to be no questions. The f***ing crow servant finds the baby and fairies literally 60 seconds after they start hiding. And only because the fairies are so stupid they go inside without the baby.
Why are you always hiding?
Ha, these fairies are negligent. But has this baby lived long enough and interacted with these pixies long enough to always be hiding? Open window is handy for Maleficent to walk straight up and see the conveniently placed window baby. These stupid fairies agreed to take care of a kid for 16 years without any warning to King Stefan that they didn't know shit about babies? Crow sighing.
It's going to starve with those 3 looking after it.
One day in and Maleficent already feels empathy for the creature she's trying to cause to suffer. Still can't grow your wings though, huh? Well, keep trying. You've tried, right? You could also call that amazing tree dragon and go beat these dudes up. I imagine we'll never see that tree dragon again for some reason. Oh yeah, the one weakness I've known about since I was 12.
Bring me the iron workers.
All of them? You sure you don't just want to see one of them maybe? Like the head iron worker? Maleficent spends her time messing with the 3 fairies, who used to be her loyal friends, FYI, for no reason other than the movie needs some filler, and obviously Maleficent ain't got shit to do, so... I'm still trying to figure out why Stefan entrusted these dumb fairies with caring for his daughter after mating them for 5 seconds that one day. Haha, yeah, no, there's no way these stupid-ass fairies didn't already kill this kid with stupid. She's dead. Man, we've seen the original horns, the horns wrapped in black leather, and now the horns in shiny dragon scales. This woman is dedicated to horn fashion. I guess it's a good thing she didn't jump off the part of that cliff that didn't have branches. It's not a Disney movie if some pure chick isn't making friendly with the local wildlife. Do the fairies pay any attention to where this girl is? How far from the cottage in the woods is the thorn wall? Because I'm thinking it's pretty far.
Bring them to me.
Does she really need him to bring them to her? Can't she just do whatever she needs to do right now? Magic, man. How does it work? Yeah, what would Maleficent ever have done without the wolf behind these guys? Are you thinking she could just do the same thing without him? I'm thinking she could have just done the same thing without him. So she can lift other people off the ground into the air and control where they go using her magic, but she still needs wings if she wants to fly herself? This movie gives fewer f***s about you understanding its magic than the Harry Potter films. Exactly 48% of the lines Angelina Jolie says in this movie are, The subtitles on this movie just told me that these are fairies too. If they're female and fly around, they're fairies. End of story.
Wherever I went, your shadow is always with me.
What? I know the movie's trying to find a way to say she had a feeling someone was watching her, but this is a lousy-ass explanation even for this movie. Discount Schindler's List music. Absolutely none of Aurora's caretakers are freaking out worried about her absence.
When the curse fails, Maleficent will comfort me.
That's another thing. What the hell is a curse that can be so easily avoided? Even though Stefan decided to use the throw the baby out with the bathwater method. Maleficent's curse is one of the least thought out in the history of curses, and Stefan's response to it is one of the least thought out in the history of responses. I guess those other fairies are finally dead? What happened to them? Who knows? Probably jumped off a cliff trying to save Aurora, I guess.
I revoke the curse. Let it be known.
Well, I guess the last 16 years of waiting and messing with fairies by making their hats fall off was all worth it then, right?
I revoke the curse.
You already said that!
I revoke my curse!
I heard you the first 2 times!
I revoke my curse!
Oh, for sake.
That's all I wish to say about it.
What colour were they?
Jesus.
They never faltered. I could trust them.
Your wings? They were part of your body, right? Like, imagine saying this about your hands or fingers. It sounds pretty stupid, right? True love decoy. Man, it's a wonder this chick didn't die of some random forest thing all the time she spends unsupervised.
True love's kiss, remember? It can break the spell.
And for some reason, no one understands that the spell doesn't even have to be a thing, ever, as long as spindles stay out of her world. We're already worried that the handsome traveler guy might be her only hope, and she hasn't even touched a spinning wheel yet.
My aunt said it was an evil fairy. I can't remember her name.
Oh, nonsense. If they said it, you remember her name. Give me a break.
I have to find Aurora! Or the king will have our heads.
Why are you this far behind trying to find Aurora? The girl even went to the moors to see if the whole curse thing was true, but you're so far behind Aurora's already locked up in a room at the castle. Why is she checking out her finger? Oh yeah, that's a finger ripe for the pricking right there.
Looking for a girl.
Already? How long has it been since you were lost and looking for the castle? Like 1 hour? That's cheating. She finds the one undestroyed spinning wheel, which is only reconstructed by magic. Okay, whatever. But my main concern is, how have they been making linens and clothes for the last 16 years? Also, if the curse basically beckons you to prick your finger on a spinning wheel, what's the general point? Why not just make it so that she falls asleep on her 16th birthday and call it a day? If it's inevitable, then why go through the trouble of making the curse so specific? No, wait, stop, don't go into the spindle dungeon, you might prick yourself. I did everything I could to prevent this. Help.
If we go inside those walls, we'll never come out alive.
Except for the last time she did, with all that magic and stuff. Right? Right? Wait, last time we saw them, they were entering the castle. Now they're at some kind of iron thorn maze. The f***? Oh, that's in the castle? F*** you, movie. Ah, yes, using magic as a distraction is great, but forgetting that you can use magic on the guard without a distraction is pretty damn lame. What a surprise, the kiss didn't work. Now let's immediately head for Frozen territory so that when Maleficent kisses her, it will work. Because what a twist we've never seen before. The power of kissing takes a super long time to work for dramatic purposes cliché.
No truer love.
No truer love than the love of an evil fairy who cursed a girl to eternal slumber but then accidentally gained feelings for her through spending time together. You're absolutely right. Do they have metal nets set up in every room in this castle or just this one? Because that's a super lucky guess if that's the case.
Into a dragon.
But I can't do anything about this net. I don't even have the power to make it fly off me for some reason. I don't know how these soldiers aren't getting completely burned by the dragon's fire, but hey, maybe we can't ask for more from a thing that used to be a bird just a minute ago. I guess I'm just gonna have to accept this. Maleficent lets gravity decide this.
And she invited Aurora to see how the moors had been once.
Wasn't it still pretty awesome in the moors? Hell, she got to pet this thing, and nothing looked particularly awful. Now you're saying the moors had all this overgrowth and general awfulness the whole time Maleficent was sort of evil.
For I was the one they called Sleeping Beauty.
Roll credit. Oh, wait. Whoa, I thought this was about to play the Harry Potter theme music for a second. Movie literally has 9 minutes of closing credits.
It's moops.
Moors!
Moops.
What's all the fuss about?
We represent
at Hogwarts are far worse than I feared.
It's extremely rude. Don't listen to him, Balthazar. You're classically handsome.
I'm Groot.
I'm called Stefan.
New York's hottest club is Whimsy.
What's wrong? Your ring. Iron burns fairies. Iron helps us play.
Who is the man in the suit?
Arise! Arise, spiders of Theoden! Spears shall be shaken! Shields shall be splintered!
Listen well, all of you.
Look, I'm Woody. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
I'm sorry that we crashed the vehicle and ruined someone's lawn.
Shooter! Shooter! Shooter!
Sleeping Beauty.
Slow motion rain to set the mood cliche. That's a horse on a boat right there.
Why is this happening?
I don't know. Surely it has nothing to do with all the illegal pirate things I did in the last movie.
I think it's bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding.
Would you movies please stop saying this in every f***ing wedding scene in every movie ever created?
The warrant for the arrest of one William Turner.
This warrant is for Elizabeth Swann.
You sailed here without any knowledge that you needed to also arrest Elizabeth Swann? You have 3 arrest warrants. Did you mistake the other 2 for suggestions?
The charge is conspiring to set free a man convicted of crimes against the crown and empire.
I know news and general things traveled slower back in the day than they do now, but how long has it been since the first movie? They just decided William and Elizabeth were fugitives after probably months and months during the time this wedding was planned?
Perhaps you remember a certain pirate named Jack Sparrow.
Captain! Flying birds signify danger cliche. Jack Sparrow is a dick to birds.
Complications arose, ensued, were overcome.
Must have been a fantastic adventure. Too bad we didn't get to see it.
What do keys do? Keys unlock things?
Get to the goddamn adventure already. Some of you've already skipped to go along on this Saturday Night Live skit. Thunder and lightning let you know something ominous is coming.
Why is the rum always gone?
For sheer shout-outs to the original movie, I guess.
And to what do I owe the pleasure of your carbuncle?
He sent me.
No, she sent you. And they are not amused, and he's not too happy about that.
Any idea when Jones might release said terrible beastie?
I already told you, Jack. The time is up.
That's why I waited down here for so long, because I knew you'd just randomly show up down here and we could finally have this conversation.
It comes now, drawn with ravenous hunger, to the man what bears the black spot.
It couldn't just come here right this second because it's vacationing in Mexico. The Kraken will be drawn with ravenous hunger to the man with the black spot. And anyone who wears the same hat as the man with the black spot. Yes, Pirates of the Caribbean fans, you can relive all the greatest hits of the last movie in this 150-minute extravaganza. How did Jack Sparrow become the leader of this island people? Probably a good story, but we don't get to see it. Instead, the movie wants us to see the rather unexciting adventure of how Will Turner got to the island.
Lam say uniki. Simpstip.
That first movie was hilarious.
Save me.
Couldn't you have told me how to do that before telling the natives whatever you told them to take me away right now? Leering rapey guys.
Captain? Captain?
Geez, how long does it take to stab somebody? Dude's been standing here like that for 20 seconds.
No doubt you've discovered that loyalty is no longer the currency of the realm, as your father believes.
How does he know that she's in here? Just because the box was obviously opened? That could have been her dad, and he doesn't even know she's escaped yet. Elizabeth Swann looks absolutely dynamite for being a prisoner for so long. Did they let her do her hair in prison? And why does she still have her wedding dress on?
Look, there it is.
It took Will Turner some detective work to find the Black Pearl. It took these guys general paddling around after escaping prison to find it.
See, the Pelagostos believe that Jack is a god in human form. They'll roast him and eat him.
How long has this relationship between Jack and the natives been going on? Just long enough for Will Turner to show up and save him? Irony.
Oh, bugger.
Damn, those assholes were quiet.
Come on, men! It'll take all of us to crew the Black Pearl!
Why would you say this?
About 6 would do!
Oh, that's why. Oh, this guy had to run to the ceremony to tell everyone about the prisoners instead of just taking care of it himself. It's not like Will Turner and the rest can get out of the cage so easily. This, of course, opens the door for the Jack Sparrow escape. Hilarious cannibal kid is so eager to eat Jack he already has a knife and fork out. Isn't that adorable? And Cinnable. The natives haven't caught up to these guys running in a cage yet. Good God, man, I could have caught up to them from here before these guys could. Movie steals part of the opening scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark. Also, with the sheer number of spears being thrown and arrows flung, don't you think one of these guys would have gotten shafted by now? When we last left Jack, we saw a dude ready to kick his ass hard. Instead, he and the others in this scene resorted to throwing fruits and vegetables at Jack instead of doing anything remotely logical. They understand this. And then everyone decides they need to leave these prisoners to go back to Jack, who is still tied up and can be subdued by one person, but f*** it. You want me to feel like these characters are in danger, but this kind of stuff proves they're never in danger. You might as well have shown Jack being cooked and eaten, and then have him find a way to escape through the natives' digestive tracts.
I won't leave without him!
Perfect timing. Jack, who spends most of his time drinking rum, pirating, and whoring around Tortuga, can somehow outrun natives on their home turf.
But only insofar as we keep to the shallows.
So the Kraken can't attack as long as you're in shallow water? Then there was no reason for you to even go to that island if that's the case. Elizabeth is so certain the entire ship will believe this dress is from a ghost, she'll be able to leverage the situation to go to Tortuga. That's her actual plan, and it works.
There's a female presence amongst us, yes. All the men, they can feel it.
They can probably also see the female presence. Yeah, this is like Clark Kent's disguise to me. This is the type of stupid shit that makes a movie 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Oh, and, she's probably naked.
Nope, because this is not the dangerous method, or Domino. Also, probably naked? You give her credit for being a stowaway, but not clothe herself to blend in?
Now that's the very question Jack once answered. Bad enough even to go visit her.
Oh no, not her.
Her. Aye.
Okay, well, that about wraps up all the details I need to know about this person. Also, when we meet Tia Dalma, there is no danger or problems that arise or anything. She's nothing but helpful. Where is the little person that came along with them? He was part of that hilarious Mind the Boat chain just a minute ago, but now he's nowhere to be found.
In carve out him heart, lock it away in a chest, and hide the chest from the world.
Davy Jones' one weakness is buried exactly like Parallax.
Davy Jones cannot make port. Cannot step on land but once every 10 years.
But why? That's a completely arbitrary rule. And for how long can you step on land? An hour? A day? A year?
So what's your plan then?
Jack waits until they get within sight of the Flying Dutchman to ask Will what his plan is. Also, either the Flying Dutchman is on shallow water right now and Jack has completely lucked out, or this movie has completely forgotten that the Kraken's ravenous hunger should be leading it to the Black Pearl, since Jack still has the dark spot on his hand. Barrel of oil is handy for all your flaming sword needs. Okay, so he slices one of them, but then he just stands there for no reason after that, as if he's never seen anything unusual in this series before. How did this man who cut his heart out become a squid-lobster hybrid? I see the search for the female stowaway on this boat frantically continues.
I'm afraid, sir, Tortuga is the only free port left in these waters.
Hey, that's exactly where Jack Sparrow's going. No one sees this as a practical joke or even looks up to see if anyone could be controlling it. It must be ghosts.
What's that over there?
Much of the plot of this movie relies on people being too stupid to breathe. Zany bar fight.
I just wanted the pleasure of doing that myself.
Yeah, that person who is obviously a man is my kind of guy. How does Mercer have the obvious female as obvious detector and every other man in this movie is stupid as hell? Phantom of the Dutchman. Why are all the crew of the Flying Dutchman heaping masses of peat moss and aquarium decorations, but Davy Jones and the Hammerhead Dude are clearly the results of Sid from Toy Story successfully mating humans with sea creatures?
100 years before the mast, losing you were, bit by bit, till you end up like poor women.
Great explanation. I can't wait to hear about the becoming a Hammerhead process.
The key.
Wait, this asshole can move? Get to work, you lazy bastard.
The Dutchman needs a living heart, or there'll be no captain. And if there's no captain, there's no one to have the key.
I get the living heart part, but who cares if the captain holds a key or not?
So the captain has the key.
Oh, fuck you. Why did you even bother to come out of the wall with useful information if you weren't going to spill all of it? And what were you afraid of anyway? You're 98% boat at this point.
I'm here to find the man I love.
How does Jack not recognize her voice?
You have news of her?
Most recently seen on the island of Tortuga.
Why didn't he just go ahead and capture them while he was down there? He didn't go alone, did he? He probably sailed over in a ship with several soldiers, right?
Wondering how it's played?
I understand.
It's good that Will knows, but does the audience know the rules of Liar's Dice? If you don't, this next scene is going to make about as much sense as how that one guy turned into a hammerhead shark.
How do you know of the key?
Doesn't everyone know about it? What a wonderful world it is to be able to walk into an unlocked cabin and find the guy from whom you need to steal a key sleeping upright. This plan succeeds.
Just put as many leagues behind us as you can.
Damn, is this the only boat floating around in the Atlantic right now? Is this ship called the Coincidence? Last time we saw the Kraken, it buckled a ship in 2 seconds. Now that Will is on the ship the Kraken attacks, it's going to take its sweet-ass time. Why is it picking up individual guys off the boat and throwing them into the water? It could simply rip this boat in half and sink everyone right now. What awesome destruction! Still way slower than your average Kraken destruction, though. How did he get this far away from the ship? Convenient man-sized Flotsam also managed to make it all the way out here for Will to save himself.
The boy's not here. He must have been claimed by the sea.
Why did you bother sending the Kraken to do this job when you could have easily transported yourself and your crew over to the Coincidence and got the key back? You had no problem doing that with the Black Pearl earlier. Also, you found the Coincidence with virtually no problem, and I was assuming it was because you have some sort of magical attraction toward the key, but now you can't locate Will Turner right next to you in the water. God, I hope that's the last we see of this f***ing dress.
You're going to want to know what it tastes like.
Teasing.
They're here.
Well, it's a good thing you decided to come here when you did, getting here pretty much the exact same time they did.
You actually were telling the truth. I do that quite a lot, yet people are always surprised.
With good reason.
You did not hear that. Also, Davy Jones sent the Flying Dutchman underwater a minute ago, and you were riding inside that dragon mouth thing. That must have come up rather unexpectedly, and I don't know how you survived or got away without being seen. Look, I want to kiss Keira Knightley too, but maybe this is the part where you warn them about Davy Jones being here instead of being such a selfish dick. Dick?
I'm gonna kill Jones.
Better do it soon, he's right around the corner, right? Right? 17th century Reservoir Dogs. Also, why did Jack bring Norrington to the beach? He could have chosen any member of his crew to help him dig, but he picked him. Because of the plot, I guess.
Let's just pull out our swords and start banging away at each other!
I like the cut of your jib, lady. When do we start? These two pirates decide to go with a little-used, running out in the open with stolen goods technique. Hey, look, the perfect castle on a deserted island to sword fight in. What are the odds? Also, this castle comes complete with a bell so that the bad guys can find out where everyone is. It's like this church, or castle, or whatever it is, was built specifically for an action scene in this particular movie. Surprise asshole guy swings to the left of Jack for some reason and screams to give away his surprise. I know Will taught her how to use a sword and everything, but when did she become an expert who could fight undead bad guys like she's been doing it all her life? Why didn't this water wheel just steal Davy Jones's heart and board the Black Pearl? It obviously knows what needs to be done for the plot. Oh yeah, the heart must be in that jar of land Jack carries with him. It's so simple for me to figure that out immediately just by looking. Will just sits here while the fight rages on, somehow expecting not to get killed or something. This guy is a dick to his head. Since when do these two have the power to relay orders on the Black Pearl? Going for the slow death thing again, I see? Sure, about 95% of the main cast is on this ship. Why wouldn't you? Good thing the Kraken's tentacles line up perfectly with the cannons.
Whatever you do, don't miss.
Good advice! Why isn't the Kraken killing Jack right now? We were told that the guy with the black spot on his hand was the one that the Kraken has a ravenous hunger for. What the f***? Those tentacles must have discovered the cure for being blasted by cannon fire in 2 minutes flat. What the f*** is this dude doing on top of this thing? These tentacles randomly grab everyone except people who are main characters. Couldn't save anyone else though, could you? How did he get up here? Don't you need help getting on a ship like this when you're on a small boat in the water? Well, that should stop the Kraken for a couple of minutes. How is this ship even still sailing after all that nonsense?
We can get away as it takes down the Pearl.
Is Davy Jones even watching any of this anymore? He should have caught up by now, and the Kraken should know, sense, see, or feel people getting on a longboat, right?
I always knew you were a good man.
Oh, come on. Talk about inventing conflict. And of course, this dickhead Will is in perfect I saw you kiss another man position.
It's after you, not the ship.
F*** you. If the Kraken was really after Jack, it would have taken that easy meal while he was rowing by himself a minute ago. Oh yeah, Davy Jones is in this.
One of the ships did pick up a man adrift at sea.
How did they find Norrington? How did he get into the water? There were no boats left behind when he was still on the island. Did he build one in a week using only a sword to cut lumber? We found the pardons, but somehow didn't see the bag full of heart he hid somewhere in his raggedy clothes.
I took the liberty of filling in my name.
Damn, this guard escorted Norrington into this room without a f***ing sound.
If there was anything could be done to bring him back.
Would you do it?
I knew At World's End was coming when this was released, so sure, this isn't one bit of a surprise, but there's seriously a way to bring someone back from getting eaten by a Kraken?
At World's End.
Roll credit. Oh, damn. Got ahead of myself. Captain Barbossa was just sitting upstairs waiting for Tia Dalma to spring that surprise. What if no one wanted to save Jack? Would he have just sat up there until they left? The director said, let's have your character eating an apple. It'll make you look like even more of a surprise asshole. Happy ending for the dog, I guess. Only because the movie ends before we see what really happens to him. They eat the leader, right?
Eyes. I can't believe they went with the frogs. Our audition was flawless. We did the look. Huh? We did the tongue thing.
Mm-hmm.
That was great.
Frogs sell beer.
Don't listen to him.
Who said that? Who the f*** said that?
I'm the Flying Dutchman. I'm the Flying Dutchman.
It's the beating of that hideous heart! I think I hear something.
I must add that Lady Catherine will thoroughly approve when I speak to her of your modesty, economy, and other amiable qualities.
Sir, I am honoured by your proposal, but I regret that I must decline it.
I know ladies don't seek to seem too eager.
Mr. Collins, I am perfectly serious.
I would cut off your head, dwarf, if it stood but a little higher from the ground.
You would die before your stroke fell.
The story opens on these mysterious explosions. Nobody knows what's causing them, but it's upsetting all the buffalo. So the military are called in to solve the mystery.
You forgot the octopus.
No, I'm saving that for my big underwater climax.
Ooh, the Summit logo is all rainy and broody. Clearly, supernatural being decides to use the 100-yard dash technique to kill its victim.
Who's there?
That's the most likely way to gain information about your assailant, that's for sure. Random Forks guy we've never met, who will soon lead an army of vampire newborns, is about as important as the guy who played Santa Claus that one time. Guy running towards the much safer gallery instantly changes his mind to run down an empty alley when the vampire does his worthless Indy 500 routine, the momentum of which has probably taken him into an entirely different zip code by now. Damn, you couldn't have just done that in the first place? Why all the sprints? Camera glides over trees while Bella narrates a Twilight movie cliche. Love.
I've got an English final.
You still go to school? On-screen couple falls in love during filming in real life and still kiss like two dead salmon being smashed together by a fisherman.
Marry me. Change me.
Female character tells a male character to change her.
At my age. It's the way one says I just got knocked up.
Foreshadowing.
2 out of 3 marriages end in divorce.
Phony statistic is phony. Travel to amazing destinations like this obviously recently flooded beach. Bella's dad cannot be in a scene without a beer.
You understand why you're being punished, right?
I know I put you through hell.
I have completely forgotten what happened in the last movie. Damn. Any other self-respecting bullshit franchise would have the decency to give me a previously on Twilight flashback or something. Jacob did the old strike-through technique when writing this letter, as if those comments were magically not in the letter anymore. I mean, is this guy a snarky internet writer? What an asshole. Also, that's racist. Car won't start because the screenwriter got lazy cliche.
I have until graduation to see him.
Everyone watching these movies needs to watch out for manufactured conflict. They use underpaid, overworked laborers and don't follow all the regulations. Last year, manufactured or fake, aka no one gives a shit conflict caused 233 movies to suck, affecting millions.
Anything is possible if you just believe.
Cliched movie pokes fun at cliches. And for the rest of the day, no one asked Alice what that shit was all about. And she didn't tell anyone. But as soon as Bella decides she wants to see Jacob, she'll open her big fat trap about that.
I did want to see my mom.
Because your mom is super important to this tetralogy of books. The mystery of all the disappearances and killings in Seattle might be more fun, but sure, let's waste time here.
Aren't you gonna miss this? Yeah, I am gonna miss this.
The sun? Don't you have to actually take some of it in before you can miss it?
I'm just saying, if you go to the University of Alaska, I'm never gonna see you.
Why would Bella go to the University of Alaska? When was this ever discussed? Do they have a great moping program there or something?
Are you sure this is where you saw her?
You've known Alice for centuries, right? What kind of a dumbass question is that? Seriously, where would all the good vampires in this story be if not for the magical cure-all plot device known as Alice's visions of the future? What, are there f***ing wolf guards near the creek or something? Man, if only Bella and Edward's conversations could take place at this speed. Good job, Wolfguard. Be sure to stop the one good guy, but let the evil vampire just waltz into your territory no problem. You were asleep on the job, Wolfguard. And she's just standing there. She hasn't even moved. Don't tell me there are wolves everywhere making sure vampires don't come into their territory and then have them blank all of a sudden when it comes to a vampire who's just standing out there in the open.
It was really great seeing Mama. It's really hard saying goodbye.
It was an emotional scene that might have made the whole Bella visits her mom thing pay off, even in a small way. Too bad you didn't get to see it.
If you're kind, come on our land again.
Wait, what?
You didn't tell her?
It sounds like no one told anybody anything. Did the werewolves and vampires discuss the fact that they were trying to catch this psycho lady vamp running around? Did the werewolf ball think that the vampire Emmett just wanted to play around in their territory? What kind of stupid shit is this?
She is the one the redhead wants.
Okay, so you do know about Victoria. Seems like this whole territorial thing could have been forgiven in this instance. But sure, let's just keep the segregation alive when tracking down fugitives.
Victoria?
I was trying to protect you.
How does not telling Bella about Victoria protect her in any way? It's not like if Bella starts thinking about Victoria, Victoria suddenly has Bella GPS. It sounds made up so that Edward and Bella can start arguing about shit.
I was trying to protect you.
By lying to me.
Honey, everyone in this story lies. There isn't one of you assholes that isn't fibbing to one of these other assholes about something. Shut the fuck up. Your girlfriend just straddled my motorcycle face. Shirtless boy interlude. Also, drumstick guy, I'm gonna hate you most of all. This woman's face reminds me this series is okay with domestic abuse as long as your man is a werewolf who can't control his anger.
Sam, we good?
We're good. She won't be getting through our line anytime soon.
What, did you build an anti-vampire missile system? A 400-foot-tall, 10-mile perimeter fence? I'm assuming that means you know for a fact that she left your territory, too. And you let her escape because you're awful at this?
We all have to live the Leah, Sam, Emily Pain Fest.
I'm glad I don't have to live through the Leah, Sam, Emily Pain Fest, because I have no idea who those characters are. I'm assuming it's those people we just met briefly in the last scene, but I barely know Jacob, Edward, and Bella, and they're the main characters.
Sam imprinted on Emily.
Do I even want to know what that is?
No, none of us do, but it will become a certifiably insane part of the series later.
Imprinting on someone is like when you see her, everything changes.
Definition of word does not adequately define word.
Have you imprinted on someone?
You'd know if I had.
Even by this movie's definition of imprinting, Jacob had obviously imprinted on Bella since back in the first movie. Also, I imprinted on someone once. Tragic case of mistaken identity.
Better you really be dead than one of them. I'm sorry.
And that was the end of the conversation. Must have been an awkward motorcycle ride back home. I hate these movies, but I sure do love this f***ing house.
I don't think it's the Volturi either. I've been watching Era's decisions too.
So now you can pick and choose what visions of the future you want to have? You can now specifically monitor people's decisions? How is there any conflict anymore the rest of these godforsaken movies?
Whoever it was, he left his stink behind. It'll be hard to miss when we cross it again.
But hot red-headed vampires are impossible to track when they run into your own territory.
Stop! I'm tired of this. From now on, I'm Switzerland, okay?
Right, if Switzerland had been f***ing Winston Churchill while still flirting with Hitler.
I'm tired of this.
Me too. Skip. Haven't been shirtless in a while. Sup. Revenge Frenching.
Hey, beautiful.
Also, you can't have this bitch, Jacob. This is my bitch. You can have my daughter later, though. You can imprint all over her face if you want. Haha, like that will ever happen.
One day, our warriors came across a creature.
This council meeting about a dangerous vampire in town will require a long history to preface it.
The third wife was no magical being. No special powers but one.
Please don't say courage.
Courage.
She draws blood to distract the vampire. Did she need to stab her stomach to do that? Also, how did she know that stabbing herself would distract the cold woman? It's not like they already knew about the blood attraction and the whole vampire mythology at this point, right? Right?
No one's trained these newborns, but this isn't random. Someone's creating an army.
This is honestly worse than just reading the book, I think.
Well, now we're definitely going to Seattle.
Don't forget to visit that market where they throw the fish. Classic.
Maybe they're behind it. In Italy, I read Arrow's mind.
Is this the first f***ing time you've brought this up? These killings have been happening for months. Your vampire clan has been investigating this, using all their bandwidth to try and find Victoria and whoever is responsible. And this key piece of information you've withheld because, I don't know, you're a dick?
And you need to know that I'm in love with you.
Shark Boy loves Lava Girl.
You feel something else for me. You just won't admit it, so I'm not giving up.
Here's a sentence I uttered to a girl once in high school that ended with a deposition. How dare you kiss me face? Edward waited until Jacob and Bella had driven all the way back to her house to confront Jacob about this.
And she broke her hand, punching my face.
In fact, I didn't feel the need to take her to a doctor. And later, neither does Bella's dad. Because in the next scene, Bella's getting care from the family vampire doctor at his own house.
Tough enough to take you on.
This act has gotten super old. That's all Rosalie does is get mad about shit. She's always in the room whenever Bella unknowingly does something to set her off.
You have a choice. I didn't. None of us did, but you do, and you're choosing wrong.
Why does Bella want to become a vampire again? Every single vampire she knows is envious of her non-vampireness and warning her against it. Bella is stubborn to the point of absurdity.
There were things I still wanted. To be married with a nice house and a husband to kiss me when he came home.
Oh God, are we honestly gonna have to go through her history now? This movie is 95% flashbacks and Edward and Jacob dick measuring contests. This girl's flashback takes place inside that one painting from Ferris Bueller.
I got my revenge on them, one at a time.
Movie steals Rosalie's backstory from I Spit on Your Grave.
There's nothing I'm ever gonna want more than Edward. You're wrong again. After you've been changed, there's one thing you'll want more.
Jack in the Box?
One thing you'll kill for. Blood.
Did she really need to spell it out and say the word blood?
Decisions.
She's not acting. This is actually footage of Dakota Fanning considering whether or not she should take a role in this franchise. The Volturi do nothing, with the only perceptible reason being that they knew the movie couldn't happen if they killed these rogue vampires right now. So wait, the high school vampires are graduating now? Doesn't that mean the family will have to pick up and move to a new place and re-enroll them as freshmen? Am I remembering the first movie wrong? If I am, honestly, it's amazing I can recall anything about a movie I remember deliberately forgetting. Anna Kendrick is wearing the wrong kind of school uniform in this scene.
Major in philosophy because there's no way to make a career out of that.
Tell that to Kanye West. Hey, let's stick in at least one Asian guy in this shot so we don't look too racist, okay?
I love this song. Let's go.
Musical product placement contains writer requiring character to say, I love this song when said song is played in the movie. These f***ing guys. Man, this movie sure could use a plot kickstart. Oh shit, there's Alice. Good timing, girl. Also, this vision is being brought to Alice with a 2-month broadcast delay.
You're not going to Seattle.
No. They're coming here. We'll be here in 4 days.
4 f***ing days? Did you not see how fast they were running earlier in the movie? How the f*** does it take 4 days for those assholes to get from Seattle to Forks?
They must be playing with the blind spots in your vision.
Oh, now she has f***ing blind spots in her vision. What happened? Did you run out of ways to create tension completely after creating an omniscient character so that you had to bust her back down a few rungs with newfound limitations?
They were passing around Bella's scent.
Your visions let you see whose scent they were smelling? Your visions are more like actual being theirs than visions.
All need some training.
In 4 days? Damn, even for a Rocky montage, that's not enough time.
You don't know what you're getting yourself into.
Bella, this is what we do.
After such a long pause, I would have taken off some sins right away if he'd have just said, shut the f*** up.
Again!
What? This movie has no clue what kind of training this is. Cut to some dudes being thrown through the air, and that's f***ing training, I guess.
It's a graduation present.
Actually, it's a save your virginity for me werewolf trinket, but semantics. Also, this is the first time Edward notices this.
They want to know how the newborns differ from us. They're a great deal stronger than us, because their own human blood lingers in their tissues.
Fucking what?
A newborn army doesn't need thousands like a human army.
Or a regular vampire army.
Now, the two most important things to remember are...
There are only 2 things you need to remember to crush this highly dangerous newborn army.
Never let them get their arms around you. They'll crush you instantly. Never go for the obvious kill.
Somehow, these 2 things translate into throw me across the forest training.
Never go for the obvious kill.
Because newborn vampires are not only stronger, they're also smarter. Somehow. This scene makes me wonder why they ever wasted time playing baseball. There was so much to learn about vampire fighting.
One more thing. Never turn your back on your enemy.
God damn it, you lazy-ass motherfuckers. Nobody needs to train in the woods for an afternoon to learn never turn your back on your enemy. That's f***ing dumb. Also, he didn't turn his back on Carlisle. He merely stood up, ass. Carlisle attacks him from the f***ing front. Also, even if you were right, and let's be clear, you're way f***ing wrong, but even if you were right, he only got distracted and turned in any direction because you started talking to him. That's a cheat, and you know it, Jasper. If I was a werewolf coming to get training and saw this boyfriend and girlfriend fighting, I would probably have left by now. This is like your everyday fighting montage, but no one has learned shit. Hey, why does the vision-having vampire girl have to practice? Why doesn't she know her opponent's moves 4 days before they happen? Hey, Bella, is this some bullshit or what?
Done for the day.
Everyone in this forest is now dumber for going through this training. Also, what? That was like 30 minutes of training. You have 4 days to fight an uncontrollable army of the dead, but sure, time for Jeopardy, assholes.
This happened during the Civil War?
I was the youngest major in the Texas Cavalry.
Okay, did the first movie not say he was recently turned, or at least new, and that's why he was so compulsively drawn to bite Bella? Or did I dream that shit? If he was turned during the Civil War, there should be no reason he was more tempted to bite Bella than any of the others in the first movie.
Till I met a certain immortal, Maria.
Previously on Jasper the Early Years. Movie steals Jasper's backstory from Homer's Odyssey. Wouldn't red eyeballs be a red flag even in the Civil War era? PDA. The filmmakers were like, people love Bella and Edward. Let's make the third movie all about Jasper. Brilliant.
The newborn army. They're all her puppets.
Edward doesn't immediately kill Bella for playing the pronoun game.
Alice would have seen if she wanted to make an army.
Unless she's hiding behind them, and she's letting someone else decide.
You cannot have a plan, then forcibly remove that plan from your mind. Why can't Alice see the decision to let someone else make the decision? After a scene explicitly about how Victoria must be hiding behind the army and letting someone else decide, thereby explaining the bullshit reason Alice can't see her, movie immediately cuts to Victoria totally not hiding and totally deciding about her newborn army.
Okay, either it's so dangerous that I have to hide, or it's so easy that you're gonna be sidelined. Which is it?
Bella would be excellent at cinema sins.
The only way I can protect you is to be with you.
As it turns out, that's also the only way you can ensure she doesn't cheat on you.
Your stench, however, is revolting.
Dude, you really don't want to start comparing stinks.
You guys have been measuring stinks for the whole movie. Also, f the both of you. I hope the newborns win.
You can love more than one person at a time.
Suggestive swinging.
I can sense how I make you feel. Physically, I make you nervous.
Gross.
All I picked up was wolf stench, no Bella.
Yeah, but she's really, really nervous, though. It's hard to imagine that also didn't transmit through the wolf stench.
I told your father that our whole family's going camping this weekend, so you and I are having a sleepover at my house.
Sleepover at a friend's house is code for I'm doing my boyfriend and we might also try anal. Who knows? For those of you with teen daughters.
Oh my God, Dad, I'm a virgin. I think an air mattress would have sufficed.
Look, I know Bella is humble, but give me a f***ing break with this shit. An air mattress while staying in a mansion? You gotta be shitting me. In other words, it would not have sufficed, Bella. The song lyrics explicitly narrate the actions on screen.
Yes.
Marriage. Oh man, they dragged poor Bryce Dallas Howard into this, didn't they? Wait, all I really know her from is this movie, Lady in the Water, The Village, Spider-Man 3, and being a famous director's daughter. So I guess, oh man, Bryce Dallas Howard dragged the Twilight franchise into this, didn't she? This has apparently been going on for a while, but Alice couldn't figure out that Victoria was behind this shit. Suddenly, we're supposed to give a shit about the relationship drama of bad vampires. Which reminds me of something. Skip!
It's okay. Don't make yourself uncomfortable.
It doesn't bother me anymore.
Well then, I guess you're finally ready to go all the way with her, aren't you? It's sad that this is the only tent Edward has pitched in this entire series. Why would you hide in such a remote f***ing place? This is like the hardest place for rescuers to get to if you get into trouble. Not to mention bears.
I should have chosen the site lower down.
You think? Also, my question is, since all this fight needed was a little bit of Bella's blood so that the newborns would go crazy, and they took all these precautions to have Jacob's stinky, stinky ass carrying Bella everywhere so that they couldn't find her scent, why she has to be sleeping in the cold at all? Why can't she just be at the Cullen house with Jacob outside the door?
Let's face it. I am hotter than you.
Wah, wah. Also, now it's clear why Bella is lying here in the cold, so they can have a scene where he warms her up with his sexy wolfiness, and Edward can get pissed because he's so cold that Ecuador feels a chill when he walks by.
Keep your hands off her.
Who says my hands are going to be touching her? Loopholes, dude. Wouldn't his twice as big wolf form with a fur coat be better at warming her up?
But she's in love with me, too. She just won't admit it to herself.
I told Anna Kendrick this, but she called the cops and they had to get the fire department to get me out of that tree. Also, this entire conversation takes place right in front of her. Like, she couldn't just be fake sleeping, or never hear a word of this. Now, maybe a baby can sleep through a lot, or a small child, but a recent high school graduate in f***ing freezing temperatures is not sleeping through this entire conversation.
If you'd stayed away another 6 months, I could have made her happy.
If it takes you 6 months, then there's your reason why you didn't get the girl.
But she could still change her mind, you know.
Edward skips the chance to end all this right here by saying she was literally begging me to f*** her last night, bro.
I'm really sorry about last night. It couldn't have been easy on you.
Definitely won't make my list of top 10 favorite evenings.
Oh, come on. If you and Jacob had talked much longer, this would have turned into the movie E tu Mama Tambien.
You're marrying him?
You knew he was listening.
The question is, how did you not know he was listening? If you were in a pantry together, this bastard would magically appear from a pickle jar.
I'm done. I'm so done.
But are you so super very done? Are you triple dog done?
Because you're too important.
How is he important? So you can't make your dad happy that you're not with Edward all the time? We haven't seen one moment of true friendship between these two for the entire series. Common interests, things they like to do together, making fun of fat kids, nothing.
Kiss me. I'm asking you to kiss me.
What? Seriously? Just because Jacob tells the audience that he makes her nervous? And we're supposed to accept that as fact? There hasn't been one visual to confirm that she wants this at all. Just goes to show, guys, if you persist and beg and whine and show tons of angst, you too can finally get the girl. Just takes the slightest bit of harassment and a smidge of emotional blackmail. But that dream girl can be yours.
I love it.
I love you more.
And this story was written by a Mormon? You don't say. Don't go for the obvious kill. Don't go for the obvious kill. Werewolves and screenplays never follow the rules. Army of badass, stronger newborn vampires all go out like little bitches.
She knew we weren't there, but she caught my scent.
You never once considered your own scent an issue? Jesus, man, are you centuries old or are you 10? Wasn't the whole reason for Jacob carrying Bella up the mountain so that all the vampires could smell was Jacob's filthy, filthy body?
Think about it. You're from Forks. You know the area. That's the only reason she chose you.
But she had to wait until you made the trip to Seattle before turning you into a vampire. She knew that time would come at some point. Also, I don't know how she knew you were from Forks when she attacked you, but that's immaterial.
You're dead.
How the f*** did they not smell this wolf? If these movies had told us anything, the stink of a werewolf and a vampire is the equivalent of garbage having sex with sweaty underarms in the back of a rotting cheese factory. Also, lupus ex machina.
You want me to feel the pain you felt when I killed James?
Seriously? That was like 2 movies ago. After kicking this vampire's ass off screen for several minutes, Seth goes into bitch mode and goes limp from one kick from the guy he totally should have eaten a long time ago. Good thing she was around to hear that unnecessary history of the chick who stabbed herself in the abdomen to distract the vampires. Also, Bella proves that the history chick was stupid for stabbing herself in the abdomen by simply cutting herself in the arm and achieving the same goal. Whoa, what has this series done to remotely establish that dead vampires flame up like Kingsford when lit? Nothing? That's what I thought. After somehow staying hidden all this time and right up until this spot in the woods, the Volturi finally show themselves to Alice in advance of their arrival.
Jacob, hold on. Carla's gonna take care of you.
Where the f*** did this guy come from? Female werewolves do not have their shirts off after switching back to their human form. Also, let's be honest, none of these people should have clothes on. I mean, what part of the werewolf is made up of jean shorts?
Hang in there, Jake.
Awesome advice, Bella.
They're coming!
Alice gives a warning about the Volturi, but had no clue about the surprise dickhead who just destroyed Jacob's ribcage a second ago. What we're about to say requires the removal of our hoods in a synchronized fashion.
It appears we missed an entertaining fight.
We all did. Also, just exactly why did you miss this entertaining fight anyway? You've been looking over the shoulder of Riley and Victoria this whole time. How did you not know this was happening? Why are you late? Also, again, werewolf stench should be all over this place. I don't know how vampires even try to lie in this situation.
Docs were breaking his bones.
Why did he have to butt in? I could have taken that tip.
That's racist.
He's not as perfect as you think.
Guy who nearly died uses few breaths he has to still trash his rival bro. Classic Jacob.
Let's not talk about that.
You've had this discussion about 10 times. I am totally game for you to stop talking about what a terrible vampire Edward is and what a fantastic werewolf Jacob is. Supernatural penis cannot be this complicated.
I'm exactly right for you, Bella.
Jesus, Skip. Bookended love.
This wasn't a choice between you and Jacob. It was between who I should be and who I am.
Oh, did we finally get to the bottom of this? Is the debate over? Is the relationship drama done? So glad to hear it.
Bonus!
Edward?
What she wants. Wait for her to say she will.
Let's take it down a notch. You're not fighting? Or did you pull a muscle or something? Whatever. Your stench, however, is revolting.
Dude, you really don't want to start comparing stinks.
What?
Oh, the wolf coming up. Run.
Whose head is unclear? And let's face it, I am hotter than you. Get your hand off me.
Keep your hands off her.
Don't fight.
If she gets sick, it's on you.
You'll warm up soon. Faster if you took your clothes off. Survival 101.
Go! Go! And into the tree!
Go, go, go!
Oh, Jesus, they're right on us! Don't look back!
I mean, they thought it would be good for you to hear the histories.
Histories.
Show them the historical documents.
I call this one the Campfire Song. Let's gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song.
It looked like a man, but it was hard like stone and cold as ice.
You're as cold as ice. You're willing to sacrifice our love.
And you need to know that I'm in love with you.
Joni loves Chachi.
But I have something to tell everybody. I've glimpsed our future. And all I can say is, go back.
But I was her puppet. She pulled the strings.
Pull the string. Pull the string.
Jake, stay.
Why? Give me one good reason.
Because I don't want to lose you.
I don't know.
Sure you do. You just don't want to tell me.
You gonna use one of your Jedi mind tricks on me?
They only work on the weak-minded.
Jesus, I can feel my face getting boxed in for hating this already.
It was a nightmare. So many dead people. So many victims.
And that was just pre-production. Also, narration.
It all started a few days ago when I came here for a rave.
People must really love acid if they're going to an island for a rave. Also, movie started the story and then went straight back to the opening credits. This is one of those rare movies where seeing Clint Howard's name in the opening credits is actually a relief. Movie's only tangible connection to its video game origins are to run highly distorted clips of said video game behind the opening credits.
So, where are they, dude? We're gonna miss the boat.
Greg and Simon.
Oh, not you again.
You got the looks, but not much between those ears.
Jesus, is this whole movie going to be still shots over expositional narration? This is either a rave or an invitation into a volcano cult. 50-50 chance, but like I said, these people really love acid.
They missed the boat to the rave.
This guy's narrating about missing a boat to a f***ing rave, but is doing it like he's Max Payne or something. F*** me, there are still people who need to be credited in this movie? Also, 2 different people got story credit on this thing? With all its narration and opening credits, movie did not include an epilepsy warning, because Sega would totally sponsor an illegal island rave. Totally. Also, movie that knew ahead of time it could only afford 50 extras still tries to pull off the massive raid crowd shots. It's kinda cute, actually. Also, who holds a f***ing rave in the middle of the afternoon?
These cell phone receptions are out here.
Well, duh, you're on a f***ing island in 2003. You shouldn't have even had a call that lasted even 1 second. Oh man, they dragged poor Jurgen Prochnow into this, didn't they?
You know what they call this island?
Isla del Muerta? Damn it. Say hi to Jack Sparrow when you're there, assholes.
Get $1,000.
Oh, so for $600, it's the legendary Island of the Dead you won't go to, but for a measly $400 more you're willing to go? That means you value your lives at $400.
Where was that? Captain Kirk?
Character voices audience's incredulity.
Don't even think of leaving my harbor!
No one will be seated during the harrowing escape from the Coast Guard scene. If these cops had wanted to stop the boat, why didn't they at least walk down the correct dock? How did Sega and the other island rave sponsors never once hear about the island's cursed legend, if all the locals know about it?
Oh my god. Oh, that's cold, baby.
Who cares? She's naked! Discount Chris Evans crossed with Chris Pine. Damn, dude, you were right next to the side of the boat. Also, face puking. Bubbles under the water directly after Creepy in the Woods stalker cam leave the viewer confused as to who and where the actual evil really is. There's clearly nothing in the water, but you know what would have been awesome? If there was anything in the water. Well, she's topless, so I have a boner, but she's washing puke out of her shirt, so... Oh, no, that actually doesn't affect my boner.
Did you get a real good peek there, Perf?
Well, you are out in the open washing your clothes topless, so yes? Zombie needs to assess the situation before attacking a girl all by herself in the woods.
Matt, are you in there?
Why would Matt be in there? Door-based jump scare. Holy shit, Matt is in the creepy house. Of all the places on the giant-ass rave island for him to go and for her to find him instantly, will wonders never cease? Yep, just like the video game. Jesus, how far away is this island? And why did the rave sponsors make the official dock the furthest one away in the universe?
You want me to radio for backup?
Nah. I think I can handle Victor myself.
There's pretty much no reason why you didn't just catch up to him and handle him already.
Well, you're obviously no cartographer. Come on, it's this way.
Who was the mastermind behind this party? They had to go to the island to scout the location first, then they had to come back and build the stages and shit. And the monsters just waited because they knew more people were coming, I guess?
But it's completely deserted.
This girl is concerned about the rave being empty, but she wouldn't be if she'd seen how few people were here to begin with. It's pretty easy for a crowd of 30 to scatter over a few hours' time.
Me and Sin are gonna groove to some funky tunes all night long.
You puked on her face an hour ago. How is this possible?
Cam, is that you?
Yes. Unnecessary suspense killing. No, not Clint Howard. You just killed the one name actor this movie had going for it. Unless you count that German dude from Das Boot, whose name I'm not even going to try to pronounce again. Or Smallville's Erica Durance, but shit, that wasn't even her name back then. She changed it after being in this movie.
I just gotta go and take a piss is all.
The depiction of men, stupid and don't want to get laid, is probably the most unrealistic thing about this movie.
Greg? Greg?
96% of the dialogue in this movie is someone calling out someone else's name. Okay, these candles simply have to have been lit by the ravers who are long gone, and have surely been burning way longer than they show before these horny asshole teens show up.
Wow, you get a load of that.
What the hell is it?
Death House, obs.
Well, are you coming or am I going in myself?
The smart one of the group wants to go into the obvious death house. This is after seeing a bloody shirt and a general crime scene 5 minutes ago. Hey, let's be sure to show the entire walk all the way to the house, shall we? Whoa, I thought these were zombies or some shit, but turns out the evil killers are just dudes in obvious Halloween masks. Go figure. Discount Ethan Hawke.
These things came and they attacked the Wraith, started killing everybody.
Everyone except the guy with the camera, who dutifully continued to shoot while carnage happened all around him.
They just kept coming and coming and killing. We finally found this house, we ran inside and tried to hide, and that's when you guys came.
A house that we've seen 2 people get killed in, but the monsters allowed these guys to stay in unharmed for some reason.
I thought you were more of them.
Them? Who the hell is them?
Who? Try what?
This is actually a case where someone isn't playing the pronoun game, and yet this guy asks what them means even though he's seen a video of a bunch of creatures attacking the party. No camcorder from 2005 could record this much footage and still have a full battery.
Simon says, let's get the hell out of here.
Referring to yourself in the third person while also referencing a children's game? That's a sinning.
We're not leaving without them.
Bullshit let's split up plot point pays off in allowing the movie to bloat its runtime by having the same assholes then need to find the very people they split up from. The boat being named Lazarus in a movie about the living dead is literally the most clever thing this film has to offer. Oh look, zombies can swim. More happens during this video game transition than actually happened in the last scene. Here, hold this self-defense weapon while I open a porta potty that possibly contains a zombie.
Where's Sin?
Dude, did you not hear all the monsters go attack the tent or Cindy's screams right after you left? You were right next to them. Zombie Cindy waited until they were looking for her to come out and start killing people. Well, it's a damn good thing it only took 15 hours for this Coast Guard chick to finally show up somewhere meaningful on the island.
What the hell was that thing?
Our best friend.
Not anymore.
What the hell is or was that thing? He or she is or was our blank blank, not anymore cliche. This guy seems to be taking the recent zombification of his girlfriend and her subsequent brutal death rather well. I suppose he's still steaming about the poop shirt though. Hey, shouldn't he steer clear of that torch with all that methane on his clothes?
Maybe I can get us some answers.
By talking to a person on the radio who was not remotely here for that shit.
Anyone have a cell phone?
Yeah, we already tried. It's not working. There's some sort of interference.
And also probably the lack of cell towers, especially around Death Islands, and especially since it's 2003. Zombies are still taking their recreational swim before attacking Kirk's boat. Wow, these zombies are easy to kill. How come the zombies don't ever attack while this movable feast is underway moving through the forest? Emotions.
Quiet, everybody.
Cops in whatever the part of America this is supposed to be have some lousy-ass trigger discipline. Man, tribal makeup, white face with red stitches, normal-ass looking teenage girls. This movie's zombies can be anything. Why were you using the handgun in the first place? Tetanus. After one attack on the bridge and the whole movie's worth of teasing, suddenly rave music and a zombie chase. Things! Zombies! Not excitement! I mean, in none of these shots is there ever a zombie and a human in the same frame. So why is everyone running? Nope, that gun was out of bullets, remember? It doesn't magically reload when you holster the thing.
No liberty!
Wait, the Asian girl in the American flag spandex is named Liberty?
Shoot it!
What do you think I'm trying to do, you f***ing moron?
Well, you are taking forever trying to shoot this one zombie. Wait just a goddamn minute. Now, when did this random rave teenager girl become f***ing Jackie Chan with the kicking and such? I guess I might do the same thing after fighting a bunch of zombies, but what a dumbass, right?
I've got to get back to the patrol boat. I can get on the radio and get us some help.
Why not just get on Kirk's boat right now?
He's just gonna leave us here? Will you go out looking for the cavalry?
No, you're coming with me.
I don't know too many good law enforcement officers who would take a civilian with them on a dangerous trek through zombie territory, but that's just me.
What the hell were those things?
I don't know, anyone who's seen a zombie movie might call them zombies. And zombie movies clearly exist in your world because the one guy was talking about Romero earlier.
These are zombies, pure and simple.
Don't tell me you were trying to figure out what those things were 20 seconds ago, like you had no idea, and then suddenly come to the conclusion that zombies is the right answer with no problem.
Like The Walking Dead?
Roll crit. Oh, wait, no, you suck way too much for that.
Best I reckon the story goes.
Oh, great, a black and white flashback. This Zombies on an Island movie has a centuries-old origin story. This just said he had no idea what those things were, then launches into a story explaining exactly what those things were.
Some say it still does.
Sorry I asked.
So are we. When did this guy get a weapons harness? The Marine Patrol woman gave him a gun, and she didn't have anything else to give him, so where the hell did that come from? F*** you. Much like the Nazgul in Fellowship of the Ring, this zombie smells something right under his nose, but decides, nah, there's no way this dude is directly beneath me. This guy's whole role is observing stuff behind trees.
We gotta get back on that boat, but there's no way I'm going in that water.
Yeah, but all the zombies in the water are dead, right? And even if they aren't, isn't that better than staying here?
We don't know what's still on that boat.
Give me a fucking break. The amount of stupid in this group rivals the characters in Saw 2 for sheer lack of brain power. All the zombies are dead in the boat area. If there's one that decided to hide for some dumb reason, then you have an axe, dude.
What about that house?
It's the exact same danger that you're worried about concerning the boat. By running back into the woods to find the house, but sure, Sounds like a f***ing amazing plan. Fortunately, this dickhead only smuggles cigars and highly convenient weapons.
Saving the best for last.
Look, a machete is great, but in this situation, it's not the best.
We talked about making a run for it to that house that we found.
That sounds like a good idea.
Does the boat still not sound like a better idea? Especially now that you have a lot of weapons?
When we don't report in, the Marine Patrol will come looking for us.
Shouldn't they already be looking for you? It's been like a lot of hours since you were able to report. I'm serious about killing zombies now. I put my hair in a ponytail for this. I guess the greater population of zombies on this island were waiting for the movie's finale to show up in a large crowd, instead of the lesser handfuls of them that we've been seeing for this whole movie. Bunch of amateurs not only don't all shoot each other, but also become crack shots in time of zombie crisis. Meaningless series of 360 shots. This girl goes from 2 handguns to a single shotgun in the next shot. These assholes in the background are clearly doing nothing. This guy right here just runs past a tasty human and lets her pull out a grenade. That grenade didn't even kill anything. Zombie conga line. First off, you're jumping right into the axe path of this slow motion shot. Second off, how does jumping improve your shooting skills? Third, the axe falls harmlessly as if she's Neo from the Matrix. Running out of ammo was a problem before. Almost 10 full minutes of bullshit. Obvious safe place to bury an axe in the stunt guy's chest is obvious. So many of these zombies have no clue why they're here. Some of them are even going in different directions. I feel like with the sheer number of zombies, they should have already been taken by now. Also, look at this chick. She's just standing here watching this, and apparently has a betting pool with the other zombies who aren't doing jack shit either. There was only a way someone could shoot these zombies. I'll shoot this zombie, but I'll be damned if I shoot zombies attacking my girlfriend. This door blockade crap actually works. Yeah man, light that one candle. That should help. Oh yeah, caring for zombie wounds just got a whole lot sexier.
Just get away from me, okay? I don't need your help.
Unreasonable anger.
Who's gonna be able to look me in the eyes with a face like this?
And I still think you're pretty damn sexy.
Arbitrary romance.
It's so quiet.
Yeah, it's almost too quiet.
This is one of the lines Airplane made fun of way back in 1980. It's so cliche, it's 23 years past already being made fun of in another movie.
Rudy, what happened?
Why does it matter what happened?
Yeah, what he said.
She's dead. I didn't save her.
It's not your fault.
How the f do you know? You just asked what happened 3 seconds ago. You don't know shit, lady. Damn, the power of boners really is stronger than, like, anything. Also, there's a f***ing dead body with no legs directly underneath you.
It's Kirk. You need to take a look at him. He's getting worse.
You mean you took time out from Frenching that one guy to check on Kirk? Horniness trumps all other things. I demand you resume making out right now.
Guys, check out this book.
No!
It looks pretty old. Maybe it'll help us.
The Spanish prisoner who founded this zombie island most definitely took time to write a book on how to kill zombies on this island. I will actually award points if the book has a chapter that says, you should have gone to the boat, bitch.
And according to the officer's logs, it says that Castillo's Hermano killed the captain, then beached the ship and lit it on fire.
Huh. I wonder how the officer continued making a log of everything that was happening after the captain was killed and the boat was set on fire.
You gonna be okay?
Here, on this island full of flesh-eating zombies?
Rudy, take a look at this.
Take a look at this cliche.
It's not human, though.
So now you're a crackshot and a microbiologist? Jesus.
It's completely unnatural. It's f***ing genius.
What? Jeez, what a dumbass. I highly doubt that this dude was whistling that particular sound a minute ago. If you're a zombie and all you think about is death, where do you come up with the spirit to whistle like that?
What are you doing?
If there was ever a time for casual conversation, this is it. What were these assholes waiting for?
See you on Hell, boys.
You couldn't just run to a safer place to light this dynamite? Now you're gonna blow the door, which is what you didn't want to do earlier when you were trying to get into this place. One f***ing stick of dynamite 20 feet away from the porch somehow blows out the windows and the front door.
Coming out!
Why would you do this? Well, this movie's already thrown the door blockade rulebook out the window, but a shovel ain't keeping the zombies out, guys.
Simon, come on! Get it! Simon!
Simon does nothing for no reason so that the zombies can grab him. How is Rudy leading this charge? The women went before him down the trap door. Did he just push them aside to get into the lead? If so, what a dick. Dive jumping to safety near an explosion cliche. Also, all the zombies that were outside a minute ago must have gotten warning about the house before it exploded. Dude, no one who has watched this movie this far still needs reminders about its video game origins. This is the only part remotely like the game, but it's silly how all of them keep coming from the front, and none of them wait until they pass by to jump out. Moss monsters. We'll follow you anywhere, guy we thought was dead and is acting weird and is probably evil now. Wait, did the zombie master set up this elaborate trap for them, knowing for a fact that they would find the trapdoor in the house? Why didn't they just come through the tunnels and kill them while they were in the house?
You created it all so you could be immortal. Why?
Didn't you just say exactly why he did it in your question? Jeez, what happened here? These zombies are massive f***ups. Meanwhile, this barn was just sitting out here near the zombie graveyard. Not one zombie could open the door or be let in by the main bad guy during the entire time they were in this house. Hey, let's end this zombie movie with a spinny sword fight. What do you think? That's so crazy, it just might work. Immortal guy is totally oblivious to Rudy running right towards him with an axe. Boob power. Emergency boob power deactivated. This AMS response helicopter took, 80 hours to respond.
She okay?
She got stabbed in the sternum, and yet, actually, yeah, she is pretty much still fine.
You got a last name? Curian.
Oh, so that's why he thought the blood thing was f***ing genius. He's the main bad guy doctor from the video game. Well, I don't know about you, but I survived a zombie invasion. I want to continue the work that was responsible for that invasion.
And now we go home. Me and Alicia. Or whatever she is now. Whatever I've created.
Oh, come on. You applied the zombie medicine to Alicia? How's that working out? Movie over anyway. I guess I'll just live my life after this without knowing what the hell just happened. Also, explain to me how he's narrating this by himself at the beginning of the movie, when he's with Alicia and immediately goes to the helicopter at the end of the movie.
So, I can't bring myself to regret the decision to leave home.
Trust the Gordon's fisherman.
Here, have another beer. This will make you feel better.
To alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems.
Matt, I'm lost. Where are you?
Matt?
Matt? Matt?
Ain't no country I ever heard of. They speak English.
Matt?
Say
Matt?
again. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say
Matt?
one more goddamn time.
Oh my God! Greg? Greg?
Wow, you get a load of that.
What the hell is it?
It's laser fencing. There's high voltage on the perimeter. The whole building says go away.
Reading. Also, the snake said, "Hey Eve, try eating this apple. It'll make everyone look even more like an asshole." CGI serpent that looks like just another studio logo is actually part of the film. Sunday school. Movie's casual disdain for the Oxford comma is disheartening. Aronofsky movie's intro directed by Zack Snyder. No one sees Noah running and hiding.
Ground is rich with Zohar.
Discount unobtainium. Old-timey biblical dragon scale dog thing. Russell Crowe discovers his Australian roots and goes full Crocodile Dundee with this fictional scaly dog.
How fortunate. But for you, maybe not.
Apparently everyone from the land of Cain is evil. Somehow not one good person was born over there this entire time. Some of you may not know, but Noah was the first Jason born in history.
They eat them. Why?
Vegetarianism. Hi honey, how was your day? Well, I killed 3 men and buried a dragon dog. You know, the usual. The sheer curtain is all that separates you from seeing your parents doing it. Previously, in the beginning. Wet dream. Noahception.
He's going to destroy the world.
Wow, you had a dream about being underwater with dying people and that's what you took from it? Maybe you were just going to be in the Triwizard Tournament.
There'll be no hiding. Should have left already.
Even though all these characters are going to age 10 years before the actual flood. But whatever. And that's where Between a Rock and a Hard Place comes from, kids. Also, this is the gets hit with a shotgun thing from every other movie, only Noah should be even more dead. Wait, all that dragging and scraping his face on the ground and not one mark on his face?
This is a man, Monk. Do you forget how they betrayed the Creator?
Aren't you rock guys fallen angels? Isn't that exactly what you guys did?
Seem to be.
Despite Les Miserables, this child still wants Russell Crowe to sing to her.
And when we disobeyed the Creator, he punished us. We were encrusted by your world.
Yet Cain commits murder and is allowed to go make babies and create entire cities and stuff. Exposition by giant monster walk and talk. Sorkin would be proud.
Only one man protected us. Your grandfather Methuselah.
Convenient lineage is convenient.
We were hunted. Most of us killed.
How do you kill angels made of rocks? Also, this watcher explodes for no reason. What?
Not fire. Water.
Water? My father said it would be fire.
He must have changed these plans for Noah and then thought, you know, if he can somehow get this vision and build an ark that can hold 2 of every animal, this just might work. Methuselah roofies his own grandson. Rather than the voice of God, in this movie, Noah acts on the events he sees in a lucid dream brought about by tea poisoning. But probably still God, right?
He destroys all, only to start again.
As we all know, this worked out for the best.
We've been chosen to save the innocent, the animals.
Who refers to animals as the innocent? And by the way, it was a snake that started all this, right? Are snakes innocent too?
First, we have to build.
Okay, I'll start on the sandcastle, you get to work on the skyscraper, and the women will start building— Oh, you meant an ark, didn't you? Oh, he's burying that seed Methuselah gave him now? I personally would have assumed it was meant to be planted after the flood, but maybe that's only because Methuselah gave no instructions about the seed at all. Deus ex machina. With seeds this powerful, it's kind of a wonder God needs Noah's help to do, well, anything. Also, it's too bad that the Eden seed that built this forest didn't also just go ahead and build an ark too while it was at it. This seems kind of small to me, but maybe I'm overestimating the size of lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Even with all these rock monsters helping out, the ark still took 8 years or more to get to this point. Well, this biblical story about the God-fearing Noah and his children just got a whole lot sexier. Flying birds signify danger cliché.
Father, did you see them?
Yes, Shafin.
Yeah, they're swirling overhead, dude. Hard to miss. Shouldn't the birds basically go last? We have to fit several metric tons of elephants and kangaroos in this thing before we start worrying about the small animals.
After the storm, they'll become a mother and a father. And the hatchlings will spread right across the world.
Now, don't ask me how the hatchlings will continue to reproduce after that, because that's an X-Files episode waiting to happen. Percy Jackson isn't something in this movie. Sorry, I only barely paid attention to those movies, so I don't really know what he does, but he's not doing it here.
All the birds are 2. You have Mother, Shem, Azila. What of me?
Hasn't he sent everything we need?
So, are you saying he'll send a girl for me when I need one? Or are you saying he's already sent everything we need and I'm basically f***ed in terms of a love life?
Snakes are coming too?
Sure, why not? They've never done any major biblical harm to humans thus far. Plus, they'll take care of the mice. Oh, wait. Something dramatic is about to happen during the seemingly harmless stuffing leaves in a sack sequence. How did Ham and Japheth miss this entire throng of people walking through the woods? Also, why aren't there giant Peter Jackson spiders guarding the forest and keeping these guys out? Or elves? Or ents? Or anything ever created that keeps people out of dark forests in The Lord of the Rings? Or Maleficent?
I am the son of Lamech.
So is Tubal-Cain, although it's not the same Lamech. See, people, this is why we need last names.
I'm not alone.
Well, I guess this was the perfect time for the Watchers to be sleeping, so that they could dramatically rise and scare all these people. Why weren't they working on the Ark? No wonder this thing is taking years to build.
There is no escape for you and your kind.
Well, that's only true because they're lazy. Honestly, what's to prevent these people from building their own Ark with all these trees that are still left over? They also have way more manpower and could finish earlier if they wanted.
We build
an Ark?
First weapons, then men.
Oh, we're gonna need a bigger boat. Are these animals built to scale, or is the Ark way bigger than I think it is?
Why would the Creator want a barren girl on his ark?
Elo would be excellent at cinema sins. Also, he didn't. Your ass isn't in the Bible. You're just added on for eye candy and crucial plot swings. Also, how do you know you're barren? Unless you've banged countless dudes unprotected, how do you know this for a fact? These guys set a trap, and thank the Creator, Noah conveniently sees it. But there's absolutely no danger of traps after this until Ham finds an inconvenient girlfriend. Man, cannibalism, rape, forced prostitution, famine, disease, murder. This camp is an orgy of evidence that there is a ton of sin in this camp. Damn, is this a dream too? He even dreamed of that spring-loaded trap earlier? Was that some sort of symbolism? Watch out for the trap, Noah. Sin'll get ya. Wait, was that not a dream? Was it a combination? What was the point of that?
Get away!
Wife material.
What do you want?
Liar. Let this be a lesson, boys. If you give a girl food instead of killing her in the dead body pit, she's yours for the rest of her short life.
Go and find them and bring them back.
Why not send a couple rock monsters instead? I mean, you go on to say be careful, so you know the request is dangerous. Seems like a rock monster would have an easier time not getting killed.
Don't be afraid, granddaughter.
Grandfather?
You just believe this? Ela is a terrible tracker, and instead of Ham or the entire human civilization just meters from the Ark site, she finds a barren woods with Methuselah in it. Womb bloom. Rustling wind indicates something mystical is happening, cliché.
You can go now. Go to him.
You may commence with a hot biblical nailing. It's as God intended. My womb is healed. Time to immediately
I am a man, made in your image. Why will you not converse with me?
Maybe all the murder and the rampaging? Just a guess. Also, it rains for 2 minutes, and this asshole is already yelling at God, convinced Noah's flood talk was legit. This weapon exists. Also, hell, if this weapon exists, why did they even bother with training? They could have just built a bunch of these and waxed a whole bunch of Watchers without even losing a man.
We kill Noah! We take the Ark!
Because battle is the only way Hollywood knows how to build tension, let's shoehorn an evil army into the Noah story. Since a world-covering flood isn't antagonist enough.
Where's Ham?
Ham? Man, we hid that salami. Oh, you meant the brother. No idea. I know we need a cool shot, but were they screaming the entire way to Noah's Ark? And why? Noah ex machina. Noah and his son get swallowed by the massive soldiers who evidently forgot they were on their way to kill Noah and his son. This is really cool, but while everyone was busy thinking about fornicating for 10 years, they could have built a nice little moat or a trench or something to prevent an easy passage of evil humans from even getting to the Ark site. How would a dozen giant rock monsters have any trouble at all with any size human army? They're fallen angels and they're fucking rocks, man! You know, when I heard Darren Aronofsky, king of the discomforting, downtrodden man stories, was making a Noah movie, I definitely wasn't expecting a CGI Lord of the Rings ripoff extravaganza, that's for sure. Funny, I didn't see that other Watcher's angel fly into the sky earlier. I guess it's because he didn't have the time to ask for forgiveness before he exploded. There are entirely too many of these assholes to properly fight them off, and we're led to believe that only one of them makes it on the Ark. Man, Noah's a better fighter than Maximus. I bet if Hollywood made a biblical epic about Zacchaeus, he'd be a kung fu fighting expert / tax collector. Suicide solution. Okay, maybe we could have done that a little earlier? Just in case you were wondering about Methuselah's never-ending quest for berries while the Ark is under siege. There's pretty much no way Tubal-Cain cut a Ray Winstone-sized hole in time to enter the Ark.
In the beginning, there was nothing.
Previously in the Bible.
He gave them a choice.
But why?
But they ate from the forbidden fruit.
Why was there forbidden fruit in the first place? It kind of seems like God set them up to fail. I think a decent lawyer could successfully argue entrapment. This parable Noah relates also includes several generations after the fact, including modern day. And he saw that it was good.
The Creator has judged us. Mankind must end.
This is something based on a loose interpretation of a dream I had, and I also could have told you this before, but drama. It's a big arc, I know, but Noah isn't doing rounds. He's not checking the boat for leaks or human stowaways. Really?
Had to be what he wanted. A world without man.
The Creator leaves crucial information to the Ark plan open for interpretation. Bad guy eats one of the Ark creatures, which I can only assume means it's a creature we've never known of in our culture. Since, you know, he ate one of them and it probably couldn't mate. Probably a Pegasus or something amazing. This blanket, biblical first response. A couple of dots and a few specks means you're pregnant. A couple of specks and a few dots means you're not. It was confusing back then.
You're not sick, but that's impossible.
You just saw a forest grow out of one seed, and a bunch of animals board the Ark without an announcement. Impossible shouldn't be in your vocabulary.
I am with child.
It's not possible.
You just saw a forest grow out of one seed, and a bunch of animals...
I asked Grandfather.
To what? Undermine the Creator?
Well, you only told us what God's plan was after we got on the Ark. So, also, that asshole was out looking for berries the whole time. I guess hoping that Ela would show up so that he could magically heal her.
Do you know what this forces me to do?
Nothing. Since whatever baby is in Hermione's womb will never be able to get married or have children of its own.
I will not fail you.
Good.
I will not fail you.
Got it.
I will not fail you.
Damn it!
If it is a girl who could mature into a mother, she must die.
I just can't trust Ham not to bang his niece. I see that 40 days and 40 nights turned into a full-term pregnancy somehow.
Then wake another, one that can find us a home.
Mom thinks son can tell hyper-intelligent birds apart from regular birds.
Please! Punish me!
Whoa, this domestic dispute just got a whole lot sexier. I think. How is Ela this pregnant and Tubal-Cain still hasn't done anything? And Noah still hasn't seen him?
It's time.
It's actually long past time. Also, he must have eaten like half the species on this boat already. You mean to tell me he was content with eating a veggie diet after he took a bite out of that lizard thing he ate a few months ago?
Please keep it inside.
Hey, this birthing scene just got a whole lot sexier. Wait. Damn, man, you had the advantage and wasted it on this? You had 9 months to plan. Back in biblical times, there was no such thing as an umbilical cord.
Sisters.
So, twin sisters. The heavy implication is that both Ham and Japheth have future wives here. And I'm just speechless.
Should have killed you when I killed your father.
But you didn't see him when he was a kid, did you? This movie had us believe that Noah was hiding so well you never saw him. I love how this entire story comes down to the two characters not in the original narrative. Asshole army dude and not Bear and Hermione. Because a story about a man building a giant boat on God's instructions, then loading that boat with 2 of every animal and his family, then surviving a worldwide flood, isn't exciting enough material to make a movie out of on its own, apparently. Terra Ex Machina.
He's mine.
What? You mean you care who kills Noah? You have this outstanding yearning for revenge where only you can kill him? What the